Perfect. Okay, great. Welcome everybody to this one-day workshop on AI for Science and Engineering, organized by Yardi School of Artificial Intelligence and IIT Delhi. Really pleased to have so many participants, and again, a lot of registration here. We have people coming in. Without further ado, let me invite Head Yardi School of AI, Professor Parag Singla, to start the event.
Thanks, Anup. It's heartening to be here. Just want to mention something that many of the events, right, we are worried about how many people will attend, will have enough people, and this event was the other way around, right? We had number of registrations which far exceeded the hall capacity, and we had to make alternate arrangements. So that says about the popularity of this topic. Let me say a few words. First, I want to welcome all of you to this important workshop on AI for Science and Engineering. A little bit about Yardi School. We started about 6 years back, and the idea was to think about AI not just from domain perspective, but thinking about how AI could be applied to various disciplines, right? All of us know, I mean, AI is almost everywhere today, affecting every walk of life. And at IIT, we thought that could we use AI not just for, as I said, the traditional applications in NLP vision, but going beyond to sciences, engineering, even policy, law, governance. That's where we started in 2020, and now it's a really thrilling school with close to 20 faculty members, core and joined together, about 100 students, PhD program, master's program. And as I said, one of the key initiatives is thinking about how people in core AI work together with people, let's say, from chemical science, metal science, energy, other disciplines of engineering, and going beyond management also. And I think we have been fairly successful in that, right? There are people sitting right here who don't have right core AI background, but they are able to publish in NeurIPS conference, and vice versa, people in AI publishing at top journals, for example, Nature Communications. And I think that's a great deal. Even students who come to our school have both the backgrounds, and I think that is important not just for school, but also in general, right? Giving a message that no, this is possible, and AI could really be used in that manner. The second thing I want to say is that the AI summit that is happening, a lot of events are happening. Yardi School is also involved in many such events. A workshop happened just last week on community-driven AI. This is the second workshop in that series on AI for Science and Engineering. There is a hackathon going on, and there are a few other events that are happening. And today's event is also important. Let me just say a few words about science and AI for science. I think all of us know things like protein folding or AlphaFold. In fact, the manager of that team is visiting, Pushmit Kohli, right? He'll be visiting here at IIT Delhi. In fact, if you're around, you should attend the talk. And going beyond that, thinking about Nobel Prize, right? In science, for example, chemistry and physics, we know, right? A few years back, they've been awarded to people who come from core AI background, right? So needless to say, with the kind of data and compute that we have, going from 2010 or 12, where AI was primarily used for NLP or speech or other core AI applications. Now we are thinking about using AI for discovering science, thinking about AI for self-driving laboratories, and it is actually possible. And hopefully today's workshop will be one step forward in that direction, where we have people from industry and academia talking about what they are doing. We also have a poster session and breakout sessions where we can interact and talk to each other. So let me just say a little bit about the program today. The first session I'm really expecting to be really engaging, where ANRF CEO Sri Shiv Kumar Kalyan Raman will be there in a fireside chat with Mausam, who is the past head of School of AI. And then following that, we have three different sessions. Let me just quickly pull them out. So the first one is on AI for environment. We'll have three different talks. This will be followed by a session on AI for materials, chemistry, and physical sciences. And the last one will be on AI for engineering design and PDEs. Right? And then we'll have flash talks by students, because we really want to encourage students as well to see what they are doing and what ideas they have for their own research, and also for sciences and AI for science in general. And there is a poster session, right? So I'm really expecting and hoping that the whole workshop goes very well. And let me take this opportunity again to welcome all of you to this very important and timely workshop on AI for science and engineering. Thank you. Thanks.
Let me now invite Professor Mausam to chair the first session by Dr. Shiv Kumar Kalyan Raman.
Good morning, everyone. As the keynote speaker, I am delighted to invite Dr. Shivkumar Kalyanaraman for a talk. Shiv has been appointed by the Honorable Prime Minister of India as the CEO of Anusandhan National Research Foundation, ANRF. It's a new facility, new vehicle, encouraging science research in the country. He was previously in many roles in the industry. He was the CTO, Energy Industry Asia at Microsoft. He was Executive GM at GE. He was a distinguished chief scientist at IBM Research, Australia. And before his many industry roles, he was a professor at Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute in New York. Received a BTech from IIT Madras and a PhD from Ohio State, and later an executive MBA from RPI. He has many awards to his credit. He was the Distinguished Alumnus Awardee of IIT Madras. He was, and also of Ohio State. He's a fellow of IEEE. He's a ACM Distinguished Scientist. He is fellow of Indian National Academy of Engineering, IBM Master Inventor, Microsoft Gold Club, and also he was honored by the MIT Technology Review magazine as one of the top 100 young innovators for the new millennium. With such a distinguished profile, it's very fitting that he is leading the research initiatives of the country, and I'm really excited that he's here with us to share with you the ANRF vision. Welcome, Dr. Kalyanaraman.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Mosam, and thank you, Anup. Thanks, Parag, for the invite. And I hope it's not too much of a repeat for some others who might have heard part of this talk, but it never hurts to say the same thing a few different times. I mean, my dad used to tell me that if you chant a mantra enough times, you start believing. So hopefully, I keep chanting the ANRF mantra and you guys will start believing what we are up to, okay? So anyway, first thanks. And this talk is a little bit of two parts. One is for how many of you know about ANRF? Okay, next question. How many of you follow our LinkedIn or Twitter pages? Okay, so whoever is not following, a gentle reminder, you can follow us. Hopefully we'll make it interesting. It's not just some stupid notice board where we are putting up, here's our programs and so on. That's important for faculty, but for students and we are also making it a platform for individual researchers. We are putting out webinars. We are doing curated things also with IIT Delhi and others called an ANRF Plus IIT Delhi program. We are putting out things. Then also we are using AI. We have a project called Saral AI to take papers and convert them into YouTube and other things like Instagram Reels and things of that nature, as well as podcasts and so on. So that we want to democratize research. So hopefully you'll find it more than a notice board. Okay, so please follow us. So ANRF is a new statutory body of Government of India, as was announced. What it means by a statutory body, for those who may have forgotten your civics, is that it is created by Act of Parliament. It also means that it's a long-lived body. It is independent of any line ministry. So when say Nandan went to create Aadhaar for India, a new statutory body called UIDAI was created. Unique identity and so on. So similarly, ANRF is a statutory body of Government of India, which means it's a legal entity. It's almost like a trust, and it has a continuity. To get rid of a statutory body, you need 75% of the parliament to vote against it, and so on, right? So which means it's a long-lived institution, and it also has more long-lived funding, budget allocations and things like that. What it means is that it gives you an institutional framework and a stable way to drive funding and transform funding, rather than a more fragmented or start-stop approach to funding, or as the dispensation or ministerial or other bureaucratic changes happen, things might happen in a line ministry. And so this is that institution reform is the most important part. And I will talk a bit more about that. And also the second part of my talk, I'll talk about AI for science and engineering. It's also a case study in how we design programs and how interesting new programs in AI or other things will be done, right? So since I happen to come from an applied AI background, I don't call myself a core AI guy, right? But we are, in my prior jobs, I've spent time in applying AI. So So we got around and saying that, okay, this is one bus. People keep talking about buses that India is missing, right? So if this is one bus we don't want to miss. So therefore, before you guys set up this workshop, I already launched a program. Okay, so we are not missing this bus, and we are going to be putting out more programs. And I was just telling Mausam about some of them. And you have the opportunity to tell me where to put my money as well. Okay, so without further ado, this is like a one-slide summary of ANRF. ANRF is a funding body, but it's also a catalyst for the rise of India as a research and innovation powerhouse. Okay, so look, we have 1.4 billion brains. Okay, our biggest power is our brain power. Okay, and we'll be largest population, so we should look at our potential as the largest brain power, and that is going to be the pillar of Viksit Bharat. Okay, yes, we build roads, we build digital infrastructure. Ultimately, our brain power is the largest. Human capital, human infrastructure is the largest. Okay, how do we amplify that? How can we serve the world with it? How can we serve ourselves with it? Right. So that's the thesis, and then as part of the human capital, human infrastructure story. ANRF stands has been established as a pillar for Viksit Bharat, right? So that's the nature and the long-lived thinking of this institution, just like National Science Foundation, DARPA, and other institutions have been there. Okay, but we got to get our act together and do things much faster than they've had the opportunity to do. Of course, we have the opportunity of learning from everything they've done in the past. So we have a statutory body. We are a mechanism of the government of India. We are not a policy shop. The line departments, line ministries, they do policy. I don't do policy. So when people come to me with procurement policy or regulatory policy, I just say that, look, those are handled by others. But we will help here and there. But that's not my day job. My day job is to use to be a good catalyst, which is I want to, and my best form of catalyzing is to give money. Okay, and use money and say that, okay, here's what I want. Okay, here's money. Okay, then hopefully that will create a catalyst, and of course we'll do a few other things to coordinate and drive things. But that's the essence of it. But the more important aspect is that we are doing funding in different ways. One is a patient capital mode, which is the 1 lakh crore RDI fund, which is only for private sector. Okay, it is not for academic sector, but when you create a startup and so on, that startup can bid for that money and so on. So, that is called patient capital. It's for deep tech, for long horizon research and scientific and innovation driven projects of sorts that can be. There is various forms of debt, equity, or convertible instruments, and so on. These are not grant capital. So ANRF is quite unique in having an entity which has both RDI as well as a core grants making organization. And the simple thinking is that at the early stages of technology readiness or maturity, you use grants to de-risk technology, and then as you go towards mid TRLs or technology readiness levels, and then you use a capital form to drive this, right? And there is no other organization in the world. We are the first in the world to have a single organization that does both grant capital as well as things. So you should be proud of your country that we are doing something world's first, and we are also executing very fast. The Honorable Prime Minister announced RDI on November 3rd, and it's barely 3 months since that was announced, and we have already both given out the money. So I have given 2,000 crores to TDB, 2,000 crores to BIRAC, and we have already closed a deadline for the second level fund managers I'll talk about shortly, and we'll be deciding on them by April, and money will be given out to them as well. So this will create a huge asset class to fund startups, to fund deep tech research projects and so on. And we are just getting started. We'll be doing this every year for the next few years, and then it'll be self-financing going forward as well. So that's the basic story. And of course, the other aspect of the story is how we do our grants. Our grants we do broad-based grants like National Science Foundation does, which supports the bread and butter of our institutions. But at the same time, we want these projects to be more impact-oriented. And even if you're doing basic science, think of being like Einstein and do bigger, bolder basic science. If you're doing, applied science, interdisciplinary sciences, or collaborative things, do again bolder, look for impact, and things like that. Things backwards from impact, right? So that's the general guidance, and we value both scientific impact as well as applied impact and so on. So without deep science, there's no deep tech. So there is a general confusion that we are de-emphasizing deep science investment. Actually, to the contrary, I have doubled or quadrupled in some cases the amount of funding for basic research and fundamental research. So we are doing a lot more, and also we are also doing more focused initiatives, which think of them as after something things have reached some level of maturity, like what we call TRL 1 or 2, and then you want to accelerate that to faster towards TRL 4, 5, 6 or mid TRLs, and then so that it can pivot over and have impact through other means. So we have mission mode programs that we're doing which give focus, and when you have focus you can do more things. So that's the general idea. And the other part, which is from our founding itself, ANRF is open to lots of partnerships, and we are keenly partnering with multiple folks in the industry. So I have my friends from NVIDIA here as well. So we are talking to them. We are working with other partners. So I will not steal their thunder from the summit, which is coming up, where you'll see some more exciting announcements coming up. But the basic idea is that if you like Hindi movies, there's one called Hum Saath Saath Hai, right? So we have this Hum Saath Saath Hai philosophy, not just across our ministries, but also across entities, as well as we would like to have this Hum Saath Saath Hai for your collaboration as well. So AI for Science and Engineering it's a Hum Saath Saath Hai between our AI friends and our friends in science and engineering. Okay. So another way to look at it is the horizontal programs are more like foundational things, and vertical programs are more focused. Okay, so you can think of the horizontal more like NSF, the verticals more like DARPA and focused. We'll be experimenting with DARPA challenges and other formats, which we were just talking about shortly. And on the top, we have a few things that we do very carefully to be more of an integrator across the nation. Think of this as a roof. We do a few dashboards. We are going to do some few open collaborative programs. We may do some matchmaking services, other sorts of things, but and open data platforms where there is fragmentation. So to be a true catalyst or to reduce frictions across ministries and so on, right? So again, the goal is to do a few things well, do it in a structured way. So I wouldn't go outside this sort of a template when we do things. So these pillars that you see are focus in terms of uplifting our research ecosystem. Even there, we are doing a mission mode program towards improving our emerging research institutions in a program called PAIR. We have a program for multiple programs on mission mode research, and then industry academic collaboration also. We have announced programs. I'm going to do also a massive societal program shortly as well coming up. Okay, so in our vertical missions, so AI for Science and Engineering, which we'll talk about shortly, is one of the various things. Okay, if you see these balloon diagrams, there are all these other colored balloons are other mission mode programs we're doing. Some of them are launched, some of them are under consideration. So we've launched on electric mobility, we've launched on medical technologies, medtech, we've launched a 2D materials one, we've launched a critical raw minerals materials one, AI for Science and Engineering. We're going to be launching one on drones shortly. Just a couple of days back, we also announced our IP policies as well, which is again very straightforward and simple, where IP is owned by our grantee institutions or whomever we give the money to, who do the work actually, and then they can do their own policies. So in the past, government used to dabble with having all this joint IP and all this crap. Okay, so we've gotten rid of all of that, have a very clean IP policy. And also for the AI for Science and Engineering, we pioneered an open IP for the entire program. So and in fact, we have announced an open IP policy as well, which we will use in selected programs. In fact, in our drones program, we are going to be using an open IP policy for designs, patents, and so on and so forth. In fact, even for hardware designs for foreground IP, we are going to do open IP. Basically, that will allow faster translation from academia to startups and so on, and integrating IP and so on. So India is going to be a leader in open ecosystems, just like what we've done with UPI and so on, right? So that's part of the broader thinking. We also, there are many societal problems. Honorable Prime Minister has asked us to say, go after solving India's problems, but then, develop technologies as part of that, and then you'll be world beaters. Based on the unit economics and context that you can solve for. So rather than doing lots of individual chota-mota problem, we are going to be launching a massive India Challenges kind of program. We are calling it a leapfrog demonstrators for societal innovation. I've already have it approved. Now we're going to launch it in a month or two. Okay. The other thing we're doing is a translational research initiative or innovation. So these are more of centers that we have announced for bridging the gap between the early or the mid TRL stage. So this will set up centers for pilot scale manufacturing and various sorts of other, depending upon the domain, various sorts of translational facilities that are going to be there. And how can you think of the pre-startup phase, pre-incubation phase, and those sorts of things. And do things like venture builder, all these kinds of things, right? So we'll be doing many ideas in this space as well. So think of it as like, how do I move from Einstein's world to Elon Musk's world of, getting things across the fence? You can't just toss it. I mean, you have to have a collaborative and long-lived enterprises for this. And, we are also going to do catalytic programs to enable new institutions to form, where we may not be the majority funder. We could be a minority funder, but also catalyze. If you look at the US, you have institutions like Allen AI and other institutions. So we'd like to have many more philanthropic-driven institutions that also emerge. So we'll be doing other things of that nature. So it's when we see, so that you can have fundamental research institutions like Max Planck, this thing, and so on, Allen AI and others, as well as more translation institutions, and we'll be setting up all these centers as well. So Saral is an example of a piece of work that we're doing to democratize research using AI and social media. So again, this is inspired by Google's Notebook LM project, but we wanted to focus on how we can sort of map it to our research workflows. How do we get publications? Researchers are great at writing papers, but they're terrible in social media. So we wanted to give a single easy button to sort this out. So the idea is that we are working with IIT Hyderabad on this. Professor PK and his team, and a whole bunch of volunteers. Is an open source project. If you guys are interested in contributing, please help us. We are very happy to work together. And so we've been actively encouraging adoption, so that people from the top institutions or whatever the best papers, you should be creating Saral based videos, and we are partnering with Sarvam and so on, adopting their latest models. They've just put out some new models this week, so we'll be adopting that very quickly to and doing things like that. So every month we put out new releases, and new features. For example, we have papers to posters now. So basically, you write a paper, one click you'll get a poster. If you write a paper, one click you'll get a YouTube video. One click you get an Instagram reel, right? So, but it's all nice in theory, but this is in practice. It's already built, and we are constantly. And by the way, you as a side effect, you also get a PPT presentation. You're bored about. You don't want to create a PPT presentation. No problem. Just press a button, you'll get your PPT as well, right? And we are doing this for patents and so on. This will also help create technology briefs. One of the interesting things is that researchers don't know what their impact of their own paper is. No problem. AI is there to help. So, so you write a paper, you press a button, AI will tell you what is the impact of your paper. Okay. All right. So that's the idea kind of thing. So then this can hopefully, help bridge for the translation and other things as well. So we'll be putting up other things for helping more open data sharing and all of those things over time. Okay, coming to AI for science and engineering, I'll be very brief because you guys are the experts in the space. So this is more about a story of how we designed a program. So we talked to a whole bunch of people in science and engineering and AI. We found that they're not talking to each other. So this is another example where I said, here's my money, but it's only available if you collaborate. Okay, so if I get a proposal which says, oh, it's just an AI in disguise, or a science, or give me a cryo microscope or something like that, that proposal will be thrown out. Okay, so it is only to drive collaboration between the two sides, and of course we would also like each of these areas to drive creation of lots of new models, and also the entire space is getting revolutionized as well. So we have created different tracks: AI for science and also science of AI. AI for engineering broadly, with an emphasis on engineering design and advanced material development, because one of our partners, DRDO, was interested in that, but we also support other aspects of engineering, things like computational fluid dynamics, all of that. And then weather and climate modeling and its downstream applications in whether it's air pollution or in other things for power and renewables and all that. And then bio and life sciences with downstream applications in drug design or bio and other sorts of areas. So we have partnership with MIT agree on GPU allocation from them. We partnership with Ministry of Earth Sciences for data from IMD and other places. We have partnership with DBT on AI, bio AI hubs and other things they are interested in, and then we have partnership with DRDO because they are interested in advanced materials and accelerating materials design and so on. We are also introducing a contrast track, and I'm pleased to see IIT Delhi partnering with us to helping us getting this off the ground. So we're also partnering with other companies and doing that, and also thanks to NVIDIA for helping us in various ways in this entire process. So we're having IBM, we're having other folks, Google and so on, who are helping us in various things. So we'll be launching more of these sorts of contests. Contests could be simple research hackathon kind of thing, or a long-running thing, or a multi-phase thing. We are also thinking of doing much more industry challenges going forward, and this is just a format. So we'll be experimenting with some of these formats in the program structure, right? But the whole goal is that this whole thing is an umbrella. We will be consistent with the overall thematic unity of this. But the overall goal is to think of the entire ways in which AI is revolutionizing science and engineering, and let's get India really revved up to doing all of this stuff, right? So whether it's in the discovery side, or whether it's in the experimentation side, whether it's in the loop of science itself, the loop of engineering, or the conversion from deep science to deep engineering, there is changes happening all over the place, and there are a whole bunch of open models being thrown out by the hyperscalers, or NVIDIA is throwing something left and right every time, right? So but what matters is not what they throw out, but how can we apply it to get stuff done, right? And how to use it to apply it to solve problems, and at the same time we become part of the contributors to this global change. So the goals for the program are, how do we accelerate? Okay, so accelerate deep science or discovery. So, but discovery is one aspect of science, okay, and discovering new science, discovering new equations, and so on. And but this can be in all aspects of science. It could be discovery using an experimental method, discovery using completely theoretical method, discovery using mathematical methods, all sorts of discovery. How do you accelerate it? What are the new ways in which you could accelerate? Similarly, how do I go beyond discovery to saying accelerating the conversion or the translation from deep science to deep tech? Okay, when you come up with a new equation, let's say for CFD, or some new thing for a DFT approximation, how do I then convert that into practice, so that I can then convert it into saying doing quantum simulations faster? How do I do digital twins that can actually embed computational fluid dynamics in situ? So whether it's in a car moving, or in a wind turbine that is rolling off, or how do you make highly customized vehicles where the material science is actually not just designed one time, but also if you have MEMS and others. If you look at inside an ASML system, you have all kinds of micro mirrors and other things which are orchestrated in real time, right? So what is a $300 million machine? Ultimately it can become more into a consumer grade product going forward, where materials, MEMS and other things can be both orchestrated using direct physical modeling and so on in the future. So of course we think of how to accelerate faster design, but also how to accelerate and transform how the next generation set of fighter aircraft, or the next generation engine designs and so on, right? Since technology and sovereignty, all of this are getting very important, we need our own capability to be able to design aircraft engines or jet engines or other sorts of things, right? And this sort of capacity, capability is scarce. So why don't we have open models where we can get all of these digital twins and so on embedded? Similarly, we believe in combinatorial innovation. The rate of innovation is much faster when we have Lego blocks and with well-defined interfaces. And in one of my past in Microsoft about a year back, we had developed an AI agent builder where essentially the AI agents can be built by just reading model cards of from Hugging Face and so on, and based on certain domains. So similarly, once we have a collection of models, then you can have AI agents that can be composed dynamically as well. So therefore, and also this being used to drive innovation and so on. So again, there are various varieties of techniques, and you guys probably know much about this than me. Specific techniques that have been used in core AI for things like ChatGPT are now being used to directly model numerical simulations, directly model CFDs, directly model partial differential equations and stuff like that. So physics informed transformed or physics-based neural model and operator models of various kinds, and also using generative and reinforcement learning for specific ideas like experiment design and in different parts of that loop, or using diffusion and other modeling for more discrete simulations like molecular simulations and biological and other simulations. And then we believe that an entire HPC area is going to get revolutionized. CAD is going to get revolutionized. CAM, computer-aided manufacturing, is going to revolutionize. Okay, we got to get on with it. And since SAS is going to get completely transformed, engineering SAS is going to get transformed with AI. So there's an opportunity to then embed all of this in, and new companies, etc., can come out from all of this, right? So again, I want to go and belabor this, but if you look at a loop of science, or this more like a flow chart of science happening, of problem definition, acquiring data, representation learning, iterative refinement, all of these things, different techniques are starting to get useful in different parts of these value chains. And of course there is how exactly these techniques come, new fundamental ways of modeling. If something works, how do you make it faster? How do you reduce the approximation errors? Then how do you actually then make all these things work together, and so on and so forth, right? So the amazing thing is that these forward passes are so much more faster than traditional HPC, and but there's some approximation error. So the interesting thing is, how do I get these multiple orders of magnitude of gain? And it also means that this the story of Industry 4.0 was how do I not just design a product and put it out, and a static product, but then the product itself will be a living product. In the real world now, you can have an AI model sitting on the product, and the product itself becomes much more dynamic, and so on, right? A good example of that is a Tesla car that does autonomous driving, and through software updates and AI updates, you could do a lot of things. But you can imagine the same thing in your Ather scooter and so on going forward, right? So then there are lots of problems. India has no shortage of problems, right? So suppose I want to deal with traffic. How do I create an Ather scooter or whatever, Ola scooter, that can be self-balancing? It can drive through Indian traffic, right? And sort itself out through potholes and the Indian traffic, right? That's an example of a challenge problem. How do you make it work? Okay, and how do you embed whatever these models and so on? So we are going to be doing many of this kind of challenges going forward that will complement the core enterprise of design. Okay, so that's all I have. We are partnering with all kinds of ministries and so on to help unlock various things. Okay, but with that, let me pause here and say quickly that for us both the data sets as well as the models are important, as well as we do support a bunch of validation work and all of this, because the fundamental goal is how do you accelerate the scientific loop. We have Ajay here from IIC in the Art Park and so on. So there is other things about how do we accelerate experiments, robotic experiments, and so on. How do we integrate high throughput automated experimentation as well? So we think that there's an opportunity for India to put together a stack just like the India stack, and this will be a coherent stack of models, data sets, and so on, so that we start leading the world, and we reduce our fragmentation. And wherever I go, I see lots of interesting equipment, like you have your central facility here. Whenever I ask them, where is your data? They'll say it's in a hard drive. Okay, so the sort of balkanization of data has to end, and we need to bring these data sets together and and make it findable, reusable, and all of those things, right? Okay, so that's all I have. Happy to take questions or discussion.
Thank you very much for this talk, and really inspiring to see how so many activities are being undertaken by NRF, and maybe also going outside the box and trying out different strategies for success. But before I get more into NRF, I just wanted to maybe ask you, there are lots of young students here, and you have worked for many years in industry. So maybe I thought I'll start with a simple personal question. It is a very different strategy, a very different trajectory that you went from academia to industry, and then you are now back in the country leading a government initiative. So maybe some thoughts on what sort of prompted you to take this position, and how do you think your experience sort of creates a distinguishing approach to how you would attack it or work on it?
Well, well, first, thank you, Mosam. Thanks. It's wonderful to be here. See, it's nothing major fancy. You get bored with your job after some time, and you are looking for greater impact. And it's no longer about the money, right? It's going to government is not about the money. It's you get a 10x pay cut. So, but it's about the impact you can potentially have, right? In Microsoft, I was responsible for a couple of $1 billion of revenue and things like that, right? But here I can have an impact on a couple of $1 trillion if you want to look at a monetary impact. But more impactful is that we have the opportunity to completely transform how India's research ecosystem is and set the stage for India's rise, right? So that's you can't have a bigger sales pitch than that, right? So I think when after the freedom fighter war and whenever if you look at the histories of institutions like IIT Delhi or IIM Ahmedabad or various other institutions, so the nation builders of those times went around and sought people to say, come and build the nation. Now here we are also in another phase of nation building for different kind, and there's nothing more inspiring than building a nation.
Makes sense. Well, I'm so glad that you took that on, and I really hope that impact that we are, you are promising to the country sort of goes through. Whenever we write a paper, we also have a related work section. And so when we talk about ANRF, we should also have a related work section. So as a faculty member and as a researcher in the country for many years, I have seen that there are many organizations that have been incentivizing research. It started with DST, and then for computer science there is MIT, there are other ministries, there are various organizations. How do you place ANRF? Is it that ANRF is now the de facto standard body which will oversee all research? Is it that all sources of money in the past stay and ANRF is another source of money? Whatever it is, how does ANRF distinguish itself from all these other government organizations? Because that will help us in understanding when do we reach out to you, when do we not reach out to you, when is it right to work with ANRF and when is it not?
Yeah, no, that's an excellent question. See, I think as I mentioned in my talk, there's a lot of fragmented research going on, and also one is the fragmentation and so on. So whenever there's something that requires cooperation between line ministries and so on, or in an area, it was very hard to find resources, right? And also doing larger things at critical scale, there was no consistent way of doing that, right? So ANRF as an institution was founded for that. So just to be very clear, we are anointed as an apex institution across all of stakeholders, across government or across industry, academia, philanthropy, fundraising, and so on. But it does not mean that we do everything, right? So the line ministries continue to do their own investments. MIT will continue to do their own investments. So DST will continue to do the investment. They may choose to do slightly different investments, but ANRF is net new. Okay, just want to be clear that. So this is, people talk about, okay, we are 0.7% of GDP and we've got to invest more and so on, which is correct. But so this is the net new portion of the government investing, but we are also trying to catalyze the private sector to invest more, and I'm also mopping up uninvested R&D dollars or R&D rupees sitting around in other parts of government, and aggregating that through ANRF programs in collaboration with them and so on and so forth, right? So for example, we are doing a critical minerals mission mode program in partnership with the Ministry of Mines. Okay, so then this becomes a more critical mass program and so on and so forth. So that's a short summary. So the line ministries will continue. They may have slightly different focus. For example, the quantum mission will continue under Department of Science and Technology. Green hydrogen will continue under Ministry of New and Renewables. Right, AI mission will continue under MIT, or semiconductor mission will continue under MIT. But then we partner with India AI mission for this, for example. And any other thing we do for research, we will partner with them. Yeah. And they will choose to support, some of the other foundation models. Sashi is here, and they are supporting them and so on. So they may do individual larger things. They may have sovereign interests. So they are a policy bulwark, and my goal is only research, but it doesn't mean the other research stops.
Okay, that's great. Net plus is always welcome.
Yes.
As somebody who understands the US system, and I was briefly mentioning this to you as well, I was wondering if ANRF sees itself more as an NSF or a DARPA. And the difference for me is that NSF is more fundamental and often curiosity-driven research. I would also say that sometimes it is slightly higher risk in terms of research because the probability of success is a little bit lower. DARPA, on the other hand, I think of it as teams working together to solve some, relatively tangible goal where some of the fundamental research has already happened, and it's more often outcome oriented. It is more often a little bit lesser risk than NSF. And it may not be done by one person easily. It requires a larger teams to work together. And in fact, it sounds like ANRF is also aspiring to not just be NSF and DARPA, but also to be, the next step towards industry. And so maybe going one step beyond DARPA. So is it not too much that ANRF is taking on, or do you think that it will over time be more DARPA-like? I mean, how do you, look at ANRF in this sort of perspective?
So many questions in one. But see, we have a challenge in India. We don't have the luxury of 75 years to do an NSF. If you look at the history, right? So NSF was set up in just after World War II by Vannevar Bush and so on. And then when there was a Sputnik moment, they said, okay, this is not enough. We need to set up DARPA and so on, right? So so here we have a single statutory body that is having my horizontal agenda is more like NSF, my vertical agenda is more like DARPA, and my capital agenda is neither DARPA nor NSF does this. Okay, so but it's because I have a box with which I can do these things. And a fair question is that, won't you have strategic confusion? That's a risk we need to navigate. So the way I approach it is, when we are doing NSF-like activities, I don't judge it with DARPA style approach. When I'm doing DARPA style focus, I don't judge it with NSF style approach, right? So when I'm evaluating fundamental research, I don't give it to somebody with the translation research to evaluate, and vice versa. When I'm trying to do translational, we don't evaluate it in fundamental research. So the important thing is to avoid schizophrenia and not be unsure of what exactly you're doing, and maybe have different specializations for different parts of the organization. And then at the same time we are trying to be a nimble and agile organization, right? So anyway, that's where we are right now. So we are trying to bootstrap and get a few of these things going, because the country honestly needs a little bit of both. But that's what I was trying to mention in my talk, that I have actually doubled, or to some extent in some programs quadrupled, my allocation for basic and fundamental research. So the observation that we are reducing emphasis on basic research is not consistent with reality, right? So that's number one. Second is we are at the same time forking off new programs every month. I'm also putting programs like dosas in Rameshwaram Cafe nowadays. Every month, here's a 500 crore program, here's a 1,000 crore program. It should be a good news, right? So, but at the same time, the community also needs to figure out how to operate in this. So most of the communities looking at small programs and so on. So now how do they respond to collaborating better? So we will be running these bigger programs. It's not like a once and done. We will run multiple cycles of them. For example, AI for Science and Engineering, we are going through the first cycle of reviews and things of that nature, but we may launch another cycle in a few months as well. So so that we'll be doing. I mean, I have enough money to spend. Yeah. So again, that's a risk accepted, but the other part of it is in NSF and DARPA, we have the community comes in, and there is a rotating human capital that comes in and out. So that we don't have a culture over here. You guys are here in IIT Delhi, but I have put out calls for experts. Somebody can take sabbaticals and spend 2 years with me, but no applicants from here. I'm able to hire from Washington. Saying, so thanks to our dear friend Trump, he is letting go of people in NSF. I hired a program director in NSF to come and work for me, but I can't hire somebody from IIT Delhi. Sorry for the missing punch. Okay, but hopefully somebody might get inspired that just because I'm able to hire, maybe I have something interesting for you.
Yeah, there are maybe even political reasons for why that is happening, but whatever it is,
nice
it's good for the country.
Nice excuse. Yeah.
I should say, since you were saying something, it suddenly spurred a line of thought. There was a discussion with a senior professor from the US once, and he said that 30, 40 years ago, even NSF was not in the shape that it is today. NSF was broken in many more ways than one, and we used to dread the government and working with the government and getting money from them and so on. But then the culture started changing because some of us means the professors at that time, went to NSF and tried to change that system slowly. And over a decade or so, that system sort of evolved and reached a place where now we sort of see that the organization is relatively smoother and incentivizes. I think maybe that is this moment for our country, that there is somebody like you, and once some streamlining, some smoothing happens, then the next person gets more incentivized to join and so on and so forth. So I really wish you luck in that regard, and I hope that happens for the country, for the long-term good. I had a couple of thoughts and now I've sort of lost my thoughts. Nevertheless, let's move on. So we are all here because we have the motivation to make India the science powerhouse. And it is well established that we are slightly behind internationally. India has traditionally, you also said, spent 0.6 to 0.7% of GDP on R&D. China spends 2.4%, US spends 3.5%. Are we changing that number as part of ANRF 1? And do we need more than just money to bring about this change?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Okay, so let me give you a different analogy. Okay, so you have your bank account, right? All of you have bank accounts, correct? So you have something which, if you put your money in your savings bank account, you may get very low amount of interest, like 3%, right? And then you can put your money in fixed deposits, you get 6 to 7%, right? Let's say then the same thing, you buy the stock of the bank, like HDFC Bank and so on. So the HDFC Bank has a return on equity or capital of about 18%. So they tend to compound between 15 to 18%. The stock tends to compound over time, okay? So the return on equity or return on investment is a measure of productivity. So capital tends to grow on average where the return on capital is higher. Just think about yourself. You are getting a higher interest rate, you will tend to go there. Yeah, you may have some constraints, then you have to evaluate your trade-off. If you go to fixed deposit, your money is locked in for 1 year or 2 years. But if you are willing to take that trade-off, you are willing to take. Similarly, if you go for 18% interest, you have to take some more risk and so on. So the reason I gave you this analogy is that input, the amount of capital or the amount of principal that will go towards an investment vehicle depends on the productivity of that as measured by return on capital. So the reason I'm giving all this financial, mumbo jumbo is because the same thing holds for research investment. When we say 0.6, 0.7% of GDP is going, it is not because I can't invest 2%. I can put 2%, but if the return on capital is low, that will be a bad investment. Mm-hmm. That is, so we have the analysis backward. So if you want to increase the percentage of GDP invested in research, we've got to increase the productivity of the engine. We've got to take it from an ambassador engine and make it more like a Tesla engine or whatever, right? So that's the way to think about it. So the frame of that is for research. What does that mean? If you're an individual researcher, you've got to think of greater impact of your research. Think of, when you're doing science, think of doing better and bigger and bolder science. Take more risks on your science. If you're doing science, you can team with your neighbor in your science, right? There are faculty members who don't even talk to their neighbors. And, by teaming together, you can go. By interdisciplinary, there was mention of AI researchers winning the Nobel Prize. Now you have an opportunity to win the Nobel Prize. So why can't you partner with your scientific colleagues and, let's say, let's go win the Nobel Prize, right? So collaboration is an opportunity for impact. Collaboration can give greater productivity. And that's why I keep saying this hum saath saath hai analogy, right? The hum saath saath hai is more than a slogan. It is that the theory is that impact matters. Impact gives greater productivity. You've got to take greater risks for impact. And if you have that productivity engine, it is like the HDFC stock of 18%. So to answer your question more directly, we have to increase the productivity of our research engine in India through collaboration as a means towards greater impact, have a more of impact focus in everything we do, including fundamental research, and then that itself will drive the greater inputs. So inputs will be given, and ANRF's inputs, whether in RDI and so on, if you take the math, if you take 50,000 crores and 1 lakh crores and do a simple, think of a little bit more, which is our 1 lakh crores that we put out in ANRF for the RDI, we will get a multiplier of 2 to 3x at the second level fund manager level and another 2x thing. So we'll become 4 to 6 lakh crores. Okay, 4 lakh crores is 1% of GDP. This is an incremental 1% of GDP. Yes, it's invested over a few years. Even if you do a division by 4, it is or 4 or 5, it is 0.2% incremental GDP. Just the government is putting in, and so on. So the idea is that this will catalyze this thing. So we have to move from 0.7% of GDP to 1% of GDP and then beyond, right? So I think our goal is that we will be increasing in stages, but you can't just try to push more money into the system. The money will resist going in if the productivity and the impact is not there. So my goal as ANRF is to change the ecosystem for greater impact, and that will itself inspire more capital coming.
So the point well taken, but in the financial analogy, there is the whole notion of critical mass as well. If sometimes in research, unless we have the critical mass, the productivity doesn't start showing up. And also there is a sense of a horizon, because in stock market, the horizon is generally short. It's a year, 2 years, 3 years, but in research, the horizon is sometimes 10 years and 20 years. So the exact financial analogy is maybe a little bit misleading from that point of view. But that notwithstanding, why is our productivity, in your opinion, not as good as everywhere else in the world for the number of people that we have? My personal theory is that we actually do not have enough people for a country of our size to do research of that level, and therefore the overall productivity is a little bit lower, but per person productivity is not that bad if you look at least the premier institutions. But maybe you will disagree. Maybe there are other reasons you think that our productivity should have been higher and isn't. So, can you maybe think a little bit more about that?
Look, I think I don't want to get into a long debate about all the reasons. Okay, to be honest, I don't have all that great insight, greater than any one of us at this point. So we have some working hypothesis that, we are going to increase the amount of money coming in. We are going to increase the inputs. That is one dimension. The other is we are going to drive incentives for thinking bolder, being more collaborative, all of these. And to your question about horizons, yes, we recognize research has more horizons. That's why we fund more fundamental research. And ANRF is a long-lived institution, so there are institutional transformation happening. But then I think once there are these. As a community, we start believing in ourselves and gelling together. I think it's a process, right? So we'll have to try a few iterations of it, and we'll get going. So the good news is that both the inputs will increase, whether the inputs in terms of financial capital being invested, and the multiplier effects associated with that, or creation of new ecosystems and asset class, because we are trying to inspire more capital to come to India to fund startups and so on. That in turn will drive more academic industry collaboration. So we are trying to drive a few effects to get going, and not just say I'm taking government capital and putting it out and funding research projects, right? So we are trying to attack the problem from multiple dimensions. And I don't fully understand the system, all the mechanics of it, right? But we hope that it'll suddenly magically get itself.
Okay. Well, we can talk more. You did talk about valley of death in your slides. I'm changing subject here, and we talked about TRL 1 to 3, which is generally foundational, and maybe one side of ANRF is going to fund that. And we talked about the more ready to go to the field kind of technologies, which are in the higher levels of TRLs. But it's also understood that often the handshake doesn't happen very well. The lab technologies require a fair amount of additional effort and investment, which do not require the same type of researchers, but do not also require just engineers, which require a maybe layer in the middle, which are people who understand both sides. And if I have to give my analogy again from the US experience, people like SRI and BBN, I think, are in those categories, because these are the people who talk to the researchers, can understand research, can sometimes do some research, but that is not their strength. And they also understand what it means for something to go into the product, or at least show a demonstration that is compelling for the industry to take it up. And they have a strong strong body of engineers come scientists. I sometimes feel that we lack that ecosystem, we lack that set of people, we haven't made them because we haven't had grants in that style, and so on and so forth. So what are your thoughts, what are the conscious efforts that ANRF may be taking to reduce this valley of death?
An excellent question. So if you look at most of our vertical programs, whether it's Maha mission mode programs and or the translation programs and other programs, and I told you we are going to do a massive societal innovation leapfrog demonstrator. We are funding more money, right? So our grants for the AI for science and engineering is we are funding up to 30 crore, and in outstanding instances we can consider up to 50 crore, right? So, but we don't want to throw our money just like saying I can potentially fund 200 crores, but I don't want to do. So we are doing larger quantums of support. That's number one. And also, you mentioned various institutions. We are sitting in the research and innovation building here, right? So this is an example of a translational facility. There is hopefully, there are different parts here which are translational. There are translational centers that are popping up and so on. Now, the translational institutions, you mentioned SRI. There is Allen Institute is more of a fundamental institute, right? Or a Fraunhofer in Germany and so on is more translation. So there can be institutions which are run differently by non-government. Like Allen Institute was founded by Paul Allen. Mm-hmm. Like Max Planck has an endowment and so on, right? Or the Turing Institute has endowment. So we need the emergence of more such institutions in India, mm-hmm. which may focus on different parts of the technology spectrum. There could be more fundamental research institutions, more this thing. Then this gives more options for our students and so on to go and work in these places while remaining in research, right? Yeah, they can become faculty, but they can also go and work in an Allen Institute and then have dual appointments and so on and so forth. So yeah, there is a need for more of that. In fact, I briefly mentioned that we are interested in catalyzing those institutions. See, the end of the day, if government makes another institution, it will become yet another lab like a CSR lab, or do you know that government has 300 labs already? You don't want me to put on yet another lab. My goal is to catalyze a new type of lab that is run by somebody, not me, who will run it differently, right? So our goal is now, in fact, I have gotten approval from our executive council to do catalytic investments to enable the emergence where I only put 10%. The 90% comes from somebody else and they behave differently. So we have, and that's more for institutional things, and this will then inspire maybe more diaspora giving back to India. IIT Delhi is blessed with so many unicorn founders and all of that. You can do new types of institutions that are possible around here, right? So I think those sorts of possibilities we would like to catalyze. So that's the other dimension. And you mentioned funding, right? So in all my mission mode programs, let's say the AI for Science and Engineering program, we explicitly say that Section 8 companies can apply.
I see.
Okay, but when we are doing A3 center, we may be a bit more careful and saying these new translation centers may have to be in some specific kinds of like academia or labs and so on and so forth, right? But other than the minor thing, many of my programs, anybody who's a researcher there can also apply. Yeah. So, funding will increase and hopefully they will behave differently. But having been a CTO in Microsoft, even though I was not part of Microsoft Research, I was in the same building. We had breakfast with the guys. We could talk easily with MSR researchers, and then we've written papers with them and so on and so forth. The ability for that diffusion of ideas across translation spectrum, and I happen to have been an academic myself, so I've gone to the other side. Similarly, somebody who's an academic today, going to either a startup or others and being in a research environment in a research park. See, all of this, it's not like one thing that will make a difference. They're both the physical environment, the ability to have connections and more frequent conversations, the place, and the morale, the sort of ethos of how things done, and yes, funding, right? Yeah, all of this, all of the above. Yeah, we have a ways to go.
Cool. Well, thanks. We are running short of time, so maybe I should ask a couple of questions on the AI for Science side because we are here. So, are there any specific strategic priorities of the country where you think that most value can be gained and we can realize the mission of Viksit and Atmanirbhar Bharat through that? So are there specific, I know that you have lots of programs. It feels almost like you're covering a large number of verticals based on all the various areas in which AI can really contribute. But is there a specific priority for you? In other words, maybe is there a single moonshot project that you would, you really hope that in 5 years we have a real chance to be a world leader?
See, See, I'm trying to resist the temptation of me becoming like an all-knowing seer and saying,
Sure.
I know exactly what the answer is. So the area of AI for science and engineering is I'm putting a stake in the ground saying that AI and science and engineering have to come together. Within that, I'm giving flexibility and show me something and helping bottom up to emerge, right? So I don't know. Is the simple answer. So you guys need to tell me, what you guys can do. Change the way experiments get done, or fancy material science get done, or how things. So we are giving broad guidelines, right? Accelerate the development of deep science. Help me move deep science to deep tech faster, so that we can do. But what example? What thing? I have the humility to say I don't know, but maybe you guys can tell me.
Okay,
But that's it. As we briefly spoke, we are open to doing more challenge mode. If somebody, smarter than myself can figure out what a challenge can be, I gave you a simple example of an integrated challenge, right? In transportation, we have a problem of the last mile for connectivity with metros and so on.
Yes.
Can I make a self-balancing, self-driving scooter that can take you from your home to your metro stop? Simple thing, right? A personalized transportation, just self-driving, whatever. It should navigate the potholes of India. It should navigate the traffic of India. Make it work. That has all the embedded AI, all the autonomy, all the other stuff involved, right? So that's an example of something that brings science. It brings engineering. It brings integration. Yeah, we can bring the Aethers, Olas to the table, make it happen, etc. And maybe our friends in from NVIDIA and others may be willing to partner with us. So we will be happy to underwrite a challenge program like this. Now make it happen in India. So then, just like Indian Idol and so on, we can do stuff and make it exciting.
cool. We will have a research idol soon. So you should all start thinking about what would you present there. Maybe one last question. So all my students, but in my class, my AI class, but people at large are getting concerned about the growing impact, the disruptive impact that AI is causing, right? It is not very clear that 10, 15 years down the line whether we will have jobs or whether there will even be a concept of jobs, it is said. Vinod Khosla has gone as far as saying that in 5 years, 80% of the jobs are going to be taken by AI. And even Google is coming up with a researcher co-pilot. They are not saying that we will remove researchers, but they are saying that AI will do a lot of the hand-holding that researcher needs to do for their cycles. And all these AI for science initiatives are also in the spirit of how can really AI speed it up. And whenever we speed it up, it's really great for humanity, but in the consequence, we are also taking away some things that were being done by humans with very little clarity on what it is new things that the humans are going to be doing. You lead the apex body, you are thinking at the forefront of this for the country. Do you have any thoughts on what the future might look like 10, 15 years down the line, whether we will be employed at all or we will be just sitting back, relaxing, let the AI do its thing and we'll say, good.
Well, that's an interesting future, isn't it? So look, I think I will give you this thing, right? I will say they are right and they're wrong at the same time, okay, in the following sense, right? So traditionally, technologies have done automation, right? So you have a calculator or you have like the steam engine and so on, which makes something faster, more efficient and so on in general. And then people determine they can then master that engine or become, manage that and then use that capital. Humans move from doing things to then managing things and then composing and orchestrating things. Now we are the first time at a threshold of something that also writes code by itself. It also tests itself. It does everything. And then, hey, what happened to our software engineering job, right? So on one hand, the basic question is technology is always moved in the direction of more efficiency, automation, and efficiency of that sort, right? So first time we are faced with a new kind of technology that is also having cognitive capabilities and so on and so forth. But the other part of it is that the way technology has moved is that people find new markets to apply their talents, or when labor gets released from one task, you go and do other jobs. So for example, US at one point had 98% in agriculture. Now they have 2% in agriculture. 98% are quite well employed and they're doing other things, right? So the services and manufacturing, other industry, manufacturing got hollowed out, services growing. So this is a continual dynamic system. But that said, I would also ask you to think about the following thing. India has so many problems. Okay, we say we have if you're looking in an urban space, you have a traffic problem, you have a pollution problem. Okay, then AI go solve the pollution problem. AI go solve the traffic problem, right? AI go solve, some other problem, some groundwater problem. Can it solve it? So I would say that we have the ability to take on more complex problems than AI can sing. Then if you take that higher plane, then you are observing that AI is solving one task. Maybe it is able to write and code faster. How then can you apply that code and go and solve a societal problem? That is, can AI do my job? I mean, you said, okay, I have to go and transform all this research and this thing, right? So, magically you can go around, do the job and so on. Can AI inspire you and so on, right? So, I gave a challenge of, I was in IIM Ahmedabad and they asked me to, I do a little bit of Carnatic music and so on, right? So I sang a song and said, of course, this may be a task that AI might pick up and solve after 5 years. But, can AI sing Carnatic music like me? Right, and with all the intonations, all those things. I know you may be specific discrete tasks that you can take on. You should always think of task automation and task displacement. That is definitely going to ask. But humans have the ability to think bigger. We have societal problems. Once all societal problems in the area is gone, then I'll say go solve the climate change problem. Okay, can I press the AI button and say go solve the climate change problem? Okay, so I think the right frame to think about is humans have higher order judgment, and we can apply a cognitive thing in more and more things. So till I think we will have more things, and of course, we will of course have hopefully more time for leisure and so on. But of course, some of the aspects of society will change, and people have to hold more capital in stocks like Nvidia or other things, so that their future is secured and other things like that. So, there are things that one has to look at. Displacement and rapid displacement of tasks is very important. But as one of the problems, and whenever technology changes, is how fast it displaces tasks and how fast society can adapt, and what can government do. Government, you can't come to government for you have a problem. Government has a solution at that. So the fundamentally, as a whole of society, we have to figure out how to solve this. But the broader thing is that you have to find new higher order problems that society needs to get solved. And humans focus on solving that. And then you use a combination of humans and AI agents to go and do that. Therefore, your training in whether it's mechanical, chemical, or other engineering becomes far more important in the world of AI.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. The key is to be nimble, agile, have enough transferable skills, and then take on the next challenge that needs to be solved and use AI as a tool. That sounds like a perfect recipe, at least in the short term to me. Nobody knows the long term in my so we'll see. Do we have time for a couple of audience questions, or should we, maybe two burning questions if somebody has, because you will not get an opportunity to ask somebody like him that easily. So maybe a question here.
Yeah, you can speak up. Yeah.
So I have a very basic question.
Mike, next to you.
Yeah, so I have a very basic question. I myself am a AI researcher. So in very basic problems like, let's say, medical imaging or let's say environment-related imaging, one problem which we face is availability of data, right? So, and data comes from collaboration, like you go to government organizations and get data, right? So how are you as an organization planning to actually do or take concrete steps to increase that collaboration and get that data for us, right? Because for AI, data is the fuel, right? So without data, we can't actually do anything. So yeah, that is my...
Yeah, I think it's an excellent question. So we are in conversations with the health fraternity. The health ministry themselves are doing a bunch of things in data. There are lots of data silos within our own government organizations. So CSIR has its own data, there is IBDC inside DBT, there is, and ICMR has its own data. So we are looking at open data exchange across some of these things. So that is one of the areas we are looking into. In fact, there's many conversations going on in that space. So that is one of the non-research things we plan to do to help connect the dots and make more data available. So we are picking up maybe health and agriculture, two areas we're thinking about doing these open data exchanges across various parts of government, and then and the broader ecosystem, so centers and states and the private organizations, so hospitals and the like. AIMS is opening up its data and so on. So it will take a little bit of time, but that's something we are working on. Similarly, I mentioned briefly that as part of the AI for Science and Engineering, in the weather area, so IMD has data and other things, but it's very hard to access, right? So the accessibility of that and so on, right, to really truly make it a fair data sets and so on. So unlocking that and making it more easier. So I had to jump through a bunch of bureaucratic hassles to get that happening. So in a way, working on some of that, yeah. But even within the academic enterprise, as I was saying, right, there's a lot of balkanization of data. So, things like microscopy data, fall of kind, characterization data. I mean, there is an opportunity for figuring out how to rapidly, sort of consolidate all of that and aggregate that, right? So, that's an area thinking about how to do. But we will put up repositories and other sorts of things and exchanges and sorts of that. If you have any better ideas, please let me know. All ears.
Any other? One more question? Maybe the one in the red?
And by the way, we fund open data as part of our program. So people actually having interesting ideas can create a project just to create such open data.
Do you think India should invest more in hardware like RAM and GPU? Like we see global prices rising due to other countries investing in AI. So do you think India should invest more in this sector?
Yeah, look, I think you will be hearing a lot more from MIT around policy, around more design of GPU and so on and so forth. So you'll see us moving from the efficient and affordable AI and more systems work and applications where we have a lot more action towards more AI infrastructure, sovereign AI infrastructure, and then going down towards chip. As part of the broader semiconductor mission and design, India is blessed with lots of design engineers and so on. There are new startups popping up like Agrani Labs and others doing design of GPU chips. And of course, there's neuromorphic computing. We will be investing in all of these from the research side as well. And so on. Yes, the answer is yes, we'll be doing that. See, ultimately, we need to have optionality at different levels of the stacks, and then so that if somebody closes the doors, we have the option. But that doesn't mean that we do everything. We have to be smart about it as well.
Well, I think I've been told that we are sort of out of time, but thank you really very much for sharing all your thoughts and for an inspiring talk and an amazing discussion. I really hope that our audience, especially the younger audience, really learned a lot from this conversation and understand how there are lots of opportunities for us. There's a lot we can do for the country, and it's great that ANRF is taking the leadership here. Let's give Dr. Shivkumar Kalyanaraman a huge thanks and a round of applause.
Thanks. Yeah, just leave one thought, right? So for folks who are graduating or thinking, there'll be more options for research. Okay, that's the short message I say, right? Whether you want to go to academia or there'll be new institutions that'll be popping up. Of course, the startups and the asset class that we're creating, right? So there'll be more money in research. There'll be more higher paying jobs. Okay, and so PhD should not be like a second class citizen, which we do, and so on, right? So I just want to leave you with that final parting thought.
As a token of appreciation, here is a small memento. So I request Mosam to give this to our keynote speaker. Thank you. Thank you once again, Mosam and Shivkumar Kalyanaraman for this really wonderful speech and the fireside chat. I hope this has inspired all of you. If you have not yet starting into AI for science, this is the right time to get into it. So with this, we now take a short break. It's going to be a 15-minute break. We have coffee outside, and please come back at 11:05, and we'll be starting the next session. Thank you, and enjoy the coffee break.
Everyone to please assemble here. Also, I request everyone to sit in the front rows rather than in the back, because the attendees will join later, then they can sit back, right? So we'll go second with you. Okay. Initially the order was like you were third, we'll go second.
Sure. Question and answer?
Yeah, so actually it's 17 minutes.
17.
And yeah, I'll play like a buzzer or something at 15th minute. So the presentation time is 17 minutes, and at 15 minutes I will play a buzzer. Then 3 minutes for Q&A.
So there are some points there that you show to the speaker.
I won't sit here actually, I will go every time down. But yeah, maybe I will take it. Okay. Without further delay, let us start with our session on AI for environment. So in the morning, we had an exciting talk from ANRF CEO, Dr. Shiv Kumar. And I remember from the talk, towards the very end, when there was a chat with the Professor Mausam, and almost one of the last questions where Professor Mausam asked about some of the exciting areas which Dr. Shiv Kumar will like to be seen as solved in next 5 years or so, let's say. At that point, Dr. Shiv Kumar mentioned a few keywords, okay? So I remember specifically pollution, traffic, groundwater. These three keywords at some point he said. And interestingly enough, if we talk about these three, 2 out of these 3 is related to environment, right? So that shows the importance of this session. So the first speaker of our session will be Dr. Kamal Das from IBM Research, Bangalore. Kamal Das is a senior research scientist and technical assistant to the director IBM Research India and CTO IBM India and South Asia. With expertise in geospatial data, AI and high performance computing, Kamal has led and participated in several pioneering initiatives, including the Prithvi Geospatial Foundation model. He has co-authored over 80 plus research papers, filed more than 15 plus patents, and received multiple honors such as the Young Scientist Award, Aegis Graham Bell Award, and the IBM Outstanding Technical Achievement Award. Today, Kamal will be talking on GeoAI climate action, pinpointing carbon dioxide emissions for near real-time accountability at national scale. So it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Kamal Das to stage.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks, Sudipan, for such a nice introductions, and pleasure to be here. Okay, so as sheep, it was exciting to hear sheep all the times, and unfortunately, I was hired by sheep, and sheep was my early careers manager. A lot of things to learn from sheep, and one thing he mentioned repeatedly in this morning session, right? Impact, where this impact is going to come from AI, right? So if we think about the impact, right, it has to be, solving some of our pressing problem. So this talk is very fascinating to me, talking about CO2 monitoring, close to near real time, at a scale, not only for just a place or location, but at a scale like country. So, why we need to do that? I mean, most of us, maybe whoever is looking for climate change or environmental pollutions or various things, right? So you saw this kind of chart where looks like everything is going off over time, right? And that is the carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere. So this is like observation data from NOAA. The organization no longer exists, but their system is still there. So in every year, on an average, 2.5 ppm increment of carbon dioxide concentration in the atmosphere happen, and that is the driving factor for most of these climate disaster or some of these more frequent impact we are seeing, hazardous impact we are seeing. So that is very scary. I mean, most of these things are coming from human driven, right? Burning fossil fuel more and more, and of course that is one of the motivations to look this emissions or carbon dioxide concentration across the globe, where they are coming from and how much quantity they are, right? And the second thing, if you are noticing that government and different organizations start giving carbon credit, right? This carbon credit is nothing but if you are, reducing carbon or some way you are impacting the lowering the carbons, right? There is a certificate you can issue, you can get, and that certificate has a value. Some enterprise or entity can, buy those carbon credit score from you. But for that system to work, you need to have a proper, measurement or monitoring systems in place. Of course, there are some, but then those systems are having some of these limitations I highlighted, like many of the regions where a lot of things are not measured and monitored properly or recorded properly, right, including India. So, and another thing is this. Even developed countries, they do monitor, but when the reports comes, it is almost few years latency from the near real time. So these are the couple of motivating factors. So to take this problem and see how AI can help us to solve this problem, right? Yeah, so just before coming to the AI part, some state of art, right? Especially two. So things started from bottom. So emissions happen in some sources. It can be power plant or some other industry or city or all these locations, and generally those activity informations are recorded, and this information data has been transformed into the emission number. So that's the traditional approach, bottom-up approach. Of course, whoever is having this granular data, that's the gold standard data, right? But most of the cases these data are not available, right? And then comes to the bottom-up approach, top-down approach. So that is basically where all these sensing things come. So you have sense some of these atmospheric concentrations, and then you try to inverse model. So in the PD domains, I mean the HPC domains, something called the cause, and you want to find out the factor which makes that causes, right? So the concentration are increasing in the atmosphere, and you want to find the cause and also map back to the location where they comes from. But it works in a global scale, not very in a local scale, and of course it's computationally very demanding if you want to solve in a resolution or spatial scale where you want to see pinpoint sources, right? So then, of course, this is a traditional approach, and it is not very popular for doing the pinpoint emissions because of this computational limitation. And there are some, truncated version of such approach called mass balance. You can do such thing, but with some approximation, and that approximation can lead to more uncertainty. And of course, recent time, some of these works are coming up where AI and ML showing some promise. So, before again, I'll give some sensor names which are open source and data are available so that you can look for. So, especially for GHG component like CO2 or methane, right? So, these are the list of satellite, and these satellite sensors also getting improved over time. So, there is a trade-off, right? The accuracy as well as the resolutions, right? So, especially we are interested for CO2, so we are using this OCO2 and OCO3 satellite from NASA. They are giving carbon dioxide concentrations at the atmosphere scale. Okay, so again, this is a state of art. I just maybe interest of time I'll pass it. But the point is that inverse modeling can be solved this problem, but at a scale which may be very, very coarse, right? Whereas mass balance, of course, a very truncated version of the lot of these physics equations, but it can only give some approximate results which has lot of uncertainty. And then this AI ML approach where recently people started using the satellite observations along with the weather data and to drive this pinpoint super emitter emissions. So super emitter means like power plant or maybe steel plants or some sort of places where a lot of fossil fuel is burning in a high rate. So those are super emitter. So this AIML has shown a promise that if you want to monitor these super emitter emissions, this kind of data and AI is going to help a lot. And in fact, we have one of this new RIPS paper where we shown this promise of using satellite data along with weather data to actually get the super emitter very accurately. Okay, so then we try to frame this problem. Okay, we want to solve this problem at a scale of nation and very fine resolution in space as well as in time, right? That's our objective. So, for example, if we have a satellite observation for a country, how we translate that satellite observation into an emission map, right? And that's our objective. And we started with Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and there is a good reasons why we chose that region, because this region does not have a lot of vegetation. So vegetation means the crop and all this seasonal things, right? If it is act as a source, I mean the sink, right? So whatever things are coming from Saudi Arabia is mostly the source. They are burning a lot of fossil fuel, so it is easy to validate your methods, right? So that's the starting point. So, but it basically does not stop us to scale in India as well. We are doing that, but most of the results I am going to show for Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So again, going back to the state of art, what exists with respect to this, right? So there is one product from NASA is called USL3. That's also give you CO2 concentration at a pixel size of 60 kilometer by 60 kilometer, and with the latency of 3 years with near real time. Then the one we want to derive has to be very fine resolutions. The one snapshot I'm showing, 1 kilometer grid and weekly frequency. And the one I'm showing is not a concentration, it is emission rate. So that is the most demanding for take any actions. So concentration is like ppm, right? Density number. But we want to get the emission rate. How we get that? We'll just discuss in high level. So some of the limitations of that is that it's a very coarse, the state of art, and it is very delayed with respect to near real time, but it only gives concentration, not the emission rate. So that's the difference between what exists versus what we have derived, right? Yeah, so major technical challenge. So we put this entire challenge into 3 buckets, right? And each bucket, how AI is going to help us, we'll explain. But think about the data part. where the measurements comes from satellite, and if you clean this satellite data with all this quality flag and all, only 10% data become good quality to consider for the next steps. So remaining 90% are not considered to be good quality. And this satellite sends one place at 16 days revisit time. So more or less the number of pixels we need to cover entire Saudi Arabia is 2 million for one particular day, 1 kilometer grid size, but only we have a average number of thousands measurements, right? There is a big gap between what we have versus what we want to curate, right? I mean, fill. So there we have a AI model which can help us to fill those data gaps in the space as well as in the time. The second problem is even more complex. For example, CO2 is a GHG component which comes to the atmosphere and it remains forever, right? It does not go away in a short span of time, maybe 15, 20 years after that it can disappear. So it is a accumulation of whatever we are adding to the atmosphere. So there will be very, very big amount of background value, right? And only small fraction of component we are adding from day by day. So how we are going to separate out the big background value and getting all this delta part, right? So there also we are going to use this AI concept and getting rid of this background value and getting this delta part, which is due to anthropogenic activity or human activity. And the third problem is mostly my friend will talk about. He's expert on that, Manish from NVIDIA. So it is once you get this delta part, it is still in the concentration domain, right? So concentration to getting the flux is a problem, right? You have to consider these continuous transportations in the atmosphere and the dispersion process, which is very complex, weather-driven physical phenomena. How you do that and get this concentration to the flux or emission rate. Okay, so in the system level, I think this chart is for presenting who want to see build the system, enter system. So we have three AI model. First one is filling the data, and the second one is how we extract this background part and get the delta part of the concentration. And once you get that delta component part of this concentration, how you use that AI and get rid of so concentration to the flux, which is emission rate per day, kg per hour or per day, whatever dimensions you chose. So that's the overview. And of course, first model is increasing the spatio-temporal frequency of the data, which is like filling those data. So this help us by having an AI model which is driven by many of these weather variables and also anthropogenic activity, land use, land cover, many of these remote sensing proxies, nighttime light, where those activities are happening, and also some of this stress gas like N2O, which is if there is some activity or fossil fuel burning, it has very prominent background versus foreground values that will help us to feel this or train this model and curate, create a continuous map of the concentration across the country. And of course, you want to have a best model, right? So far we have basically a 0.5 or 0.4 ppm of RMSE number, which is good given the range of the concentration values, and that considered to be one of this AI model to fill huge amount of missing data from sensors, and you create a seamless data as a gridded data from in 1 kilometer grid and every day for a country. Okay, the second challenge is this. This is a very busy chart, but the summary of this chart is basically how you can segregate the background and foreground, and of course you can take help again with the the proxy of this NO2 data, which has more prominent foreground. So use that and use the segmentation or unsupervised segmentation task to find all the source locations where the emissions are coming from, and then in each source location you try to fit a mathematical curve through AI model again and find this slope, which is going to be your delta part, and your intercept is going to be the background part. Again, this is a entirely unsupervised unsupervised AI model to find all these locations and also get this delta map across the country. So then the third challenge is converting this into emission rate. Again, here we are using AI model called Prithvi. Prithvi is a first of kind geospatial foundation model we have built with collaboration with NASA, and that model is a generic geospatial foundation model. It can be used for multiple tasks. So we have used that model to fine tune for concentration to the flux, and the details are here, how you incorporate all these physics in the loss function. If you're interested, we can chat after this talk. And then coming for the validation. So there are some country level reports that annual emissions for Saudi Arabia is this much in metric ton per year, and we have sum it up across the year because our solution is very fine grain resolution, right? 1 kilometer grid and every weekly one values, right? So we sum it up and we try to compare them, and we see that for 2021 and 2022 we are good match with the alternate reported numbers. But then we go for the acid test, right, where we want to see each of the power plant levels. This data is shared by the Saudi Authority of Data and AI, SADAI, and this data is basically at plant level, finer information about their emission numbers, right? And we try to see that how is the reference number versus our estimates, and of course all the data is not falling in that vertical line, but the reason of not having some of this good match for some of the power plant is that in Al Jubail city, you know that in Saudi Arabia, right, it is a highest petrochemical city, and there are multiple power plants and chemical plants coincide together. So within a small one grid, maybe multiple sources are there. So if we solve this spatial scale 1 kilometer to let's say finer one, then we can have much better match. But so far this match is is a very great one as per their feedback. And summarizing this work, we have started with the very raw satellite observations, and we curate and create an AI model to fill those data seamlessly in a space and time. And then we grade this anthrogenomic part, which is delta, due to our local activities and weekly basis and daily basis, and we convert the back to this to emission rate. So that is where we are, and we are actually also collaborating some of this premium institute here in India to extend this work for Indian regions. And for IBM teams, we have 4 members working on this project, and 2 academic collaborators, and they are very distinguished academic collaborators like Hendrik, and Professor Kevin is basically created all these inventories available in US on GHG domain. So happy to take questions. Thanks.
Thank you for this great talk. So, do we have any questions from the audience? Please.
Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for this informative talk. I think it was really informative for somebody like me who works in remote sensing and satellite imagery. I just wanted to know that beyond the concept of emission, like the next step, if we have to think of, is like the exposure assessment with regard to like how the carbon dioxide emission is impacting the human health. Like, is some work being done in that regard, and how can we use the output from your IBM model, for the exposure assessment and further, analyze the impact of this on human health in that respect? Like,
excellent question. Thank you for asking this question. I think so. Why we did this monitoring is like it going to help for impact modeling. So one of the things you mentioned is take this output from this work and is become input for your impact modeling for human health or some other things. So for example, Saudi Arabia government has been using this for taking a lot of their decisions, right, where the emissions are coming. If you heard about the city called Neom, and they are also monitoring the emissions from that place. And one of the great thing about this approach is, which I have not mentioned, is that it can see everything. So there is no hiding place. If there is emissions happening in the ground, whether you like it or not, this method is going to map that, and this method is going to quantify that. So even if you have a very good existing system to monitor your power plant emissions, you can think about this as another validating points. And if the region does not have any of this mechanism, they can use this for quantifying their emission number. So there can be a number of impact assessment or modeling can be done on top of this this output. Yeah.
I think
Good morning, sir. There is an satellite image from where, based on the temporal and the spatial frequency, the pollution is assessed. So, is it based on the haziness of the image, or it is based on a reference point, or something like the core of the concept?
Sorry, I did not got the question. Can you repeat again?
So we have an image of an area, and we are assessing the pollution with the image.
Okay, so I think if I understand correctly, it's a problem of dispersion. How you are simulating the dispersion, right?
Right.
So some point, some emissions or some air quality things are coming bad, or some source is there, right? So the moment it comes to the atmosphere, right, it disperses. And think about an umbrella, right? If you unfold that umbrella, fold it, then it's just a stick. But unfold it, then it becomes like a canvas, right? So think about simulating such scenarios where you know the source, and you want to impose the dispersion process to follow that kind of distribution, right? So then that haziness is going to be much clear. Am I answering your question, or? Yes. Yes.
so. We have one more question here, right?
So you have to impose dispersion equations inside your network. It can be through.
So I think you can take this later. He will be available. So one more
Hi
question.
sir, it was a nice talk, but my question is, over India there is so sparse observation data, even no observation ground truth data is available. So when we are going to train the model, how we can do it without the ground truth level data? For CO2 especially, no ground truth data is available.
I think it's a great question, but the question here in this entire process, we use ground truth for validations, not for getting the emission number. I'm coming back. This satellite is global satellite.
Yeah.
So this satellite can, available for all these locations. So nothing stopping us for mapping this for India. The only physics part is left to understand is, because India we have a source as well as sink.
Yeah.
So how to consider the sink and source together? So that is the complexity in the modeling part, not in the data part. So in the validation of your emission numbers, India also have some of these power plant data, which are freely available. We can do that. I mean, we are planning to do that for sure. And you are right. Many of these fine-grained data are missing in this location.
Yeah, but sir, the OCO2, OCO3, GOSAT, both are very sparse. Not it's satellite data. Still, the resolution is not that fine. So how we'll do it? And for OCO2, it is like the 16-day gap. It is the observation period. But OCO3 is giving the regular data, but still it is not that much high resolution data. It is not given.
Yeah, it's approximately 1.5 kilometer by 2 kilometer, which is good enough for this kind of country scale emission map. But if you want to go for very zoom city scale road by or house by house, then of course it is not sufficient resolution.
And the uncertainty in both in OCO2,
So I think, we can take it later, right?
Maybe we can talk
so
after.
Yeah. So I had just a curiosity in the same line actually. Like, will the 3D building models which has been published in the last 1 or 2 years, will they help?
Absolutely,
in this case?
absolutely. I was looking for enhancing this entire things while using this building data, right? Because it is going to help us to pinpoint those dispersion questions he asked, right? More precisely, if you have some sort of these 3D volumetric building maps, that's going to help us for sure.
Yeah. So it was really nice to have Kamal with us, and yeah, we like to. Do we have the memento? Yeah. So I met Kamal first time in 2019 IGERS, right? And yeah, we had like a really long technical discussion back then, and it's wonderful that so many years down the line, and now he's even more in managerial position. Still, he's much grounded to the technical topics even now. Yeah. Okay. So our next speaker is Professor Nipun Batra. Nipun Batra is an associate professor in the computer science at IIT Gandhinagar, where he leads the sustainability lab. He previously completed his postdoc from University of Virginia and his PhD from IIT Delhi as a TCS PhD fellow. His group develops AI-powered solutions for critical sustainability challenges, including smart buildings, air quality monitoring, and wearable healthcare technologies. Professor Batra will today talk about from space to policy, AI as an end-to-end decision engine for air quality.
Thank you for the introduction, Sudeepa. I've been born and brought up in Delhi, so my lungs very well know the air pollution problem here. Sometimes, in fact, when I'm not in Delhi, my lungs, I get unwell because they're used to the pollution, and there's so much flux of clean air makes it a little hard for me. So there's no point in discussing this in detail that most of the polluted cities are in, many of the polluted cities are in India. Unfortunately, the monitoring network is very sparse with only about 600 monitoring stations. It looks like a big number, but we'll contextualize this. And unfortunately, the health and economic burden have been rising yearly. So we want to take this question that can we use AI to help the sensing and decision gaps. Throughout my talk, I'm going to refer to this image where we look at 4 different layers of air pollution stack and how AI can be embedded in them. Starting with the emissions, I'm very happy that that Kamal already talked about emissions in the previous talk. We'll go to modeling. I think he also touched upon modeling to some extent, and then sensing with using concentration monitors. Finally, coming to decisions and how to make the policy support. So I'll start with emissions. I'll be talking about a very specific type of air pollution cause, which is known as brick kiln, or popularly in Hindi is known as mitti ke bhatte. You might have seen a lot of these when you're traveling by the trains across India. Sometimes you may just think of them as sugarcane plants or anything with a chimney. So brick kilns are the structures with chimneys which are used to create bricks. And they can account about 8 to 14% as per some estimates of the air pollution in India. Now, the demand for bricks is only increasing over time as India builds more. So the question is that what can we do to reduce this amount of pollution? The first important gap which we found out was if you go to any air quality conference, they may disagree on a lot of things, but what they'll agree on is that they have to disagree on their models for emissions. Like what pollutes Delhi's air, what pollutes some cities' air. One report says that it is vehicles. Another report says vehicles are not at all important. So the emission inventory, which is the first part in reducing the pollution, stands to be an important aspect, which is often not very accurate. So we wanted to build this emission inventory for brick kilns. They are very unorganized. So they're also largely under-monitored. We do not know where these brick kilns are and how much they're polluting. So we convert this problem into a computational problem. We can look at brick kilns from satellite imagery. Given sufficiently high resolution imagery, you can see the structure, you can see the chimney, you can see the nearby oval or rectangular shaped structure. We then use the state-of-the-art object detection models, including some of the foundational models, as Kamal was mentioning, like Prithvi, Tessera, Galileo, etc. We importantly can then do class-aware detection, so which gives us the 2-3 different classes of brick kilns. One of these class, which is known as fixed chimney bull kiln, is inefficient. The newer one, zigzag, is very efficient. It can reduce the emissions about 40%. And fortunately, this is a win-win scenario for the stakeholders, because not only does it reduce pollution, it also gives the better yield for the bricks. So with some investment, we can reduce the pollution problem here. Importantly, we want to create these simulation scenarios where we can see that how much is an impact of this brick kiln and of a certain policy. And everyone keeps blaming nothing happens in Delhi. Every year we know this is the same sort of problem. But fortunately, if we look at the conversion of kilns to the more efficient kiln, almost all the kilns in and around Delhi NCR have been converted to zigzag. So very positive change. And in the absence of technology such as the one we are proposing, we cannot measure such change. We cannot measure the impact of such policies. So we ended up creating this huge database of brick kilns, about 62,000 kilns. This was a slightly outdated number. Now we have about 80,000 brick kiln database going from Afghanistan to Bangladesh, because air quality, air pollution knows no borders. And we have also made it publicly available on Sentinel dataset. So while for training purposes, we ended up using slightly higher resolution imagery, but for providing this to the researchers, we are making it available on the freely Sentinel imagery. Now, we want to go beyond detection and into compliance. Like I mentioned, the first case, kiln technology evolution in Delhi. This looks like a beautiful graph where the zigzag kilns, which are the more efficient ones, have seen a massive uptake as compared to the FCBK, which have gone down. But if we do the same analysis for other cities, including Lucknow, including the other big cities in the Indo-Gangetic plain, unfortunately, the numbers have not gone down for the inefficient classes. Unfortunately, these brick kilns also violate a lot of the government regulations. They should not be very close to each other. They should not be close to hospitals, not close to water bodies, not close to schools. But about 70% of them are non-compliant. But the important caveat here is that should we just close all of them down? So this is also a more broader question of what AI can enable. There are also livelihoods at stake. So therefore, a very careful, considerate approach has to be taken with such sources. It's also a source of livelihood, not just pollution. Now I'll move on to the second aspect. The question that we now want to answer is, how do we reduce, what action to take to reduce the air pollution in a specific city? In order to do that, we have to resort to modeling. This is slightly different modeling than what a lot of you might be expecting in terms of AI. So typically for any air pollution related effect, we have to look at the emissions, which Kamal was also pointing out. Emission would mean figuring out the sources of pollution and knowing their flux, or at the rate at which they're emitting. This would be brick kilns emit at this kg per hour, solar and the thermal power plants are emitting at this rate. Once we know that at a graded level, and we know the meteorological data, we can feed into these very specifically built models, which are these WRF, CAMX like models, which a lot of atmospheric scientists would know. They would eventually give you a high resolution map with the PM concentration. So therefore, if you have to go from emission, so previous talk we're going from concentration to emission, now we're going from emission to concentration. But the reason why we are specifically looking at this as decision support system is, now you want to answer the question, should I cut traffic by using odd even? Should I construct a new highway? Which of them will reduce the concentration in a specific part of your city? The only way to do that is either you change the metrology, which we should not, we cannot, or reduce the emissions. Now, which emission tweaking would lead to some amount of change in pollution? We can get through this process. Now, unfortunately, many of these models which we are showing, WRF, CAMX like models, these are physical and chemical transport models. They'll talk about things like dispersion, how the different chemicals will react to create PM 2.5 and other, how the gases will be formed. These are computationally expensive and they do require a lot of domain expertise. Similar to what Shiv was mentioning, we have to talk to a lot of collaborators in science and atmospheric sciences who are working on such kind of model to even set up these complex Fortran code on HPC systems. But instead, we are going to replace all of them with an AI emulator. So AI emulators will take the input from these models, get the output from these models, and then learn the mapping, the functional mapping between them. And we also assume that either you feed in the physics or you are able to learn in the physics automatically. These will show some amount of errors. They will not be, because they're using the simulator from WRF output to learn, but they will be orders of magnitude quicker. So generating such temperature graphs or some other wind speed, etc. graph is on the order of 5-10,000x quicker. So therefore, these kinds of models, emulators, will be very important when we have to talk about decision support system, especially with a lot of tweaking, a lot of experimentation to be done here. I'm currently showing the results from our emulator work, which is primarily for the WRF, which is the meteorological data. We have not yet worked on the WRF CAMX one. One of the reasons, hard to set up. Now I'll go on to the third layer, which is sensing. Can anyone tell me why does Delhi only come in the news about air quality? Delhi has the most number of sensors per square foot in India. Does it mean that Agra is less polluted? Does it mean Moradabad is less polluted? No, they don't have sensors. So, does it mean that people in Delhi who have access to air purifiers, access to work from home, access to a lot of such facilities should be more privileged compared to the other people who have equal, if not more amount of pollution? So there is this huge inequity which is created because of the lack of access to air pollution data. And air pollution data in Delhi is very normalized. So it becomes a norm. Okay, we are only 200 microgram per meter cube. We are about 3x better than Delhi. So we are okay. We'll only lose 5 years of our life compared to people in Delhi losing 10 years of their life. The question, if you, in the graph, you can see that we have about 600 CPCB sensors for a population of about 1.5 billion people. Now, we may think that this seems like a good number. The sensors are very expensive. But if you compare it against US, China, Germany, UK, we are doing pretty bad on the people per station. Sometimes the argument might be that, numbers are pretty bad because we are very populous, but China is not less populous. So the numbers on people per station for China are about 10x better than us. The stations per 1,000 kilometers, we have Germany, UK have about 1.5 station per 1,000 kilometers. We are at 0.19, significantly worse. So we want to install more sensors. There are rules of thumb which suggest we should have about 5,000 sensors in India, as opposed to the 600 number that we have. Where should we install the next sensor? Delhi, another part of Delhi, another part of Bombay, or Hyderabad, Chennai? No. So we want to take this as a scientific, data-driven, information theoretic approach, where we'll say that we want to install sensors by which, if we have installed those, the prediction throughout India will improve. So with the current set of sensors, if we build a model, we predict on the next set of, on the whole of India, we want the prediction to be very accurate. So we treat this as a subset of machine learning, which is known as active learning. You want to be very careful in putting a next set of sensors, which will give you the maximum information gain. Now, typically, such kinds of work in the CS domain has been done via something known as, you have n possible places where you could put sensors. So think of dividing India in a grid of 3 by 3 kilometer, 5 by 5 kilometer, something like that. You'll have a huge grid with this n potential places where you could put a sensor. Now this is the n choose k problem. Choose k sensors out of these n with the information theoretic framework. This turns out to be computationally infeasible. There are some greedy approximations to this. Choose a sensor one at a time, but that also turns out infeasible for a scale of India. So we completely flip the problem. We will not choose k out of n. We will learn where to put the sensor via just gradient descent procedures. So I learn k latitude, longitude locations directly as a part of this optimization procedure. So we convert the problem from a discrete optimization to a continuous optimization, get massive speed ups. And with this approach, if we now install sensors, So everyone knows in the field that mutual information is the best method, but we cannot solve that because that's n choose k. So our approach, gradient descent mutual information, can get you the errors or the prediction errors to be comparable to that, but being 1000x or sometimes 10,000x quicker. I'll come on to the last bit now. So fortunately or unfortunately, a lot of decisions which are taken are perhaps not very data driven about what intervention should we make to reduce the pollution in India. So we hope that we can put this data, this air quality data and related data, in the hands of citizens, in the hands of policymakers, in the hands of journalists. Now, typically, if you had to do that, you would have to reduce the science, policy, and information gap. So if you have to answer questions like which cities reduce PM 2.5 relative to NCAP funding, you'll have to hire a data scientist, or you'll have to have another dashboard, some software engineer create that. So the data is there. It's a lack of these executional query-driven analytics which we wanted to enable. So the dashboards, if you look at this will give you a static snapshot. It will give you some snapshot of some pre-specified set of questions. But let's say if I want to ask something else. So in contrast, let me show a tool called VayuChat. So this enables access to multiple such data sets via natural language. Which city has the highest average PM 2.5? This will now, with the natural language, will prompt the CPCB and the other databases, fetch you the answer, then create a response. This is the second version of this app. The earlier version, we used to generate the entire code. Now we've made it significantly faster by instead giving you the function calls, which have been pre-specified. So PM 2.5 trends, earlier you'd have to again be a data scientist, fetch the data, make these visualizations. Importantly, you also get the generated code, so you can do the verification at your end. Rank the top 10 polluted cities. Has anyone here heard the name Briniath? But Delhi is the most polluted place, right? Yes, this is in northeast and turns out to be more polluted than Delhi. Is it a sensor anomaly? Probably not. This is actually an industrial area. So therefore, data will play a very important in shaping the narratives. We can also then do some kind of analysis with respect to meteorology conditions. Does wind speed play an important part? Unfortunately, we may not agree, but many times in India, in Delhi, the problem is once the pollutants are there, it is the meteorology which will be deciding. Sorry, just 1 second. So in order to enable such applications, we ended up creating a benchmark of these question answer pairs, which contains these 5,000 plus A quality queries and the corresponding Python code which has been created. We have these multiple data sets, CPCB, NCAP. NCAP tells how much money the different government organizations have put to reduce pollution, state population area. You can get things like the overall exposure, the amount of pollution, the population exposed. And we have these different categories of data sets. But we wanted to go beyond this. And what I'm now showing you is very bleeding edge. So we want to create, it's in pipeline called something called AQGPT. We want to answer more broader questions, not just related to air quality or some specific kind of questions. We want to provide these modeling layers which I mentioned. So all of the previous work which I'd shown, we want to integrate all of that into a single natural language framework where you have the modeling with WRF CAMX, you have the CPCB data, you have the satellite data, you have the data processing intelligence, and finally the interface layer. But I think it's better to just show a demo of this prototype. So if we want to take questions like which stations are the worst right now, this will again be a data-driven answer. This is not a chat GPT giving you some random hallucination. This will be some function calls. We can go and look at the air quality trends. So again, a different kind of a function call. Now we get into the more interesting things. Wind patterns. Now if they have to decide what specific action to take when the wind patterns are like this. Should I now close the Badarpur plant for 2 days, or should I do something else in Bhavana, right? So these are the kinds of decisions. We can also then look at different sources as well as look at the Tropomi NO2 data. We can figure out the different sources of pollution. Some of this would be object detection or machine learning pipelines running live to give you the different sources, including brick kilns. We can then also look at the interventions. If a specific intervention is applied, so the entire model or the emulator which we spoke about will run under the hood, and then we'd be able to get the corresponding reduction. I'd finally end by saying that we are always looking for people to join us towards shaping a sustainable future. So that I like to end my talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Nipun, for this wonderful talk. Considering we are running a bit late, we can take one question from the audience. Yeah.
Excellent talk, and I think it's quite impactful. But I was wondering if you can collect the suit and make some paint or something, because this is only giving you numbers. All you can say is move out of Delhi, but that is not the solution what we want.
Yeah, so that's a yes.
Like,
so that is an excellent point. That how do we move to interventions? Firstly, I think we wanted to enable that what interventions to take, so that some random intervention which looks politically correct is not advertised. At the same point, I will also say that there is a lot of groundwork to be done. Fortunately, I have been talking to some people. Like everyone says that Parali is a big problem. I've shown brick kilns to be a problem, but I've spoken to people who are taking the parali and they're taking the stubble, and they're taking that as a fuel for brick kilns. Now, this solves two problems with one stone. So at least first a good quantification, and then having proper scientific studies on the interventions is important before we jump the gun and take some pseudoscientific solutions which are not. So, I mean, we have no dearth of pseudoscientific solutions currently.
so, no, what I meant to say is like, is a vehicular pollution less in comparison to whatever work you have done?
Okay, the question is vehicular pollution less or not? I would say that is exactly why we need the kind of studies we have been proposing, because there are multiple studies and the difference between the estimates is more than 100%. So I am not sure which study is the correct one. Multiple studies, some studies say that it is very important, some say they are not very important.
Okay.
So it's a hard question at this point.
So we don't know the answer yet?
Not yet.
So I hope Nipun will be available for some more time around, right? So the others who have some question, you can just catch Nipun for more chat. So I'll be presenting Nipun with the memento. Our next speaker is Dr. Manish Modani. Dr. Manish Modani has nearly 2 decades of experience and has made pioneering contributions in hybrid computing with impactful work spanning generative AI, weather and climate sciences, quantum technologies, and high-performance computing. He has played a significant role in several major national missions, including the National Superconducting Mission, Mission Mausam, the National Quantum Mission. Dr. Modani is currently a principal solution architect at NVIDIA Graphics Private Limited. Prior to joining NVIDIA, he spent a decade at IBM. Most interestingly, he holds a PhD from IIT Delhi itself, from Center of Atmospheric Science. Today, Dr. Modani will talk on accelerated computing and generative AI for environmental and climate science.
अरे चाची इतना सारा खाना पर आपके हाथ का अचार गायब।
धूप निकलेगी तभी तो अचार तैयार होगा। भगवान जाने इस मौसम का। बार बार छत पे भागते रहो, एक यही काम रह गया मेरा।
आपके घुटने कैसे हैं चाची?
अगर ऐसा मौसम रहा ना तो एक दिन ये भी खत्म हो जाएंगे।
मेरे पास एक इलाज है चाची, ये देखो।
फोन पे?
हाँ, धूप कब निकलेगी मतलब आम कब सुखाने हैं, सर्दी कब पड़ेगी मतलब घुटने कब बचाने हैं, ये सब आपके फोन पे।
ये सब तुम्हें कैसे पता है?
मेरी कंपनी है ना, उसका ऐप है ये। मौसम से हम सबको फर्क पड़ता है चाची। पता हो मौसम कब बदलेगा तो हम कई चीजों की तैयारी कर सकते हैं, आपके अचार की भी।
अरे वाह, तू तो कमाल का वेदरमैन निकला।
Weather is a hidden layer of insight that can predict how we feel and the decisions we make, the foods we crave, and how and where we satisfy our appetite. We drink more fizzy drinks when it rains and eat more yogurt when it's windy. Indoor paint sales increase when there is above the average wind. Hand and body lotion sales increase when there is no cloud coverage. Auto gas sales spike when temperatures are colder than average. Arthritis and COPD can increase on specific days. You can get...
Hello everyone. First of all, thanks for giving me chance to be here. As said, I am PhD from here. It's an emotional moment for me. So thanks. And I am seeing various professors sitting now here. I am feeling a bit hesitant also to speak. But I started with the opportunity to show that I am actor also. I am very bad, but show that. This is filmed on me when I was in my previous job at IBM. But wanted to say that we need precise weather. We need what impact us. We get the city level or district level weather, but we need our location, farm is specific to make our decision. Unknowingly, we make all decisions, depends on weather. We need the high resolution weather or the weather forecast which impacts us. And I am going to cover that. Before starting that, if you would like to scan this. This is our conference, which is going to happen next month, the technical conference from NVIDIA, free to register. Everyone can register and hear the various talks. They will be available on videos, right? So let's start. As I said, we need high resolution weather forecasts. Right now, what we do, particularly our government, what we get the forecast from India Meteorology Department, that is around 9 kilometer resolution on an average. We have the 6 kilometer resolution model also that is coming. But what we need is in meters, the resolution. And that needs multiple times of compute, which will say that if we go the current approach or traditional numerical weather forecast approach where equations are solved, we write the code that takes significant time to solve. And that much compute will be possible by 2016 if we go with current approach. And we can't wait that long, right? We need to have now, that is the now. So to address that concern, we would like to use AI, and I will come on AI part, how we can embrace AI, in particularly in weather part or climate part, how to make forecasts using AI in minutes for a given location, right? Before that, as the name suggests, I am from NVIDIA. Everyone would like to know why NVIDIA is where we are. So 1 or 2 slides on that. First of all, we have the solution. In IIT Delhi also now we have 400 GPU cluster is installed. Hope all of you already have access, or otherwise soon you will have access to that. There are many GPUs there, but one bigger cluster also installed, right? So NVIDIA is, as said, that we started in 1993 as a gaming company. 2005 we started using those gaming cards for number crunching, what we do in the numerical processing or any process what we do. Then we started with the after that in 2012 the AI era came, and that's where we are leading with Gen AI and what we are doing now, seeing the versions now. Almost 90% of the any AI job they run on NVIDIA GPU. Now why those are on NVIDIA GPUs? Because the GPUs are being democratized in one way. We have our own CPU, GPU, DPU, but what we did is we have our own system which is DGX, but at the same time these GPUs are fit into other system which we call HGX, which is by HP, Dell and all. So everybody has access to those GPUs and they start working on that. We have our libraries, which I talked in next slide. Then we have application framework. And with that, various across domain, you will see all innovations are coming up. All work is going on, right? So main part for developer, many developers, they do not want to bother about underneath architecture. Today you have one architecture access, tomorrow you have other architecture. Today you have on-prem access, and tomorrow you might be using the same on Colab or Amazon, right? The same thing should work. Ideally, the developer want that. To make that, we have various frameworks. These are across domain. Any domain you are working, you will find those. I am sharing only few of them, but you can take name of your domain, you will find those. These are open source. So by the way, whatever I will talk today, everything is open source, freely available. Only you need infra where to run, and you are able to run that, right? So we have, say, co-opt, that is solving the optimization problem. We talk about traffic problem. We have the factory layout. Anything we can solve using co-opt. We have CoDSS, that is for data science. Similarly, CoLitho for chip designing. This is being used. For today's interest of talk, I will talk more about Earth-2. That is the library for weather and climate. And later on, I will come to the Indian side of a story, how it is helping in India, and how to have better forecast on that. Before that, one thing which I was told, that just to share what tools are being used across domain, across globe, and which are the key. One of the tool is what we are using in NVIDIA, where our approximately 70% of engineers are using, is automatic coding. It generates the Python code, as well as now we started generating Fortran code, which is very common in earth science domain, right? The objective here to show the same is being used for drug discovery, designing new molecules. Even you, while interacting with these tools, one can say we do not want these kind of molecules, or these are prohibited in that, and these are helping across the globe research. They are being awarded for Golden Bell and other awards. All these frameworks are being awarded. The good thing is they are scalable also. You can have larger problem and scale them, deploy. So whatever you are doing now, coding and all, try to interact with that. The good thing what Dr. Shiv morning, and it was asked, what is the next version of AI? I mean, will it replace fully human? That was the question, right? My answer to how I see, it's our tendency, if I spend 10 minutes for work today, I want to spend tomorrow, say, 8 minutes. I want to optimize that. I don't want to spend 10 minutes again tomorrow. Now we reduce that with AI, whatever work we are doing in, say, a week, if we can do in hours, we are there to think more problem, address more problem to solve that. And AI is here to augment us, not to replace us. That's, I take it in that way, right? So try to use these tools in your day-to-day research. If you have any issues, please connect us. We are here to help, but adopt these and advance your research. Let's start towards environmental side. So there are generally in weather or any domain, my previous speakers also talk about Kamal and Dr. Nipun, that air pollution problem or any other problem. Generally we have simulations, which is traditional approach, what we are doing right now, which are more accurate. We solve any partial differential equation with certain boundary condition. We try to address the what they say source problem. When the pollution comes, we use point Dirac delta function to solve it, or maybe line source, area source. There are different ways to address that. So that's where we take the simulation. We try to take those data, train the model, and then the key part is visualization. If we have interactive visualization, then we can understand what will be the impact over the area of particular output, and then we try to address that, right? So one of the thing and I will introduce more on Earth-2, but this package being used, many commercial company. The video I shown, the IBM, that was filmed in 2020. That time itself, we were giving the forecast, the weather company, it's the same company. If you do a Google, the first result comes from weather.com, the same company. They give the weather forecast at 500 meter by 500 meter. How they can do that? They run the weather model across the globe, but that is GPU enabled. That is already accelerated. So they can run in an hour for whole globe. What I suggested that IMD or NCAR in US, They run, say, a 6-kilometer job. It takes around 5 to 6 hours to run the job on the fastest supercomputer, right? So that's the difference they were bringing when the code is GPU enabled, and that could run in every 5 minutes. One used to get the update for every 500 meter by 500 meter, right? So this is another commercial company, Tomorrow.io. They uses our AI techniques with Earth-2. They could resolve the satellite imagery, and they could make better forecast, and which is being used commercially across the globe, right? Earth-2 is a package where one can start their journey by exploration, then development, then deployment. All is available. Again, I say you can try on your GPU, whatever GPU you have, you can try and start doing that, right? Every stage is there, and one can start work on that. Now would like to come towards modeling side, what models are available and how they can do. So the Earth-2 is, as I said, is a package, a container. What we say, it's an image where you download the container, you get all these codes available, and you can start working them. As Dr. Nipun said, sometimes WRF and other model, they are very complicated model. Installing those, their dependent library and other things takes a lot of time. In my PhD time, that used to be task that MM5 is installed and we are able to run. That used to take 2 months, 3 months, something like that. Now with this container thing, just to download and you can have it. ForecastNet is NVIDIA's model that we have, but at the same time, we have support for all other model what is available globally. These are being used globally, the AI-driven model, data-driven model. Once the model train on a particular area, you can do inferencing. Within a minute, you can get results. So these are for weather forecast. These models all are available in one container. Just click to start. This is the ForecastNet, how we make the forecast, and it is available like every time step we progress. This is SFNO based approach we use, and with that we are able to make forecast. I am not going deeper, but every time step we make forecast as we do traditionally. The other challenge what we see with AI driven these models, generally these are, the output is 25 kilometer by 25 kilometer. 0.25 degree by 0.25 degree, which is again coarse resolution. We want higher resolution. For that, another utility is available, which we call it as a Cordif, which gives the downscaling, whatever output you have. Once you train this utility, next is only inferencing. And within a few minutes, you are getting the 0.25 degree output can be resolved to few meters also, or kilometers, whatever way we want to train. So this is one-time investment, but your inferencing is faster within a few minutes. And this is being used now across the globe. One example of this is Taiwan study, where we worked and tried to resolve the eye of what they get the, the hurricane they were getting. But they at 25 kilometer resolution, we are not able to resolve the eye. But with the Cordif downscaling, we can see the eye of where it is hitting, where it is making landfall. And this is a real-time study. I will come back to India side also. Before that, would like to introduce one more offering what is coming from India, that is we call climate in a bottle. So this is what if scenario someone would like to understand, particularly when we go for disaster management and all. At the given place, what was there before, how it changed. Was there water? Was there a lake? Will it evaporate? And how it looks like. For that, we came up with a model we call climate in a bottle. Here we need input is only 4 parameter. What we want to look, day of the year, time of the day, sea surface temperature, and that is conditional input if we want to give more input. But these 3 input, if we give, it gives the output and gives the image what it was there. And this is in couple of minutes you get it. We do not need much data. Here one can play with this, have various kind of scenario, and this helps to, as I said, insurance sector, disaster management, many other sectors. And even if we do the AI, many times the satellite image, someone was talking about images are not correct, we can have those images corrected using this C bottle. Again, this is open source, easily available. One can start and using it. Now, before ending my talk, I would like to talk about some Indian scenario, how it is helping, and where we did the research on that. So first of all, in India, measuring temperature is easy. So we try to measure temperature particularly in the UP area, using this AI-driven tools, and we found that 99% accurate with these tools. With the observation, we measured it, and that everyone said that is, temperature forecast or measuring is easier thing, and which is true. But this kind of a study being used for wildfire insurance, again disaster management, renewable energy also, they are using these tools now, happening in India. Another thing is, in India, we all talk about monsoon, right? You all might have heard, this is the news that can we predict the monsoon, how it is, and onset of monsoon is a right or not with forecasting. We try to study that. What we did is divide India, and this is with Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology. With them, we did that study. We divided India into 5 parts because it's a big thing, and try to validate over that zone how the monsoon looks like, right? We try to use the ERA5 data, which is open source available. And then with that, we try to train and validate, and then finally testing we did. I am writing there on left side, even on A100 GPU, how long it took. You see the total is about 18 hours to train the model for full India. Here what we did is, we take the model which is globally trained, one fully trained with the global data. Another case we took trained only this zone, whatever we are showing here. And then we try to compare those results. These are the results. What we are showing now is we compared here all the available model. One is Google GraphCast, another one is ForecastNet, another one is the traditional model what Indian government is using. We found that the model trained over India with the Indian specific data, that gives the better result than even traditional approach. And this is being further validated before making it operational, right? So with that, I would like to take a pause. If further question, I'm on time, or thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Manish. So we have time for, let's say, a couple of questions.
An accuracy of 90% is challenging one, and also what is the best forecast you gave in a long way, kind of like sub-seasonal or forecasting? What are the most best forecast?
So first of all, 2 corrections. You are making good question. I am talking about here only temperature forecast, right? I did not ask. So temperature variable forecasting 90% or 99% accuracy is not unusual. I mean, any model can do that.
Is this LST or land surface temperature, or?
Yeah, land surface temperature. So that is not this thing. And we made forecast here up to 7 days and try to compare it. Okay. So this is AI driven. So regular model you run, you need some hours or setup, and that it is in a minute we get this forecast. That's what I shown here. This is for monsoon forecast, and that's where we found this useful when with the model trained only over India with ERA5 data. Still the work is in progress, and further work is going on. Because weather validation, one case doesn't make sense. We need to validate over the year and so on. Hence, I would say still preliminary result, but we are having positive direction in that.
So I'm curious whether NVIDIA has also done some work for flash flood prediction?
Not directly, but yes, indirect ways we have done that. Flood is again, as a personal my knowledge, flood is a mix of many phenomena,
Yes,
right?
sure.
So with our digital twin, we are trying to visualize the cities now, and with that the flow also come into picture, CFD come into picture, and weather side also come into picture. So that we are trying to do. Still, I'd say you will see some studies soon in GTC. You will see some announcement on that, but actual forecast will take little more time. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Same with the case of forest fire, right? Where it starts, so we are giving the conducive condition where it can spread and how it will go further. But predicting the forecast fire, where it will happen exactly place, is a difficult task. That's the reality now. Yeah.
Okay. So, so much thank you, Dr. Manish. I would like to present you with a minute. Okay. So with this, I will hand over to my colleague, Dr. Anu.
Great, thank you, Sudeepan. With this, we now move on to the second session of today, which is going to be on AI for materials and chemistry and physical sciences. So again, we have three speakers. So So the first speaker for this session is Dr. Ajay Sethi. Dr. Ajay Sethi is the founder of Open Science Stack, a non-profit initiative building the digital public infrastructure for AI-powered self-driving labs. Over the past 2 years, OSS has been developing OSS as a platform that enables researchers to run wet lab or real-world experiments by leveraging the best-in-class AI models for experiment execution, instrument control, and robotic controls-based automation, etc. So he has, prior to OSS, he has spent more than a decade in Axel India, one of India's leading venture capital firms, which has invested over $2 billion in Indian startups. During his time there, he worked closely with more than 150 startups across the sectors and stages, including companies such as Browser Stack, CleverTap, JustPay, Swiggy, Urban Company, and Vedantu. So basically, if you have any questions on how to get started with your company or get going, he is the person to go. And now he is getting into this space of AI for materials and self-driving labs. An exciting talk. Over to you. Just a request to all the audience, please keep your mobile phones on the silent mode. And to all the speakers, please, we are running a bit late on time, so 17 minutes for the talk and 3 minutes for question answers would enable all the audience to ask questions. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you. All right, so let's get started. Talk is a little different from what you're going to hear the whole of today. It's a little bit more on the engineering side, less on the computer science or the science side. My background, I'm computer science and engineering student. That's used to be called in IIT Bombay. I think that's what it's called in IIT Delhi also. While I was doing my PhD, I thought I was a computer scientist. But I decided I was not, because I joined industry, I became an engineer. So I like building things. I'll talk about what we're building right now. Right? And the intent is to actually talk about what it takes for us to build self-driving labs. Right? So that's the goal. And I think the idea is very, very all around us. I think if you look around in academia, there are tons of different initiatives building self-driving labs, which are basically labs that use AI and automation to run experiments in a loop, right, without human involvement. Bunch of things, I'm not going to talk about it, you know all about these. That was just a subset, there are many, many more, right? So there's all around us. That's also true in startup world. Many of these startups, and this is a very small set of startups that have been funded, right, many more started. Many of these have raised excess of $30, $40, $50 million in the first round. So this is a really hot topic, very much important topic, because it cuts down the time. For example, in drug discovery, typically takes 13 years, $2 billion, cuts that down significantly. Right? So there's lots of work being done, and the question therefore becomes, how does one And I think a lot of work is being done in India also. So the question then becomes, how does one actually start building the self-driving lab? Right. The first question, first thing to ask and answer is, what is a self-driving lab? Like I said, it's basically two parts: AI models and automation. Right. Automation means robotics, right? So you want robots to run the experiments in the real world, and you want the AI models to help figure out what to do, right? So that's at the high level. But when you actually start building the SDL, self-driving lab, you got to do many more things. For example, you have to figure out how will you do user management. So these are all engineering tasks, these are all boring tasks, but someone's got to do it, right? So you have to figure out how do you do user management, which should honor privacy, security, other good things that you want. You should be able to figure out how does an experiment get submitted, how does it get run, what's the schedule of that. You should be able to handle the samples and materials that come into the lab and go out of the lab. There should be a runtime engine which basically allows you to schedule the experiments. It should have enough safety protocol envelope so that it doesn't it makes sure that the instruments in the lab don't get destroyed because the AI hallucinated while it suggested some parameters. It should also have the possibility that the lab need not be 100% fully automated. There should be some mix of human manual intervention possible, right? So it could be fully automated, it could be semi-automated, it could be a fully manual lab. And there should obviously be auditability and traceability, because that's what is needed to make sure that your experiments repeatable, reproducible, and so on and so forth. And there should be error handling. So tons of what in IIT Bombay we call ghodagiri work, right? Someone's got to do it, right? So that's basically what, if one can actually build all of that, then everyone else who comes later need not rebuild them, right? You don't have to reinvent the wheel, which is what Open Science Stack started saying, that let's build all of this, because most of the people here are going to be interested in the science part of it, not as much on the engineering side of it. So if someone can build and make these available as open platform, then hopefully everyone can go faster, right? So that's basically the premise, and that's basically what the Open Science Stack does, and which is what the symbol or the logo on the right-hand side. So whenever you see that logo, that's what we have already done, we have already built, right? So let's talk about, if all of that has been built, then let's talk about more interesting things, right? And interesting things are what AI models can be built, right? Now, most of us typically hear about the foundation models, your OpenAI, Anthropic, Gemini, and so on and so forth. But I think more interesting thing is to actually start breaking that down into components, into the modular. Look at a little more modularly. On the right-hand side, that's your left-hand side. On your left-hand side, you will see the what's called scientific reasoning and planning loop, which is where most of the work is being done across the world, which is figuring out all the literature that has been published. What should be the what should the researchers, how researchers can use them to come up with better hypothesis. Maybe go even a step further, figure out how can you design the experiment well so that you can run the experiments more efficiently. Those experiments need to get actually done in labs, right? Whatever the AI comes up with, which is what's on the right-hand side. So the top loop outside is the experiment optimization loop. So you have to figure out how to run experiments in the optimal way so that you can converge faster. And inside that is an instrument control loop, because you actually have to run the experiments on real instruments, which could be a characterization instrument, it could be synthesis instruments. But one way or another, you have to figure out that you need to do that. So let's look at the three individually, bottom up this time, right? Typically you look at top down, but when you actually have to do experiments in the lab, you basically look at one single instrument. How do I make sure that instrument gives me the best results possible, right? So for that, the scope of that AI model, whatever you build, will be one instrument. It will give you parameters, what should be the parameters for measurement, so that you can the best yield out of that, best image, best results out of that. The time horizon for that is milliseconds to minutes. It's very short, it needs to run really fast, and that is per instrument. It's an instrument control model. A level above that is the experiment optimization model, which needs to control across these instruments, many instruments. It needs to figure out what's the best way to control that. and also how to run those experiments in an iteration, right? So that you can converge faster. Or in sometimes abandon the experiment if it's not converging, so you don't waste time and money, right? And on top, the highest level is this cross-experiment, model, which basically typically we have been using LLMs, but hopefully, and I think we are hearing from many people, we will eventually get to a point where we have domain-specific foundation models, right? So those are 3 levels, right? And that's what we need to build. And this modular approach helps you to build a better system, right? So now let's look at the bottom 2, because the foundation models have been built by many people. So I'm going to talk more about the experiment, actually running the experiments, the lab part of the story. All right. So that is, I'm part of the material session, so I'm using example from that. I'm not a domain expert, so if there's any mistake, please let me know after the session. Don't tell me in front of everyone, but but ignore that mistake, right? But let's say you're fabricating a quantum device, right? So typically the first step in that is that you basically, you want to test all these devices and make sure that they have, you identify the best fabricated devices, the devices that don't have defects, right? So that's what I learned is called Golden 5, right? So that typically takes, you typically use AFM, and you basically use that to scan. Now manual scanning of that typically takes 5 to 10 minutes, and therefore if you have hundreds of junctions, then it might take a day or 2, right? Can we go faster? And can we do a better job of collecting that data, right? And that's where basically one has to start thinking about how can you get AI involved in that, right? So to do that, and to do that in a generic way, so that today you're using one vendor's AFM machine, tomorrow you might have to use someone else's. How do you specify in a generic way? Given my background in compilers, parallel compilers, high performance computing, I think what we basically started thinking about, can we generalize that? Can we standardize that? Here are 2 possibilities for 2 of the top level logical actions by which users can specify their requirements as well the intent, right? First one is called measure roughness, and second one is called map topography. So basically that allows researchers to specify the requirements, in a generic way, right? And all of this is, can then be run on a specific machine, and that machine can actually use a specific AI model to do it, right? So all of this work that I'm talking about is in conjunction with Anup and Indrajit. I think maybe there's Megha also here. Yeah, she's here. Okay. So that's basically the work we're doing together with the team here. Right. So let's say we want to use this ILA model for controlling the AFM, right? And if you want to know more about ILA, contact Indrajit. He'll tell you more about it. But what I'll talk to you about is this, right? So what happens is, and this happens with every researcher, you have one model that you have built for one lab, right? Which has access to one machine, in this case, NanoSurf, right? Now the question is, that's good, but how do we take it to more machines? There are hundreds, actually, as per at least the study that I've done, there are thousands such AFM machines in India, right? So won't it be nice and wonderful if this one AFM model can run across all the machines in India, all the AFM machines? To do that, we will have to figure out how do we do the mapping, because it's possible that other labs have other machines from other vendors, right? So that high level thing that I showed you last slide needs to get converted into these low level tasks, which are machine dependent tasks, which is typically a work that a compiler does, right? So that's what basically we want to do, and if we were able to do it, you will get orders of magnitude x, 1000x or so benefit from it, right? So that's one part of it. I'll skip this because that gets into too many details. But the second part is, once you have done that, once you figured out what are your top 5, the best top 5% of the junctions, now you want to actually start doing the next step, right? You have to actually go deeper and figure out which of those, at below the surface level, which of those, junctions can actually be, it's called the sacrificial, you use STEM basically to figure out which of those machines actually have the right quality, so that you can then send it to the third part. The details are, what actually happens is very important, but from a process point of view, what's more important here is that to do this task, you actually need multiple machines, right? And therefore, just making an AI model for one instrument and making it better and faster does not serve the purpose. You get stuck on the next flyover, right? So you basically have to make the highways that goes all the way. So to do that, we have to look around and say, okay, are there AI models, which are available for other machines? So we know for AFM, there is one that's here, but there are many, many more. Actually, turns out that their researchers have been proactively working on many such things. So there are AI models for TEM, cryo-EM, XRD, LCMS, every high-value instrument. Researchers have actually come up with models to control them and to get better results out of them. Right. So that's what we need to. We could therefore go back to this one and say for every step in the experiment, you could possibly use AI models to actually make better, get better experiment results. Right. Now, therefore, the problem becomes from one model to n instruments. It becomes m models to n instruments, and you can start seeing how the quadrative or network effects kick in, right? You can actually start creating more and more value, and that's what we have. AFM going to many instruments. You have cryo-EM model going to let's say develop at ISC, but then scaling across many other instruments across India, and so on and so forth, right? So you have m models into n instruments, and therefore now you can actually do orders of magnitude more value creation. Now, question is, but how much value? And it turns out that in India, we have around between 8 to 10,000 such high-value instruments. And all of these have been aggregated by, there's a program called iSTEM, which runs under PMO, right? Basically, which makes all the instruments available to all the researchers, right? Now, those instruments, it turns out, are also in very high demand. iSTEM data tells us that it takes researchers roughly 2 to 3 weeks for them to get a slot to run their characterization, to use high-value instruments. If we could use AI models to actually run these faster, we could actually make it better for everyone to basically, not only get better results, but also get them faster, and which will therefore help us to increase the utilization of these instruments and therefore get more ROI from these instruments, right? So that's basically the story here, right? But we are not done with the story, right? Because there's one more, a loop around this, which is the experiment optimization loop. Right? I talked about these 3 steps, which is basically at the end, which researchers do, but this is not a one-time activity. It actually gets done repeatedly, right? It gets done many times till a certain 15 minutes only. Okay, yeah, 5 minutes. Okay.
This was by mistake.
Okay. Yeah, I thought 17 minutes over. Okay. Actually, this gets run in a loop till we get to, till the researchers achieve their goal, right? And those goals typically are controlled using certain parameters, right? These are the parameters. Again, no domain expertise, all ChatGPT helped, slides. So these examples, so if there are mistakes, tell Anup and tell me so we can correct them. But those are the parameters, right? So what we need to do is actually to build models, and actually not we need to build models. We need to build models that go across these instruments as well as across the iterations, right? And that's basically what can help us to come up with a better way to optimize the experiments, right? So those are the parameters of the instrument. And what will these models use? They will use what has been achieved so far. All the iterations that have been done, what have been the results of those instruments? Are we converging, not converging? What is the information gain per iteration, and so on and so forth, right? So that's basically what we need to do, right? Now, the only difference between these models and the earlier instrument control models is that these models need to anticipate what would be the impact of the changes they're suggesting, right? So these are called world models, in the literature. So you have to actually have a world view to actually say, if I were to do these changes, this is what will likely happen. And you have to actually also anticipate that, are we going to converge or not converge, right? So that's basically what needs to get built. And again, tons of researchers across the world have been building them, right? And, the goal again becomes, from OSS point of view, from Open Science Stack point of view, is to actually start using these as Lego blocks, I think the term that Shiv used, and start combining them together, or allowing researchers to combine them together, right? So that's basically what the open science stack is. Of course, you could also go all the way and say, I want to do, I want to use something like OpenAI for doing that. I think they came up with something just last week. So you can actually, you should have the freedom and flexibility to pick the model that most matches your requirements, right? So the whole intent behind Open Science Stack is to build an open platform which allows researchers to build the self-driving labs, right, and use the best models that they believe are most appropriate for their particular scenario, right? And that's what is the essence of the digital public infrastructure that OSS is building, right? So you basically, I talked about the first few things, which is the core platform that has been built so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. The intent of one of the driving principles is that it should prevent vendor lock-in, because we have all heard that once you buy an instrument, the AMC cost becomes prohibited. And of course, you should have the trust in the platform and so on and so forth. I think the last bullet point is the most important, which is the plug and play architecture allows you to, pick the right AI model, pick the right robot, pick the right instruments that you want to deploy in the lab, right? And with that, we can actually democratize access. We can make these high-end, fully equipped instruments, labs available to everyone. We can increase the productivity because, like I said, AI models can actually, make it go faster and, give you better results, and of course, improve the reproducibility. Last slide, please start thinking of ask questions if you have any. This is the team, wonderful team that's been working on building it. And we've been supported by Art Park, which has given us a grant. And we've been working with these teams to actually build the platforms. So the people on the top are all volunteers who are helping us do it, out of passion. So with that last, I have, I guess, a minute or two. If you have any questions, happy to answer.
Great. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this very nice and interesting talk in really a cutting edge area. So we are open for questions. Any questions? Yeah.
Yes.
Interesting talk. So world models keep changing. So how do you ensure that they are effective like 5 years down the line? I mean, what provisions you make to make them effective?
So we don't. See, the whole intent of plug and play architecture is that, we don't want to tie ourselves to any one model, right? And which is why the OSS platform allows you to plug in, you pick the best model today. Tomorrow, OpenAI comes up with a better model. You want to kick out this model and pull in that. Day after, some researcher comes up with even better model. You can now obviously replace that. So Open Science Stack is not in the business of building models. Open Science Stack is only enabling its productization, its reach.
Sorry, I'm talking about the world models. You mentioned world models.
So we don't build one models. We just allow those models to be integrated in Open Science Stack.
Okay.
Right? Just like ILA model is getting integrated in Open Science Stack, right? Let's say let's say this Professor Rohit Batra, for example, IIT Madras, has, they have a Bayesian optimization model, right? So you want to use that? Let's use that. Tomorrow you say, no, that doesn't work as well. I want to use something else. You can replace. So Open Science Stack allows that to be integrated, it doesn't build.
Okay.
Right. So intelligence is, I joke with Anup, the intelligence lives outside Open Science Stack. We are the glue. We bring things together, so that scientists can do their work. Right, so.
Great. We can take one more quick question if there is any. Yeah, that will be the last question. You can interact with the speaker afterwards. Sorry.
Nice talk, sir. My question is if we integrate with experimental tools, different tools, and we develop the AI models for that kind of tools. So what is the stage? What is the stage we are currently staying? What accuracy we can give with the AI models with compared to the actual experimental setup?
So actually it depends completely on the model itself. So it depends on how good the model is. And it depends on the experiment, depends on the instrument. So there are too many variables. But I guess I can't answer more than that because it depends on the model, depends on the scenario, and so on and so forth.
So is it is it reliable in current situations?
So reliability, there are two parts. There is the reliability and there's the safety, right? The safety is ensured by Open Science Stack. It ensures that the instrument operates within the ranges that have been prescribed for that instrument. The reliability means, does it help actually to get you better results or not? That actually depends on the model. So what will happen is that in this marketplace of models, where there are many models available, you will try with one model. If it gives you good results, you will stay with it. If not, you will switch to another one. So therefore, over time, you'll figure out which model actually works the best. OSS will keep track of that, but it does not make a judgment call on that. So it makes all models available so that you can actually, as a researcher, you can pick the best models for building your SDL.
Thank you.
Great. Let's thank the speaker once again for the very nice talk. And here is a small memento. So from experiments to simulation, we go to the next speaker, Dr. Sai Gautam Gopalakrishnan from IISc. Sai Gautam Gopalakrishnan is an associate professor of materials engineering at IISc Bangalore. He obtained his dual degree, BTech MTech in metallurgical and materials engineering from IIT Madras, and did his PhD from MIT. Before joining IISc, he was a postdoctoral researcher in Princeton University, and his interests are in computational and informatics techniques to advance materials design and optimization with focus on energy and energy harvesting domains. He is the recipient of numerous awards, including Manohar Parrikar Yuva Scientist Award by Government of Goa, Young Engineer Award by INAE, Young Metallurgist Award by Ministry of Steel, Young Battery Researcher Award, and these are only the awards that he has received thus far, and many more to come. Right, so with this, I hand it over to Sai Gautam. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks Anup for the introduction and for the invitation to speak here in this workshop. I think I'm visiting IIT Delhi after almost 15 years, so it's a nice change in scenery here. I'll be talking a little bit about what is happening in the use of AI and also ML tools in the field of materials. So I'll try to give an overview talk. I know this audience is fairly mixed in terms of your backgrounds, and with some examples from my group, but I'll also include examples that have been done in the field of material science in general. So just acknowledging the people who are sort of powering the research being done in my group here. So this is my research group, a fairly recent picture, so most of the people are still around. And then also thanking the funding agencies and most importantly the compute resources. For those of you who are not from the field of materials, and you may be wondering why should I bother about materials, right? So I know all of you have cell phones, most of you have laptops and iPads and so on. Some of you even have electric vehicles. So the way your battery actually performs is highly dependent on the kind of materials that you actually use. So be it the electrodes and the electrolytes. So if you think about how much energy you can store in your battery, how quickly you can charge or discharge your battery, and how long it lasts. So all three are dependent on the kinds of materials you use. There are also properties of materials that govern directly the performance aspects of your batteries. So properties such as how stable the materials that you are actually using. Quick note, most materials that you use in a battery are highly unstable. Okay, so how stable these are, how quickly your ions actually move, and also what kind of energies you get when you have chemical reactions that are happening within your batteries. And this is not limited to the battery space, so you think in terms of photovoltaics or solar panels that power your homes, for example. So there also the performance of that solar panel is critically dependent on the kind of semiconductor that you actually use. And there are several properties of the semiconductor that go into governing the performance, so such as band gap, so how much energy it takes to create an electron hole pair, once again thermodynamic stability, and is your semiconductor resistant to the formation of point defects, because point defects can really cause a deterioration of your performance. So the basic crux is, if you can identify and use better materials in whatever device that you're using, you are almost always guaranteed to get better performance, right? So that's the materials bit of it. So where does AI ML sort of come in the field of materials? This graph sort of shows what is referred to as a technological innovation cycle. So in other words, how much time you actually devote in developing a technology and then eventually commercializing and sort of selling it to the customers. And we see that technological innovation is fairly slow, and most of the slowness comes from the lack of good materials, for any given application. So let's say you come up with some great dream technology of the future or near future, such as high throughput quantum computing. You don't have good materials yet, right, to make that into reality. So here's where sort of AI ML again can come in, because if you can discover newer materials or better materials in a faster way, or even optimize materials in a faster way, you can actually develop technologies or make them or commercialize technologies in a much more faster fashion. So this is where sort of AI ML can come in designing and optimizing materials faster. Okay, so now that I have motivated why AI ML can be useful and why material science is relevant, right? So let's now take a look at what type of AI ML is typically done in the field of material science. So the first is what I refer to as property predictors. So think of you having certain specifications, right? So let's say you want to design a better battery electrode. You want to come up with materials that have better stability, better ionic mobility, better reaction energies, and so on. You want to predict these properties very quickly, right? So these property predictors, the end goal is that these are fairly easy to use models, and they work for a wide range of materials, and they give you properties very accurately and very quickly. Right? So you can use these for downstream selection of materials, basically. And then you also can develop models which are referred to as interatomic potentials. So let's say you already have a candidate that is fairly works fairly well, but you want to optimize its performance even better. So you want to reduce its tendency to form point defects, or you want to optimize some of the interfaces that it forms on its surfaces and so on. So basically, you want to understand how that material behaves, right? So there are also models that you can construct that mimic the performance or behavior of a given material, and those are called interatomic potentials, right? And this is where sort of a lot of MI tools come in to sort of describe a lot of different kinds of materials very well, and also to make these simulations very accurate and very quick as well. And then the final realm, I would say, is in the realm of generative models. So here is where we look at using language models or also diffusion models to create or to generate new materials. So when I say generative models, right? So in the materials realm, I'm almost always looking at coming up with newer structures. So what I mean by a structure is a collection of atoms, the position of those atoms, and put in some kind of a periodic box, right? So that's what I'm looking at. So if I can come up with newer structures, I come up with newer materials, and hence I can come up with new properties, right? So generative models are also being developed, and this is where a lot of new, relatively new techniques, machine learning or AI techniques have been deployed in the field of materials as well. So as I sort of go through my talk, I'll sort of give some examples and use cases of each of these types of AI deployment within materials. And in the first two tracks, right? So in case of property predictors and as well as interatomic potentials, a lot of transfer learning is also used in the field of materials, and this simply has to do with the fact that materials is a very data scarce domain. So we don't have a lot of big data sets, so we need to make do with a very small amount of data that we have. And in all aspects, so from property predictors all the way to generative models, we almost always use graph networks. And this is because graphs are a very intuitive way to model materials. So in materials, you have structure. Structure is the most important piece because structures correspond directly to properties. And in structures, you have atoms forming chemical bonds. So in graphs, you have nodes forming edges, right? So there's a direct relation between how sort of materials form into clusters, materials form into structures, and how you can actually create graphs. So there's a one-to-one correspondence. So graph networks form a very natural way of modeling materials in general. So in all these tasks, we almost always use graph networks. Okay, and another question could be, where does the data come from? So most of the AI work in materials The data actually comes from first principles calculations, or popularly known as density functional theory based calculations. And these are approximate ways to solve the Schrodinger equation, right? So they get information from the electronic scale, and then you can sort of build it up. So at the electronic scale, you can get a lot of thermodynamic properties, structural properties, mechanical properties, and so on. Right? So that's where most of the data comes in, and this data has been sort of created into several open source repositories. So so these are freely available; anyone can use. There are also some high throughput experiments which have led to the creation of databases, and I think with the open science stack, we'll probably see more of these databases coming up in the near future. And MathBench is sort of a collection of repositories. I know Anup has also created his own benchmarking suite as well. But this is a suite that our group often uses. So let's say you want to create one model, you need to know the competition, right? You need to know which model to beat, and this usually gives a good collection of models which are leading in property predictions. And almost always in materials, you would see that the Python is very commonly used. I know in other fields of AI, people have sort of moved on to other programming languages, but we are still a little bit phase lagged, so we still use Python. Okay, so let me go to the use cases, and then once again I'll sort of talk about property predictors. I'll sort of talk about interdynamic potentials and also generative models. And then give my concluding remarks. Okay, so in terms of property predictors, so I mentioned this before briefly. So material science is a very data scarce domain. So be it satellite imagery, or be it language models or image models, you may have billions of data points to worry about. We have thousands, right? So we are dealing with very sparse data sets. And this is where sort of transfer learning can really help. And when I talk about sparse data sets, right? So in any sort of material property that really governs performance, so this could be how quickly ions move in a battery material, how easy is it for a semiconductor to form defects, or for catalysis, right? So how easy or difficult is it for molecules to adsorb onto a surface? All of these properties are very scarcely available. So you don't have big data sets. And for those of you who are from computer science or who do ML or AI, transfer learning is probably very intuitive for you, right? So here is where you train a deep learning model on a data set that is largely available, and then you sort of fine tune it on your target task, on your target property. So we sort of find that transfer learning can be quite useful to create very good property predictor models in the field of material science. And this is one example from my own group. So we wanted to really predict rate performance of different materials that can be used as battery electrodes or electrolytes, right? And the most important property that governs how quickly ions move is what is referred to as a migration barrier. So let's say you have a lithium-ion battery. How quickly lithium actually moves dictates your power performance. And the way the lithium actually moves moves through atomic hops. And each hop is sort of limited by some kind of an energy barrier and an energy threshold that lithium has to cross. And this energy threshold is what is referred to as a migration barrier, and there is a particularly difficult quantity to either estimate computationally or even measure experimentally, right? So if we, with any limited data that is available, if we can create a reasonably good AI model, then we can use that model to screen for good materials. So that was our objective. So the first is we actually created a data set. So some of the data comes from our own calculation. So we spent a lot of compute hours to generate this data, and a larger fraction of it comes from literature, right? So where we manually screened. So we did not use we did not trust AI well enough. So we used humans to curate the data. Right, so we created this data set, and then we used graph-based architecture. The most important thing is if you use regular graph-based models, they don't really understand directions very well. And in materials, the direction of motion is really important in determining how quickly ions can actually move. So we needed to build in that inductive bias of directions. And then we trained several model architectures based on what kind of changes you actually introduce, and we also compared them with classical machine learning models as well as universal interdynamic potentials, and we found that one of our transfer learn model, which also has this direction inductive bias built in to perform the best. And this model also generalizes fairly well. So it's able to generalize across chemistries, across compositions, and also across directions within your data set. So this is one example of a property predictor. So I'll give examples of interatomic potentials. So this slide basically shows use cases of interatomic potentials. So let's say in computing or in sort of memory applications, you want one material state to sort of indicate that it is in 1 bit, and then another state to indicate that it is 0 bit, right? So this is kind of a phase transition that is happening within a material. But if you want to understand that phase transition, you need an interatomic potential, right? Same thing with catalysis, for example, or sensors. So whenever you have surface-based phenomena, you need to model fairly large-scale systems, and modeling such large-scale systems require good potentials. And this is where a lot of work has been done. So I'm skipping through a lot of details here. But groups around the world have built fairly robust interatomic potentials, and there have been interatomic potentials that are fairly general enough that they work across the entire periodic table of crystalline systems. So systems that are fairly well ordered at the atomic level. One such example is what is referred to as the mace potential. So this came around 2022-2023. It works fairly well across most of the inorganic space. One example that I like to point out with mace is that it's able to predict what are referred to as Porbay diagrams fairly well. So this is the computed Porbay diagram from first principles. This is what mace has predicted, and Porbay diagrams are notoriously hard to predict because there's a lot of error cancellations or compounding of errors that can happen, and hence this was particularly impressive that mace was able to predict. But mace is not alone, so there are much more foundational models that have been made and have been optimized. Mace is not even in this, or mace is way down in this leaderboard here. So there are much more sophisticated models that have come since then. And then the final aspect on sort of generative models, and this is where sort of the question of inverse materials design comes in. So the classic paradigm of designing materials is you take a bunch of materials, you evaluate them across different property filters, and then you hope to identify 2 or 3 useful candidates. The inverse problem is you list a set of properties, and then your AI model can come up with a material or a bunch of materials, basically a bunch of structures that hopefully fit your property requirements, right? So that's the inverse materials design problem. And here is where sort of diffusion models have really made a huge dent. And some examples of diffusion models, again, this is not work done from my group, so this is across the world. So this is one example where people try to use diffusion models to generate new high temperature superconductors. Big tech has also jumped in on the bandwagon here. So Google DeepMind came up with the generative model back in 2023, of course with mixed reviews. But I would say the state of the art till date is still MatterGen from Microsoft. So this model came 2024, late 2024, about a year and a half old. And some of the use cases demonstrated by MatterGen are quite strong. So they came up with realistically looking candidates for let's say wide bandgap materials or really strong materials and so on. But of course, I think experimental validation is still pending, but at least the model seems to work fairly well. So with that, I'll sort of conclude with some food for thought. I know we are closing in on lunch, so I won't keep you out for long. I think the AI and ML can really make a big dent in terms of materials discovery and hence shorten the technological innovation cycle. So this is where one shouldn't be really afraid of AI. I think AI can really be a catalyst or an accelerator, right? I just thought I should sort of list down things that are still need to be done. So work where there is work, a lot of accomplishments that can be made. So one is in the case of property predictors. I think a lot of niche properties are going to be sparse always. So these are going to be sparse data domains, which means you need to create specialized models. And I think this is where a lot of work will be done in any case. In case of interatomic potentials, I think for the crystalline space, we are almost done. But if you are looking at amorphous space or space that is configurationally very complex, I don't think we can create foundational models in a very robust fashion. So we may need specialized models here, right? So this is where I think a lot of work in fine-tuning has to be done. And then generative models, I think this is basically a Wild West, right? So most of the generative models that we have in materials are not very good. So think of this in the BERT era of language models, right? Where it was very nascent and a lot of people didn't understand why certain outputs were getting created and so on. We are living in that zone now in materials. So if you like building generative models and if you want to make them physically and chemically realistic, I think this is a good space to work. And then there are also fundamental materials problems which are significantly complex and which require good AI/ML tools. And these are once again configurationally complex systems where you have atoms sitting in different varied locations in a structure, or amorphous systems where you don't have a structure to think of. And also integration of length scales. So we know very well how to model at very small length scales like electronic and atomistic length scales. We know very well how to model at large length scales like meter level, and mesoscale is always in between, right? So which requires inputs from both directions. And here some seamless integration still needs to be done. And this is where again AI/ML tools can help. And I think agentic workflows, people talked about it in the first session. I think Ajay also talked about it in his talk. I think this is a space which, I don't really work on it, but this is a space that I'm curious about. How useful these tools would be, how effective they can be leveraged, and how efficiently we can come up with newer materials, at least the experimental validation of them. I think from the simulations, we can always come up with new candidates, but we need to validate them. And this is where probably agentic workflows can help. So with that, thank you for your attention. Happy to take questions this time.
Thank you. Thanks a lot for this really nice overview of computational material science and the intersection with AI. So, Tarek.
Yeah, I can hear you. So.
At the node level, your transformation you're doing, or what is exactly the case?
Yeah, so we changed at the node level basically, right? So the specific modification that we made was so typically in graphs you feed in like one image or one structure, right, as an input. Here the structure itself had multiple artificial nodes that was introduced to indicate dummy nodes, right, to indicate the direction of motion. Basically.
So this is learnable bias vector kind of.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, you use a transfer learning model for your materials. So, which type of transfer learning model you used in the for materials?
Which type of?
Like there are several transfer learning models, ResNet, VisiNet, and some different.
You mean the model architecture, or because transfer learning is you pre-train a model and then you can fine-tune it.
Yes.
So the pre-trained model we did it in-house.
Yes. So which
pre-trained? So the architecture is Align. So Align is the line graph based network architecture. We then pre-trained it in-house and then we fine-tuned it. The pre-trained models are all available. So we have released, we have made available all the pre-trained models on our GitHub.
Okay.
I hope that answered you.
Great. Any final question? There is one last question and then we...
It's okay, I think I can hear you. Yeah.
So, brilliant talk, sir. I actually work in the field of biomolecular simulation. So we basically work at the mesoscale level, as you described. So I just wanted to ask that what trade-offs do we have with using interatomic potential compared to classical models, so just using equations to model the classical potentials.
Right.
For example, LJ and other potentials. So for these interatomic potential, as far as I know, we need DFT data, which needs to be there to, estimate the potentials that we have. So what do you think are the trade-offs in actually having that data and compared to using classical?
Yeah, so the main reason why your graph-based potentials, right, can be more accurate than classical potentials is their ability to incorporate many-body interactions. That's the main thing. So in the classical potentials, we have difficulty in designing or coming up with simple equations which model many-body interactions. In graphs, because you have message passing and also equivariance built in, it's very easy to incorporate many-body interactions in a computationally tractable fashion. So that's why they are accurate, right? But they are also slow. right? So classical potentials are very quick. Like, I mean, you can simulate nanoparticles very easily, right? In graph-based models, you require lots of GPUs to do that. So they are slow still, right? And that's where a lot of optimization needs to be done to make sure that, these graph-based models can model larger systems fairly efficiently. But the main part of accuracy gain comes from the fact that you model many-body interactions in a much more efficient fashion.
Great. Let's thank the speaker once again for the wonderful talk. And here is a small memento. Okay, from autonomous experiments to computational modeling to agentic systems. So we now move to Dr. Chandan Chaudhary. Maybe some of the questions that the previous speaker raised could be answered in this about agentic workflows. So Chandan is going to talk about agentic workflows in MD. Dr. Chandan Kumar Chaudhary is a computational chemist with expertise in quantum and molecular simulations as well as AI-based drug and materials discovery. He earned his PhD in 2016 in computational chemistry from CSIR NCL and subsequently completed his postdoctoral research from Clemson University. And since 2020, Chandan has been an integral member of Pre-Science in Silico Private Limited, a deep tech company focused on expediting drug and materials innovation through artificial intelligence, machine learning, and physics-based simulations. So in his current role as a manager, he leads application of computational methodologies for the design of advanced materials encompassing alloys, polymer formulations, and sustainable solutions. And he has authored several papers, but most importantly, he did his master's from IIT Delhi. So it's a welcome back to his alma mater. So without further ado, Chandan, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Anup. And thank you, Anup, also for inviting me. And it's good to be back after 18 years. I'm coming back this institute. A lot has changed though, but it's nice to be back. Yeah, coming back. So I'm from Pre-Science in Silico. It's a 6-year down startup at Bangalore. I'll just try to introduce what we do. It's a digital first approach company. Everything we do is in Silico. So we design materials and then we cater to all the capabilities which can be performed within computational using computational tools. So we cater to materials, pharma, FMCG industries. The idea is to build a sustainable world through the technologies which we develop in-house, and it can be used to enhance science and research. So what we have done as far as that, we have built various in-house technologies, and we have also deployed some of these technologies to various companies to fasten their research. So we cater to energy, oil, gas, paints, dyes, polymers, biomolecules, drug formulations. I'd also like to point out that we have developed and we have a in silico drug design pipeline which can screen thousands of drugs for multiple targets. This is I'll just speak few of those lines on coming slides. What we also have is digital twins. So digital twins, those mimic environment, like we have digital twins for hair, skin, enamel. Enamel is a teeth, and also I'll talk about enamel in my last few slides. We have also developed formulations which can predict how the formulations would behave for any home care products like shampoo, laundry, etc. As I mentioned, we have also developed a platform called Prince3. It's an in silico solution suite for drug designing and drug screening. We have also developed genetic AI-based platform for drug designing. But what I'm going to talk here today is Aura. It's a scientific, it's a companion to a research fellow or research scientist, which can help them to fasten their research. So when we talk about agents, what things comes to mind is like travel agent, insurance agent, and agents just like that. So we communicate with the agent as per our need, and then they try to fulfill our needs. So that's the basic philosophy of any agent, and that's what Aura is also built on. So here, the scenario I'll try to pose in front of you is we have a client. The client has reached us with a few questions. Is that can we propose some set of surfactant molecules with some desired characteristic like high foam, environment friendly, or just like that, right? So me being a SME or a subject matter expert, what I would do is that I'll get back to you. So I do some background task, and after doing some background tasks, I come up with a list of surfactant molecules which the client, with the desired property which client has requested for. So, and how do I accomplish it? I take the task, go to my lab, and then discuss the problem statement. For company, it can be manager. For research lab, it can be a postdoctor student or a research scientist. So the process follows is like I have a problem statement. Then I divide this problem statement in various domains. So here, example, it can be cheminformatics, bioinformatics, and also the MD. So the problem might need these three specialized area, and from this area, the respective team will go investigate and get some data out of that. So that data would be collected by the PIs, and then that data can be collated to get desired surfactant, and this surfactant can be presented to the client. So what has been done here? So here, the problem statement was orchestrated by the manager, and the manager has routed it into various specific domain people, domain scientists who are very, very capable of doing those works. And then once the work is done, data is collected by the manager and then shared with the client. So in the whole process, the agentic solution also works in the similar process. So what we propose to have a companion to a scientist that would foster the research activities. So Aura is built. It has a very fantastic UI. I'll also show you a demo of it. It hits various LLM models. It does the simulation in HPC cloud, HPC in-prem or cloud, and also stores data. So this is how Aura is built about. So the purpose of Aura is to perform scientific studies and complement the scientist. And also, in doing so, the idea is also to speed up the process. For any research statement, what we do is that we go and dig the literature, whatever information is available, and from there we curate the data based on the problem statement which has been proposed, and then specialized agents would run those calculations. It can be quantum calculations, it can be classical MD, or it can be continuum. So from each of these methods, the data can be analyzed further to generate report. This is how a scientific agent or a companion to a scientist can work. In an agentic platform, what we have done is that we have developed subject-specific agents that would do subject-specific work. Like the research agent would go to the database, collect the data based on the requirement, and then and it will also prepare the data, pass it to the MD agent, followed by cheminformatics, or if required, quantum chemical calculations. And it also has the capability to take any other model which is available that can be used within the Aura platform. So here I'll take a specific example to take you through, let's say we want to clean our fabric, which we do every day, and for that we might need some surfactant, which are now it's now people are going behind biodegradable surfactants. So what we can do is that we go to the research agent, ask them to look at the database, get the desired chemicals from them, and then this method, this set of chemicals can be transferred to the setup agent. It will process the molecules, create the files compatible for molecular dynamics simulations, and then the simulation agent and the analysis agent will do the simulation and analyze the data and generate the report by the reporting agent. So what we have built within Aura is various subject-specific agents, and each of the computational tools for these agents are containerized. So you did not have to worry about what tools are available or not. So they're already available within the containers, and whenever the agent is called, those containers gets spinned up and does the calculations. So I'll just take you through a brief round of demonstration of how Aura functions. It's online web-based platform. So this is the login screen where you can log in, and then what I have done here is that the problem statement is to look at the micellization of surfactant. So here, what I've supplied is the SDS molecule, and with a few constraints that I want the system size should be 10,000, less than 10,000 atoms, so that I can easily simulate it, and also mention what should be the concentration of SDS in the solution. So with this information, what Aura does is that, so I have just passed few information. I have just passed the structure file, its force field, and the information that I need a 10% of SDS with the 10,000 atoms. So with this information, what Aura does is that it searches for the chemical structure of SDS, look for its molecular weight in the database, creates a system size of those with respecting my constraints, and try to build a simulation box out of that. In doing so, what it has done, it has found that the topology and the input file didn't match. So there's a mismatch of number of SDS molecules. So it could sense that, rectified by itself, and then rectified the topology, and was able to do the simulation steps. So once it does the simulation, we can look at the simulation trajectory here. So what I'm showing here is, in green is the SDS molecule, followed in the water box with all the constraints. So this can be visualized within the Aura platform as well. We see that the surfactant getting aggregate, as it is obvious, it's an amphiphilic molecule, and then they tend to aggregate beyond CMC. So this is what Aura is capable of doing. You can further analyze this system. Let's say I am interested to look at the diffusion of SDS molecule, diffusion being a very important property. So the analysis agent can be invoked, and the diffusion can also be calculated. So this is what, with a simple prompt, the diffusion coefficient could also be retrieved. So this is the one aspect of Aura that it is capable of. So now next example, which I would try to take you through, is a hydroxyapatite. So this is very commonly found. It's a mineral component in bone or teeth. If anyone are familiar with the crystal structure simulation, building crystal structures as an input file for an MD simulation is a very time-consuming and sometimes cumbersome state. So what I'm trying to show you here is it's a hydroxyapatite structure. So from zip file, generally a 3D structure is deposited in a CCS database. So from there you get a zip file. So from a zip file you convert to a unit cell, from unit cell to a super cell, and also in a CCSD file you don't get hydrogens. How can you add hydrogens and do some operations that is pertinent to the problem statement? I'd also like to point out here is this phosphate moiety is a pH sensitive moiety. So if you want to do simulations at a specific pH, the surface of the crystal that faces the water layer would have different protonated phosphates. So these phosphates at pH 7 tend to stay as a mono and dihydrogen phosphates. So monohydrogen phosphates are 30% and dihydrogen phosphates are 70%. So can this task, is Aura able to perform this complicated task? I found this task complicated at first, and so what I would like to show you here is, yes, it was able to do it, but we had to be very careful with the prompting. So here this is the 3x3 supercell of the hydroxyapatite surface. Here you can see it has protonated the OH. So O of the hydroxyl group is with H, and it is beautifully the supercell is beautifully constructed. So next task was, can it identify the plane which I have requested, and can it modify the plane, because the plane that is exposed to water should be not in a PO4 state, but PO4 with hydrogens, be it mono or be it dihydrogens, and that has to be randomly protonated, not in a sequenced manner. So what I show you here with prompting, it was possible to protonate the surfaces, there are two surfaces here with the 001 plane, and here I'm showing that both the surface are protonated with the desired number of phosphates that was supposed to be mono or dihydrogen phosphates. Also, the advantage here is that since the idea is to do molecular simulations, what about the bookkeeping of the atom names, the residue names, right? And Aura was able to beautifully take care of all the atom names in sequence, and with the hydrogens not at the name of the hydrogens not being randomly placed with these nomenclatures, Aura was able to generate the PDF file which could be it can go for MD simulations. In the last slide which I would talk about is, in MD since we have protonated the surface, we have to introduce water molecules as well. So how do you introduce water molecules? So Aura can easily solvate the water molecules, and you can see that the crystal zone is not been solvated. So that's what we require, that the bulk of the crystals should be devoid of the external water. That what it could do, and from here on we can easily take the request Aura to perform molecular dynamics simulation. So this is what the Aura is is capable of, and I leave you here with two examples which I have shown the maturation of surfactant and building a very complex input structures for any MD simulations. Thank you. I would be happy to take any questions if you have. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Thanks a lot for this very nice talk. We can take one or two quick questions and then we disperse for lunch. So, any questions? Yeah.
Presentation. The thing is, I'm asking about the sometimes in during my work in case of MD simulation, I belong to a group where MD simulation is very important. We have to know the initial structure file like PDB or the another extension file, and in that file there are many such things which is like error, and we have to fix it manually. So this Aura can do it with a prompt like this kind of PD file which is generated or which we have collected from any other sources, structured data bank sources. And now when we need to do the MD simulations, if we get the corrected PDB file or corrected XYZ file through this kind of agentic AI.
Yeah, that is a very trivial exercise we do day in and day out. What I would like to add here, to increase the complexity, this is the zip file which was here. Zip file is not a unit cell file. It just contains one calcium, one phosphate, one oxygen. Right? And it has the information of the crystallographic unit of this compound. So what Aura did is that it has made the supercell 1 cross 1 cross 1, it's a unit cell out of the zip file. So there's a more complex talks which you are referring to. So with the just input of zip file, you can get a PD file with the required stereochemistry in place. Yes, and that can also be handled, what you are saying. Aura can clean your PDVs, do all those things.
Okay. Okay.
Great. Any other questions? Yeah.
It's in a private preview. It's not as such open source, but if you want to use, we can allow you the access.
Okay, that's the last question.
Yeah, thanks for a very insightful session.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. So you mentioned about the drug discovery and
Yes.
designing in your first slide.
Yes.
You mentioned even $100 million also, I remember, on the
Yes.
top right-hand side.
Yes.
So is it the Prism 3 or is it the Aura 1?
It's a Prince 3, which we have a in-house pipeline. It's a multi-target, multi-ligand pipeline where you can upload thousands, millions of drug-like molecules for multiple targets, and it's a pipeline based. So from each step, you funnel down to a lesser number of ligands, and so it has docking followed by molecular simulations, and it also does free energy sampling. So at the end, if you have 10, 20 ligands, how those ligands are attached or bound to the active site of the protein. So that energy can also be computed from Prince. So it's a pipeline. You don't have to do externally. So everything, once you input at the start, it's just you have to click.
Yeah. So that's more of an initial targeted.
Sorry.
Okay, I'll take it outside.
I have to interrupt. You can continue the conversation. I know it's very exciting and this is really a frontier area, but I would like to conclude the session. Let's thank the speaker once again for the wonderful talk. So let me take this opportunity once again to thank all the speakers from the AI for material session. Thank you. We now disperse for lunch and we'll be back at 2:30. Please be back at 2:30 for the last session of the day, which is on AI for PDE and engineering and design. Thank you.
Okay, so welcome back for the third technical session, which will be followed by flash talk and poster session. And in this session is on AI for engineering design and PDs, or PD with analysis and design. And we have three exciting talks that are scheduled in this session, which will start from quantum machine learning, include some aspects of physics-informed learning, Fourier neural operator, foundation model, and then in general neural twins or digital twin, how you can use AI for developing neural twins, and so on and so forth. So the first speaker is Jay Shah from BQP. Jay is a senior quantum machine learning engineer at BQP, which is a startup on using quantum computing for aerospace and defense, and it has its headquarters in New York. He's a founder of QRL that launched QRL Kai, Python SDK, as an attempt to create quantum analog of OpenAI's GIM framework. He's an educator. He has his own YouTube channel where he hosts podcasts on quantum machine learning and quantum computing. He tries to educate or provide free videos for everyone to learn from. And yeah, so with that, I will give the platform to Jay. So let us welcome Jay, and thank you. Jay, you will have 17 minutes. I will ring the bell at 15 minutes, and and followed by some Q&A.
Can someone help me with doing this full screen? I'm not able to.
Yeah. So go to view at the top.
Thanks a lot. So this entire day we have been discussing impact of AI, right? And now in this session, I would like to discuss the impact of quantum AI, right? And wherever I go for a talk, whatever the agenda is, whatever the theme is, I generally, my hidden agenda is always to pitch quantum computing and quantum AI, as a research direction to the students and the professors, right? And again, even today, it's the same agenda I have. I am senior quantum machine learning engineer at BQP, and who we are. So BQP, as Professor mentioned, is a startup. It's headquartered in New York. We have office here in Bangalore. And our goal at BQP is to solve all problems using quantum computing or high performance computing that cannot be efficiently solved using classical computing. That's the our motto. And we have started with focus on engineering simulations, right? So fluid dynamics and computational fluid dynamics are all in that area. Our target industries are aerospace and defense, and we are trying to expand more and more. And what you see on the screen is BQ5, and that's the product we have already launched. That you can set up a call, you can already use it. And that product BQ5 right now uses a quantum-inspired optimization algorithm. And although it's a quantum computing algorithm, it doesn't need a quantum computer to run, right? It scales with GPUs, right? And so, it's easy, to put it in production and, to make it available to the customers, right? So when, people talk about quantum computing, generally what and everyone pictures is, a golden dilution fridge generally. But, quantum computing is more than that. And that's one point I wanted to highlight with this. Okay, because we have limited time, so I'll proceed with the talk. And today we'll be focusing on AI for PD solvers. And my focus would be on three major categories. One would be classical, the second would be pure quantum, and the third would be hybrid, which is quantum classical models. And that would be the focus for this talk, the hybrid models. Okay, and because this is the first session on AI for PD, so I'll just brush up a little on classical and on different types of models we have. Okay, so the first is been the most popular one, and it was the first model that started this branch of physics-informed machine learning, right? And it started in around 2018, and it came up with a very simple but powerful idea that what you see on architecturally, it's just your normal feed-forward, fully connected neural network, but the magic that was created was on the right, as you can see. So when you're solving a partial differential equation with a neural network, the only thing you do is you modify the loss function, right? So when you're not solving something normal in a normal deep learning problem, your loss function would look like mean squared error or binary cross entropy, something on those lines. But when you're solving a PDE, that PDE becomes your loss function, and obviously the associated boundary condition or initial condition and stuff, right? And if you have some simulated experimental data, that data also can be a part of the loss function. Now this is the good and the bad part. Let me tell you why. So yeah, this enables us to use the power of neural networks to solve PDEs. But with this you can only solve very fixed setting, right? A very particular initial condition, a very particular boundary condition, or very particular PD constant value. So even if I change the value of the PD constant, I have to retrain the pin. And that's a very big problem. Generalization is the problem, and I'll again come back to this when we move to the hybrid algorithms and how we address that. Okay, not wasting time on pin. Let's go to operator learning. So what pin does, as you see on the left, it solves for a very particular solution. Now let's talk about operator learning. And here we are not trying to solve for a very particular instance. Instead, we are trying to learn a mapping. So operator learning is learning mapping from one function space to another function space. So here it could be a bunch of different initial conditions, say for example, and on the right you have associated solutions. So this in a way tries to make the approach more generalizable. That was the bottleneck for pins. And again, there are bottlenecks here as well for operator learning. The first one is that you require a lot of data. And yeah, there are fixed inform approaches and stuff, but even anything outside this particular training function space, again, the model starts struggling there. So we have seen that happening in classical version. DeepONet was the model that introduced this idea of operator learning. It was introduced in 2020, right? And again, it's a branched and it's a branch network. So you have one as branch net, another as trunk net. You are giving your set of initial conditions or set of functions to the branch network, and the evaluation points to trunk network. It concatenates at the end, and you have a solution operator that you can query to find your solution at any given point, right? In that space. And that was the idea that was with how this operator learning started. The next one that a very obvious implication was physics-informed neural operator, right? So the previous version was only data-only model. So eventually, obviously, it was, the physics-informed loss was introduced. So what you see in the picture is actually Fourier neural operator, which is a version of Pinot. And what it actually does is it uses Fourier transform, right? So what essentially we are trying to do is learn the mapping in the Fourier space. That's the crux of the entire algorithm. Again, you can change the transform, right, from Fourier to maybe wavelet or something else, right? Transform doesn't matter, depending on the problem, you can tweak the transform as well. But here, the main difference was that you are also introducing physics in the loss function, the similar way we were doing it for the pin, right? But again, you require data and everything for this approach as well. And again, this is all classical approach yet. Let's go to quantum. Okay. So what you see on the screen right now is an example of a quantum physics-informed neural network. And you can also generalize, obviously, to a quantum neural network. As I told you, for a pin, what you only change is the loss function, architecture remains the same, right? So, okay, quantum computing 101. Whatever horizontal wires you are seeing here on the screen, they are basically qubits, which is the quantum equivalent of the computational unit bit, right? And the state of all these qubits, is represented by vectors. What you're seeing, all those blue boxes are actually operations, right? And all of them have a mathematical matrix representation. And how you read it, how you read this quantum circuit is basically going from left to right. So it's left to right actually, shows passage of time, right? So a qubit state, how it evolves when you're performing different operations. That's how you actually read the quantum circuit. And the vertical lines you are seeing are basically entanglement, C0 gates. But we'll skip the details because we are, I want to discuss other interesting things. quantum deponents, which are, the quantum version of operator learning. And this comes from Dr. Lu, and he's the same person who actually introduced classical deponents in 2020. He comes back, and in 2025, he introduces quantum deponents. What you're seeing, again, if you see, we are still having the branch and trunk network, similar to the classical version, but the classical part is, sort of replaced by the quantum circuits. If you see, this is not a complete fully quantum algorithm. If you see, there is a classical part to it. So that's why I put this in the hybrid category. The idea here, again, is that, you are using some certain quantum methods. Let's keep it to that, certain quantum methods to do efficient matrix multiplication. And you're doing that using this circuit, the pyramid circuit and the unary encoding that you're seeing, and that makes the computation more efficient. So it reduces the complexity from quadratic to linear. Now that's the crux of the entire this quantum deponent, right? Okay. So finally, the topic I wanted to discuss, actually. So this, what you're seeing, is quantum assisted physics informed neural network that was introduced by BQP. And I led this work, and we introduced this in 2024. Now, what you see on the left is a normal classical neural network, right? Feed-forward, fully connected layers with activation functions, nothing really different there. What you're seeing on the right is actually the QA pin. And the only difference is the introduction of a quantum hidden layer. So we are replacing the first classical hidden layer with a quantum hidden layer. And quantum hidden layer is essentially the same variational quantum circuit that I just showed you in the quantum pin. Not exactly the same structure, but a similar quantum circuit, right? What happened? So we published this paper based on QA, where we introduced QA pin. The results, number one, reduction in weights. And despite reduction in weights, there was hardly any loss in accuracy. Converse to that, the accuracy was improved at certain time steps, right? So we compared the quantum QA pin to the classical pin and also the JAF pin, which is more mature version of pin. And the quantum pin, with almost 20 to 22% reduction in weights, was outperforming its classical counterparts. So this is like counterintuitive, right? With less weights, the performance should have dropped, but that did not happen. Okay. A very important key takeaway from this slide is how weights are introduced by a classical hidden layer and a quantum hidden layer, right? For a classical hidden layer, it's just, the output by input features, that matrix, essentially. But how it works in a variational quantum circuit is actually the number of qubits, those horizontal lines I just showed you, and the number of blue boxes I showed you, the number of layers we repeat. Just multiplication of that, that's how you introduce weights. You can see there is a fundamental difference in how weights are being introduced by the quantum hidden layer. And that essentially is the actual reason, why the learning happens differently. And the input representation that a quantum hidden layer gives, it's much more robust, much more compact, and helps the rest of the classical layers to learn better. That's the reason why QA pin performs better. Okay, so in the actual first version, where we introduced QA pin, we just solved Berger's equation, which is, if I talk about normal deep learning, it's an equivalent of fashion MNIST or MNIST, right? So I mean, we solved it, and we got good results, but we should not stop to toy problems, right? So we collaborated with Dr. Suhas Jain and group from Georgia Tech to solve a particular problem, which is this eye secretion problem. And you can see the governing equation, the PDE that we solved, and you can see it's pretty complicated PDE. And QA pin solved it. And this was a testament that QA pin is not limited to simple toy problems. You can actually apply it to bigger things as well, right? And again, we did 3 versions, 3 qubit, 4 qubit, 5 qubit versions. What we saw was that QA pin now provided more parameter reduction. So previously it was 22%. We pushed it to provide almost 32% of parameter reduction. And if you compare it with the classical pin solution, QA pin solution was on par with it, right? So that was another step, and this problem was actually an inverse problem. The previous one was forward, so that is another step as well. When you talk about industry inverse problems, people care more about the inverse problems. So this was an inverse problem that we solved, and these results that I'm showing you right now were presented at APS conference in US last year. So far what we were seeing in QAPN is that the weights were less, yet the model was performing good or better, right? And to test, so it was sort of hinting that this QAPN model is learning better than the classical variants, right? And it was, sort of, if you think in terms of deep learning, it was like inverse of overfitting, not underfitting, but learning with lesser parameters but learning better, right? So if you think intuitively, this should mean that the model should be more generalizable, because it is learning. If the model learns with too many parameters, too many weights, more than required, we call it overfitting, right? It overfits to the problem. But if it's happening the other way around, so the model should be more generalizable, right? If you think that way. So I mean, we thought it the same way, and we did a transfer learning study, a very comprehensive at that. So we used spring mass damping system as a problem to solve the harmonic oscillation equation. And the reason for choosing is that the solution of this particular ODE is very sensitive to the value of the damping coefficient. So the solution of the nature of the solution changes completely based on what value you set for damping coefficient. It could be underdamped, critically damped, or overdamped. So again, taking these, we took a total of 10 values for this damping coefficient, and we bifurcated in 3 different problems: underdamped, critically damped, overdamped. And we solved a total of 90 transfer learning problems with 5 models. So each transfer learning problem with one base mu, say out of 10 values, you train the model initially on one value of damping coefficient, and then retrained on the rest of them, right? And this was a transfer learning setup we did. We trained 5 models: a classical pin that is directly trained on the target problem, right? A QA pin itself that is directly trained on the target problem. Then we had 3 transfer learning approaches. The first is the normal classical transfer learning, and then the 2 were 2 types of QA pin based quantum transfer learning methods that we introduced. And we saw that out of the total 90 cases solved, for more than 60%, QA pin based transfer learning methods converge faster, right, for the target problems. This directly hinted and sort of validated that QA pin model is sort of more generalizable. And again, these results were presented at Quantum India Bangalore conference last year. And yeah, I'm pretty much on time, I guess. So these are the references, and I'm really happy to talk about more on QAPN and other stuff right after the talk. We can meet and talk. Yeah, so if you have any questions, then we can.
Thank you. Maybe we'll have time for 2 to 3 questions. So from the audience, if there is a question, you can raise your hand. So I see one hand there. So maybe the mic can be given. So I have another mic here, if you want, take it.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thanks for the nice presentation.
Yeah.
Very interested to know about quantum machine learning. So initially at the very beginning, I said that quantum machine learning does not need quantum computers. You can use GPUs. Can you explain a little bit on that?
Okay, sure. So these class of algorithms that actually don't need quantum computers are called quantum-inspired quantum algorithms, right? So they have quantum computing math being used, quantum computing ideas being imported, but they don't necessarily need a quantum computer to run, right? And the BQ5 platform I talked about, it uses one such algorithm that is already in production, which is QIU. It is an optimization algorithm, but it's a quantum-inspired algorithm, right? So it uses math of quantum computing, it uses ideas of quantum computing, but it doesn't require a quantum computer to actually execute an algorithm. I hope that.
And yet it actually kind of reduces the time for computation.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
So I see here, so maybe.
So hi, I'm Chitikant Roy. So nice talk, but following to Rasdeep's question, you solved a Stephen problem, which is a moving boundary kind of problem. So what exactly in an architecture level changes then? It seems that okay, you are basically making the numerical algorithm faster in terms of matrix operation. I mean to say, when the merging between physics world and the AI world, in the architecture level, there are some certain patterns, like all those things in the classical level also exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to know where exactly this quantum-inspired things are coming.
Okay, so I'll talk about that work. So what we actually did was that in that problem, it was an inverse problem, as I mentioned. So there we were and actually estimating the true value of Thomson coefficient as well that is involved in the PDE, not just solving the PDE. And it turns out that estimating that Thomson coefficient just with classical methods or any other method, it's not possible to actually pinpoint it. So that was the problem with that Dr. Suhasjan and group came up, and what we did was, so that's the reason we wanted physics informed neural network to come in and solve the problem, and we solved it with PIN. And again we also wanted to test QA PIN with it, because in the previous work we saw that it was able to solve the Burger's equation, and it was had reduced weights, but it was able to solve the problem. So QA PIN that came in was just to test that it gave more compression, and yet it was able to solve the same problem that the classical version had. So it was more about a comparative analysis between QA PIN and classical PIN, and just to show that this QA PIN model can solve a very complex problem like the one you saw, despite having almost 30% less weights. So that was the reason, and the reason we were using a data-driven approach is because of that Thomson coefficient aspect.
Okay, I see one more here. This is the last one we'll take.
Hi. So when you say the quantum-assisted PIN is better generalizable, so is it in terms of the boundary conditions of the PDE used, or is it in the terms of the domain of the primary variable of the?
Okay. So when I say generalizable, what I mean is that what happens with PIN, as I discussed, it struggles with generalization, as in if you solve a particular problem with PIN, you change anything in that input condition or boundary condition or value of the parameter the constant right property constant in the PDE, you have to retrain the entire thing. That's what we showed here in the graph. If you see the classical PIN, or even if you take, for example, the classical transfer learning problem, right? They were not able to, when it was trained on one problem and it went to another problem, it was not able to solve it. Contrary to that, a QA PIN, when you train it on one problem and you take those learned weights, apply transfer learning and try to solve a similar problem, it is able to converge faster, right? A classical PIN almost takes the same amount of training time or much more training time. QA PIN, on the contrary, takes much less time to converge. So that's the idea behind generalization of QA PIN.
No, but what is the domain?
So okay, so just I said, we are changing the value of the damping coefficient in this particular setup. Yeah.
Okay. I think we can follow up later. We have to move ahead, right? Thank you. So thank you again. I will hand over a small token of memento. So we move ahead. Our next speaker is Dr. Sasikumar Ganesan, who is wearing two hats. He is a professor at IISc, but also the founder of Zen TIQ AI Tech. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. You can please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. So Professor Sasikumar is a pioneer in scientific machine learning and physics AI integration. He leads the AI for Research and Engineering Excellence, which is the AI Rex lab at IISc, where his team builds the mathematical backbones for next generation AI. and bridging academia and national strategy. He is founder of ZenTIQ AI Tech Innovations. Under his leadership, ZenTIQ was selected by the government of India to build India's first sovereign scientific foundation model. I can read 3-4 more sentences. I can talk about his publication and his long career, short but long in terms of achievement, but not long in terms of year. But I will stop here and I will give the platform to him. Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, and once again, thank you for the invitation. It's my pleasure to be here, and also my second or third visit to IIT Delhi, in particular to the seminar series and so on. In the next 15-20 minutes, what I'm going to cover is like where the scientific computing world is progressing, or what we have witnessed so far in the era of scientific computing, where we are progressing. And in the previous talk, in the era of moving towards the quantum-inspired algorithms for solving the PDEs. At the end of the day, solving PDEs means we are solving some engineering or physical processes. So in this talk, I will go into the similar journey. So I will just take you through the journey of like where and why and how we are progressing, or how much we are progressed so far, and also where the generative AI is going to come into the picture. So that's the plan for the next 15 minutes. So that's the outline. So initially, I will just give to make you more interesting, especially after the lunch. I've gone to keep you awake also. What is the gap? Maybe this will really a couple of eyebrows. Oh yes, I want to get involved in this topic. So that's the what is the gap that you are seeing, especially in the era of AI? Are we seeing any gap of AI that can be used in science and engineering application? And then I will move on to the what's the evolution of the scientific machine learning. That's the field. But thanks, right? I'm on a similar path. Thanks for the introduction of pins, variational pins, and operators, and so on. I will put in a different perspective, but in the similar methods. And then very briefly talk about the ideas that what we are planning with the scientific machine learning. Okay, so let me start with the gaps, or I would say more than the gap, I would see it is an opportunity for computational scientists to pitch in, especially in the era of AI. I take even one step further, not only solving the PDE, solving the differential equations to find the solution, but the AI that we are talking about today, or everyone is obsessed with AI, is ChatGPT or Gemini and also Anthropic, right? How can I bring the cognitive skills to the system, right? That's the primary things. Earlier, pins, all these things, neural network, I put it as a term, this is a traditional machine learning. Traditional machine learning approaches, right? It's primarily to solve PDEs, minimizer, optimizer, we will see it. But what we are talking about ARR, everyone is interested about AI is the cognitive skill, right? So if I go and ask a question like what would be the temperature distribution in a room, right, or in a particular geometry, aircraft, and other thing, this is what usually your PhD thesis will be written based on this, right? Okay, I'm trying to solve PDEs for particular application, maybe moving domain problems or fluid flow problems, right? And I've developed a finite element method, finite volume, and at the end of the 3 or 4 years, you write 2 or 3 publications and then write the thesis, get a PhD. But this is what we want our GPT models, predict temperature distribution in a unit square. Maybe you can replace it to the actual geometries as well. But then you give a problem description, right? So eventually, right, this is similar kind of thing. Of course, I simplified the problem statement, but you can enrich the problem statement and put it as a PhD problem statement, and thesis can be written. But what we are expecting today is we expect the AI models, AI means generative AI, to magically solve and give the solution that a PhD thesis can be, right, written and so on. So this is the expectation, right? But the reality, especially with GPT, of course, GPT 4.0, people can even go back and check 5.3, 5.2, and so on, or even the cloud and other thing. So eventually it got improved a lot, especially when it comes to the agentic approach, thinking model, and also more towards the tool calling abilities. The tool could be your finite element solver, finite difference solver, right? So this is how the capacity has grown, but over a period of time, This is what exactly we want our AI model to get it solved. So in this, of course, you can also go and try different aspects, the different responses, but definitely you are not going to get the solution that you are really looking for, right? So on the other hand, right, what are the primary challenges? I'm talking about, when I talk about the foundation model, I talk about the LLMs, right? As on today, what we know is large language models. So if you look at the present day large language models, so these models are primarily built for linguistic applications. It could be text summarization, right, generation, writing poems, scripts, and including the coding and so on. So for these applications, yes, linguistic applications, we know that these large language models are doing exceptionally well, and day by day it's also improving it. No question about it, but we cannot expect these models, right, to make predictions, because if you look at the existing generative models, or I call it as a foundation models, all these models are like next token prediction, right? Which means that you inject the training data set, and based on the training data sets, the models are going to probabilistically predict the next token and generate. Which means these models, the existing foundation models, are not analytic or predictive models. It's more about the repeating, right? So whatever the model has learned over a period of time from the training data set, it's going to repeat. But the existing foundation models, right, do not have the capability for predictiveness. So in order to, why the predictiveness is important, any science and engineering problem that we want to solve, we always want to, like when you solve PDE, right, a differential equation, what is the objective? Objective is like, I want to predict, given these certain boundary conditions, initial conditions, and so on, what would be the temperature, what would be the fluid flow, which means the predictiveness, right? So the predictive capabilities, by design, it is not part of the existing foundation models, right? So that's the reason, right, we are bringing the tool calling ability so that the model can get the tool, call a tool, right, and make the predictions, and that predictions can be interpreted and so on. So this is by design. And in terms of the scientific computing, what we are doing so far is we solve the PDEs, and when you solve simulations tool, you talk about starting from the finite difference to finite volume, including the quantum. So we are going to get the numerical results. But these numerical results are not like, doesn't have the insights about like the cognitive inference, right? It throws the number, but we really need a human or an expert to come and plot and then see that, okay, what it is, right? Where is the temperature gradient? Where you're having the largeities, right? So we really need the human intelligence to interpret the numerical results, including starting from pins, finite difference, whatever the numerical methods, including till the quantum inspired algorithms. On the other hand, so top layer is more about the large language models. Large language models are the foundation models, right? Do not have the capabilities to make a prediction, but it's good at like interpreting and then cognitive skills, right? So these are the two different worlds. So now the question is, can we merge these two things and build a model or build a foundation model which can, right, make a prediction, and those predictions can also be interpreted by the model. Of course, it cannot be built like just like one foundation model. We have to build it as an agentic platform you can think of, but then with an orchestrator and so on, the capability can be brought in. And this is the whole idea. I believe that next revolution that the scientific computing or the physics world that Jensen is also talking about is going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. Okay, so what we are looking for, right, the need, it's not only about just like a ChatGPT, linguistic applications, but it's more about the predictive models and so on. I will skip that part we have already discussed. Just to give like the backup, right, especially scientific machine learning. When you talk about the machine learning or the AI, of course, the field itself is not new. It's almost like 70, 75 years old. The field, when you talk about the AI, 1950s till that. However, in the last 10 years, I would say that whatever the growth that you're seeing, it's not just like a single point or single innovation. It's multiple innovations. I think all the stars aligned perfectly, especially in terms of the compute, GPUs, including the CPUs. The compute capacity has grown exponentially, number one. Number two is the data. For example, 10 years, 20 years before we talk about the 2G telephone and so on, we did not have so much of internet data set. So without data, these models could not have built. So data played a crucial role. And then the algorithms, right? So backpropagation algorithms, or you talk about the mathematical algorithm that's behind to build the neural network, and especially the matrix vector multiplications, algorithms efficiency. Put together, I would say that together, right, worked well in the last 10 years, exponential growth, exponential development of AI. So that's multiple components. You cannot point out a single reason for the achievement. Okay, so that's how the entire AI field has evolved. But more than that, right, from the scientific machine learning is more towards the late 20s, 2010, 2015, and so on, right? So the physics-informed neural network, Karnadakis, when introduced, talked about it, and then earlier also, like there are neural network-based solutions, but the real physics-informed neural network, right, Karnadakis group has introduced, and then several variants and hundreds and thousands of papers and so on and so forth. But that's the era, right? People started talking about the scientific machine learning. So when I talk about the scientific machine learning, so I classify into two categories, more as like the one as an optimizer, one as an more of the physics embedding models. So when you talk about the AI as an optimizer, so anything that you're talking about physics informed, starting from the physics informed neural network or physics inspired or even the variational pins, all these things, what we are trying to do is we are trying to minimize the PDEs, minimize the residual of the PDE basically. So when you minimize the residual of the PDE, it's basically, if you go to the finite element, it's nothing but the Dirichlet principle, then energy minimization. Basically, if you write the variational form and then minimize it, it's exactly what we are trying to do with the pins. So anything that you're doing with the physics inspired, physics informed, right? Basically, it's an optimizer. It's not really a new approach or new methodology. The only difference is instead of finite elements, finite volume, I'm minimizing the residual with some other approach. And in this process, what we are trying to do is, if you're coming from the finite element, Hilbert space, and so on, it's nothing but we are trying to identify the solution space as a neural network. Each basis function or neuron can be interpreted as a basis of their finite dimensional functional space. In particular, if you're talking about in the variational form, it's nothing but a Hilbert space basis functions, right? And then you vary the test space and the unsort space, right? Especially variational pins. Then you can immediately connect how the physics-informed neural network is almost equivalent to what you're talking about, the finite element approach that we're trying to solve with the PDEs. So in this category, right, a multiple approach, this figure, similar figure we have already seen, right? Eventually you pass on the coordinates and maybe the material parameters as well, right? Once you pass on the material parameters, you start to observe the actual value, but then you calculate the second derivative if you are solving the elliptic problems, and then trying to calculate the PDE loss, and then incorporate the boundary conditions if you have, then trying to minimize this, then eventually you are minimizing the residual of the PDE, right? So this is exactly what we are trying to do. But this is what I really meant, right? So the finite dimensional space, right? The basis functions of the finite dimensional space can be interpreted as the neurons that you are trying to get it there. But then these are nothing but your weighted coefficients, or eventually, right, the finite dimensional function that you are deriving out of it. Okay, so then there are like variants, right? We know from especially if you're coming from the finite element background, once you introduce the FEM, right, then you go to the adaptive finite elements, and then HP refinement, P refinement, and there is no end to it. You can keep on continuing variational form. All these ideas can be brought in. And this is, of course, this idea of the fast spin, again, inspired by the finite elements. We typically, when you do the FEM, you do the mapped finite element, unmapped finite elements. There are advantages of using the mapped finite elements, so you no need to evaluate the quadratics and other thing for every point. So that's about the era of, I would say that the methods about the physics informed or the optimizer, AI as an optimizer. The second category is the physics as the model, right? No, I do not want to just minimize the residual of the PDE, right? But the whole idea is I want to just capture the physics, or the operator has to be captured, or the functional space has to be captured by the operators. This is where the FNOs and the neural operators, right, including the wavelet, different categories, including the GNOs, right? I want to build a model which is agnostic to the geometries. I want to vary the geometry. There was one question also, what is the change, right? Can I change the geometry of the problem? Will the trained model can be used? Can I use the transfer learning approach and so on? So compared to the physics, right, the GNOs or the neural operator based models are more flexible to do that. But this is the second category of approach, right? Again, inspired by Marima. She's also coming to to the A Impact Summit, the Fourier neural operators, but the DeepONet has come from the other group. So the whole idea behind is, right, this I call it as a more of like we are incorporating the physics into the operators so that you can little bit generalize rather than learning a particular problem. You try to learn the operator. So it's diffusion operator or the advective operators. You learn it so that by even when you vary the coefficients, you should be able to generalizably get more are able to infer it for more other problems. So I would say that, again, like geometry informed is another, right, instead of passing the one, right, the whole idea is, again, it's inspired by, I would say, that the map to finite element approach. Instead of passing the actual geometry, you transform the geometry into a unit cube or a reference domain if you're coming from the FEM, right, again, right, and then you capture the physics and then you infer it, and after inference, again, you transform back, right, inverse transformation that you do that so that you will be able to get the solution. So these are the approaches, right, including maybe next talk I will include the quantum as well, right, I missed it. So these are the methods, right, will provide you the approximation to the PDEs, right, but not the cognitive part is not attached to that, right. So that's the question, right, can we interact with the FNOs and other thing? And the answer is no. You pass on your parameters, you will be able to get a solution, but you cannot go and chat and discuss, right? So that's not going to happen. But for that, you have to bring the cognitive element to it. So that's why it is so, and how it can be like modified. That is where the transformer or we have to look at the foundation model, how things are getting changed and so on. So this is a regular approach, especially those who are very inspired or interested in the foundation model or large language models. It's this graph is very clear. You pass on the data and then you have the transformers. Once you train the transformer, you will be able to generate the solutions with multiple applications. But then this is not enough in order to bring the cognitive skills to the foundational models. Then what you really need is you have to find out the way, right? The model should also be able to understand your scientific data that could be like governing PDEs or even the experimental results or even your numerical simulations, right? So those data sets, obviously, when you bring it, then transformers alone is not possible. We need to have modified form of the transformers architectures, and this is what exactly we are working. And once we are able to incorporate these data sets into the foundation model, then the expectation is that your model should also get the capabilities of interpreting and then explaining your scientific data set. So then, right, who is going to provide the scientific data sets? Then again, it's a design choice. You can say that, okay, I want the foundation model itself should have the capabilities. Then you're talking about like the generic or the foundation model, which is very time consuming. Then you really need one model trying to fit all, or the ideas react type, you put an orchestrator and then build a domain specific foundation models. Those domain specific foundation models should be able to interpret, but then the foundation model, one can be an English model, right? So we can use it. So in principle, this is what we are trying to do. This is the plan that we are trying to execute. We go into the more of a domain specific. We are expecting the thermal foundation model end of June, July. And then again the quantum thermal plus the electromagnetic domain specific foundation model by end of this year, and next we are going to start with the CFD. That is even more complex. That's the plan. So that's the summary. I leave it to you to read. And at the same time, I'm looking a small advertisement. Those who are really inspired, or if I have inspired you to take up these type of roles and interested, please take a QR and then just drop your message, right? I'm happy to talk to you, and then we will bring some changes or innovations to the scientific community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. So any questions from the audience?
Yeah, can I ask? So thanks, Dr. Shashi, very nice talk. So I did not quite understand the last part. You told that what exactly then this foundation model is going to do? Because in physical world, if I have a problem, if I design a boundary value problem, then that's the definition of modeling. I basically know that these are the terms of the PD. Now, if I don't know the structure of the PD now, I have, let's say, data, and data may come from experiment or data may come from some other slow simulation. And then from there, what exactly I'm looking for the foundation model?
Yeah, sure.
What is the output of the foundation model?
Yeah, that's right. So this is not the traditional, when you talk about the modeling, right? When you talk about the modeling, there will be like the some process, right? And that you model it with the differential equations and you discretize it, apply numerical methods, solve it, and then post-processing, and then you get this result, right? This is the computing that we are talking about, the modeling. But in this process, what you're going to get is, right, I'm passed this parameter, call the solver, right? I'm going to again, that will be crunched, and then you're going to get some numbers, right? As a researcher, I have to take this one and plot it, right? And then after plotting, right, I will be interpreting. I have to, as a human expert, right, I have to go and interpret and explain. So this is what the traditional, when you talk about the modeling that you're talking about. In the foundation model, what we are trying to do it is, you do not want to do all this designing the experiments and then plotting and then interpreting. I want to ask the query like ChatGPT. What would be the temperature distribution, or is this a unit square with so and so functions, right? I want to analyze the temperature distribution on this particular computation model. It's more about like you tell instead of you acting as a researcher, right, as a professor, you tell to your student, right, the students should go back and then solve all the hard problems and come back and then present it. It's more about, you think of like in present models, right, large language models, foundation models are more towards the language or English literature professor, right? What we are trying to build is the thermal engineer. So the model you should be able to go and ask the question or interpret, give it the problem, right, ask the solution. And not only it should not throw the solution as a numerical way, but it should also analyze and then give the insights about the predictions and the innovation. Predictions or even the other aspects that human might be missing as well. This is what I really meant as a foundation model. You can think of ChatGPT for thermal, ChatGPT for CFD electromagnetic analysis.
So I think deep down inside that architecture, you were saying there might be a physics which already the model knows about.
Yes.
Output will be based on that physics. So model will be correctly interpret that this is the physics I need to go and then output generate.
One is an interpret, as I mentioned at the beginning itself, right? It's mostly you have to think of like an agentic model or the tool calling abilities. The model may not fully capable of making the predictions. Maybe the simpler questions model will be able to make the predictions, but if the harder questions meet, then it has to call the pins, variational pins, other solvers, or even the traditional FEM solvers. But those numbers should be again go to the foundation model. Foundation model should be able to interpret and explain, provide an insight to that through the user.
Let us give other slots, right? Any other question from the audience?
I think he's having one.
I have a ton of questions. I'll take them offline.
Okay, sure.
What I was going to say that we should do, he's doing it.
Okay. Okay.
So brilliant talk.
Thank you so much.
I have a lot of questions. I mean, a comment rather than a question right now. Actually, you should have the same issues with image foundation models also. But somehow they got over it, correct? What I mean by that, they didn't have to do tool calling. At some level, they managed to. It would be brilliant if we don't have to fall back on tool calling and we get a slightly more instruction-based foundation model, even to show the possibility of it.
Yeah.
That I can query, I don't have to be predictive, maybe. I mean, you get, I mean.
Yeah, I know what you're coming to that, right? Maybe 30 seconds I responded, right? In fact, that's when it starts a tool calling, that's not necessarily you have to call the MATLAB, right? That I never consider as a programming language, but even the FEM solvers and so on. For example, if you look at the FNOs, right? Neural operators and so on, if you closely look at it, right? It's an analogical, right? You can say that, oh, this is nothing but an attention layer, and then you have the call. So what I really meant is you have to have like the mixture of experts, right? One of the experts can be like, I push in as like the FNO part, then FNO predicts the one, right? There will be another expert, that's an English experts, both talk to each other and able to prediction. So when I say like a tool calling ability, right, it's tools, right? I really meant bringing the predictive FNOs and operators type inside into it.
Thank you. So just as our thanks, I will hand over the memento.
Sure.
Because I'm not getting a chance to ask question, right? I'm moderating. So
That's the
so
curse of moderator.
Thank you. So moving on to the last talk of this session. So we have Dr. Seris here, So Dr. Siris is currently working as a principal scientist and head of media and advertising research area at TCS Research. He got his PhD in electrical and computer engineering from Michigan State University in 2007, so almost 20 years now, right? He has been with TCS Research for 16 plus years, so again, long time. So he has 30 plus granted patents, lot of publications, and he is right now working on AI alignment, AI creativity, and self-improving AI. So with that, the floor is yours.
Can you walk around? Yeah. But you don't have a...
Yeah, so you have to go there, right?
Then that's fine. No problem.
Not this one, right? No, this is the previous one.
You've chosen the version 4, right? Yes. This one.
No, not this one.
This one. Oh, this one, sorry.
This one.
Can you project the whole thing? That's fine.
Full screen. View and then full screen.
Sorry, ज़्यादा ही light आ रहा है जो. Okay. So the two talks that preceded me were like a fantastic surprise. It makes my life easy to talk about things. I think the way we'll run this talk is a little bit more like experience sharing. And though they announce I'm like a media hour ahead, really I'm an applied AI guy who at some point is maybe doing science, sometime doing media. We're kind of solving applied AI problems. So within TCS, right, there are a bunch of, we have almost 3 departments who can call themselves computational physicists, computational biologists, computational chemists. And they solve problems across industry. And it's a very standard thing for them, okay, to work with traditional computational physics softwares. Maybe, and each one will have, if you're doing CFD, there'll be something. If somebody will be working with DFT, but they're very, very well versed with sort of this pipeline. And they work across use cases. This is no AI here. They're just using computational physics. And they solve problems for a variety of customers in variety of geographies, variety of industries, okay? One of the use cases where they have had a lot of success is they've built digital twins. They're now doing digital twins for biological systems also, but they've done it really, really successfully for like boilers and power plants and things like that, okay? No AI yet, right? The use cases where these twins are used, they're used for all kinds of analytics, descriptive, predictive, if something will go down, and also health monitoring and all. But they're also used for plant optimization and stuff like that. There's so this work has been going on for so long that at one point of time they actually even put out an entire platform with a whole bunch of, customized, you can say, data science libraries which can easily allow twins to be tuned and things like that. Okay, this is all pre-Gen AI, pre-pins, and all this work was already going on. Deployed, shown benefit in real use cases. Okay, so here are just some examples of what all they have done. Right from fuel minimization, sustainability goals, automotive industry, pulp and paper, across the board they've been doing this. Okay. So, I'll come to this slide. There are 2 more groups which actually do this. So, if you think of this as work being done for, let's say, maintenance and optimization, there are 2 groups. One would work on maybe more biological systems, so drug discovery and that kind of things, and even material discovery. So this is like, not so much in the loop of a deployment, but they would actually do discovery as a service. All of these actually do some form of ODE, PD modeling combined with algebraic equations and stuff like that. But it's very common for them to sort of have a compute bottleneck. They're very comfortable with it. They're very comfortable if their simulation runs for 3 months and stuff like that. These guys have been playing with GPUs well before maybe some of us started playing with deep learning GPUs. Okay, and the challenges are like either it's a one-off solve. Okay, but even over there you'll say in a one-off solve, why do I have a compute issue? Even in a one-off solve, they have a compute issue because even though they say it's a one-off solve, when they deploy, there could be some fine-tuning requirement. So they do need a vehicle where fine-tuning would be good. So even on one-off solves, neural network-based solutions are interesting to them versus sort of a standard grid or mesh-based solution. Okay. Design, obviously, if you have many forward paths, obviously you need to bring the compute down so something can be done. A lot of interest over there. And the final one, which sort of we worked on, is that you actually want sort of the solver itself to become fast because you have a real-time use case. And the boundary conditions are changing, things are changing, assumptions are changing. Why would this happen? I'll go and elaborate about it. Okay. So the first bottleneck that these guys, I'll talk 3 bottlenecks. Okay. And what I guess because people have already spoken about things, I'll try to convey almost in some sense what does a practitioner of scientific machine learning go through and what are their needs that AI could solve. All right. I think that's sort of the tone that I will talk about. So pins are not really fast as such if you think in terms of training, but in terms of because they have a neural network as an output, in some sense they have an advantage during deployment. In that sense, they'll end up being fast. Everybody's already spoken about neural operators. Yes, they are sort of like a foundational model, a solver. Hence, if you want to generalize, it is very fast. But we also play around with yet another sort of a solution concept called hyper networks. And we actually went in the direction of hyper networks first before we talked about neural operators. So the very first, I'll talk about 3 case studies, one in more detail than others. The very first case study was something known as an air preheater. But I just want to do a very quick poll. How many of you are from an AI background? How many of you are from a, like say, a mech or material science background? Show of hands. For mech and material science. Yeah, okay. There are a few of them. Okay. So for me, I had to learn all these things. So air preheaters are very sort of a standard component in like power plants and stuff like that. Essentially what happens is that there is some sort of you can imagine like a wheel is moving, and there are on one, and these are metal plates and they are rotating. On one side, there is sort of a gas that probably was used in coal or something. It's already hot and is gonna anyways has to be thrown out. But you want to sort of reuse that heat in some form. Okay, so this is called a heat exchanger, and these kind of heat exchangers apparently turn up in process industry very frequently. Okay. So what happens is that, so you will have gas going out, you will have gas coming in from one side, and you will sort of, this thing will move so that to do heat transfer. Things will go wrong over here because over time, they call this fouling. Some of the gas will sort of sediment on the metal, and you will see that things don't work, as the heat transfer is not as good as happens. So this was one of the first problems where we wanted to do health monitoring. And the first learning lesson over here in those days, this is work almost from 2023, 22, was that we almost imagined that, look, hey, this is a great instrument, physics informed neural networks. Let's just apply it to the whole system and things will work. It doesn't go through that simplistically. Anybody who's tried to apply pins, they will know that it just doesn't work that simplistically. You actually do need people who have an understanding of the system and the physics background. So the only time so I won't go into the details of these equations. They are just conservation equations, convection, conduction equation of PD, and the boundary conditions are essentially just inlet temperature and outlet temperature. But the main takeaway over here was, instead of trying to train a single pin, when we decided that, look, we will domain decompose in accordance to the physics, and then for every sort of segment train a different neural network, but sort of optimize them together, we immediately started to get things working. Okay, so this is one big sort of takeaway from here, is that this need is very common in industry. Okay, that you will have while air preheater is a single component, there's still segments over here. We actually want to do factory level simulation, and it's a multi-component simulation. So is the breakdown going to still be manual? How will it be done? This is a question that still remains important for us. But this was the first evidence for us where we actually were able to get convergence. I won't go into the details of this, you can check the papers, but the impact was very immediate. At inference time, what would have traditionally the re-engineering would have taken us tons of time, you know, it seems 5 minutes over here, but in terms of scale up, it was coming down to seconds, okay? The immediate next question for us, and people have spoken about, is that can we do transfer, okay? Because if the boundary conditions are going to change and things are going to change a lot, what can we do, okay? So this was sort of a happy surprise at that time that transfer learning works, but this was not sufficient for us. So the immediate next case that we really did was, so everybody's spoken about neural operators. Do you know what are hypernetworks? How many of you know what are hypernetworks? Okay, so imagine that you build a neural network to predict the weights of a neural network directly. Okay, that is what a hypernetwork is, all right? So your solution is being, in pins, your solution is being represented by a neural network. In a hypernetwork, the input to the neural network could be the problem definition, okay? So in a very simple cases, it will just be a changing boundary condition, and out should come the solution for that particular boundary condition, okay? So when we first tried doing it, it didn't work easily, but if you sort of, in training the hypernetwork itself, if you sort of add physics loss to it, a bit very similar to what people call PINO, physics-informed neural networks, you can have physics-informed hypernetworks. We were able to actually get extremely good generalization for this particular problem, okay? How this is different from neural operators is that neural operators will predict a mesh. Over here, for every specific problem, we are able to give you a neural network which is a solution for that specific problem. So from a deployment perspective, this is very advantageous because when you deploy, you're only deploying a very tiny model. You're not deploying an entire foundational model, okay? We got great results, very almost close to as if you would have trained a PNN by itself. In some cases, probably because it was seeing a lot more data together, we even got small improvement in some cases, okay? So now what happens is that predicting, I'm just sort of telling you some important problems we solved, and we borrowed a lot from the LLM worlds, okay? In some sense, almost parallel to the LLM world. One challenge with hypernetworks is that the weight space increases so rapidly that if you are sort of working with extremely sort of complex components, the size of your multi-layer perceptrons is going to be huge, and you cannot predict all those weights, because if you have to, then the size of your base network will become very large, and the amount of data you need will just start blowing up. So just the way you nowadays, those of you who work with vision and all, you have LoRa updates and all, you can play absolutely the same game, even in the computational space. You can have something known as a hyper LoRa, in particular a physics hyper LoRa, where part of the model remains fixed across the changing physics, but you just sort of predict the adapters which allow you to sort of, you know, modify the model without training for the modified physics. So this is also something that we were able to do. A second use case that I would want to talk about is rotary tin. We've seen these components actually in some space. So rotary tin is again one form of heat exchanger. You can think of it as a tube that keeps rotating. From one side you're getting a gas, from another side solid, and you want to sort of control these temperatures and see how the mass transfer is happening. In this particular case, and these are real problems we face, okay, our challenge was that we had extremely limited data, okay, and if we tried to sort of, and the physics was not very fine-tuned, if we tried to do all these losses together, convergence was just not happening, okay. So what we did was we sort of left a few of the parameters out, and with just, you almost created a training curricula where you estimated an initial solution just on the basis of data. Then you retrained with some energy conservation laws. And now you do a trick where instead of actually bringing in some of the other sort of temperature and conservation laws, you solve an inverse problem. And you try to estimate what are the real coefficients of the PDEs, which sort of seem to align with what you are doing. So you almost correct your physics a little bit, and then we train, okay. This again led to very good results. All these works are published. By the way, you can look up the details, okay. Just now, very recently, we were able to kind of train a FNO for what is known as a clarifier. Okay, so I won't go into details on this. Clarifier is again one industrial component which is useful in water treatment plants. Okay, so we want to simulate clarifiers so that we can again design it properly, see if it can interface with other things and all. So you see that variety of these components are of interest to us. And they keep having small problems, which actually mean something much bigger. So particular problem over here, at lunch also people were discussing this, is that whenever I want to do this dataset distillation sort of approach, where I have a traditional solver, I use that to generate data, and I'll train something like an FNO on it to generalize. How I create that data becomes how I create that data becomes a big challenge, because that itself requires a compute, right? And you will see that over here, actually it makes a big difference. If you start with a very small data set, your error is quite large. Okay, and with sufficient data, the error can fall significantly. Now, we've gone through this pipeline many times, right? Generate data. Every time you have a new problem, you try to do some tricks in AI. This takes a lot of effort. Effort on the machine learning side, effort on understanding the PD side. So we've really hoped, like what was the end of the talk, that look, we will have something like a ChatGPT like foundation model, and just makes life easy for everyone. With that motivation, we had tried doing something. So if you have worked with LLMs, you know there are these AI, LHF and all, where AI kind of generates synthetic data for itself, and self-improvement is an issue. So we had wondered that, and this was before AIML and a lot of these data consortiums came into play, that can we possibly sort of get these neural operators, if they're trained poorly, to sort of generate data for themselves, and then on that generated data, if we train, does it show any kind of self-improvement? The answer to that is positive, but it's at least then it was saturating very quickly. Okay, but these kind of tricks, I think, we will need to do if you want to actually build foundational models. That can we self-improve? What is a self-supervised task that the neural operators can train on? If you want to go towards the kind of vision that was painted in the last talk. So computation was first bottleneck. How much time do I have? 5 minutes.
3 minutes.
How much?
3 minutes.
Okay. I'll quickly go through other. The other bottleneck I want to talk about is actually the creativity bottleneck. Okay. So a lot of these scientists that I spoke about, I may go over by just 2 minutes. Okay. Yeah. Actually spend a lot of their time doing mathematical modeling. What equations to keep, what to do, what phenomenon not to capture, things like that. Even after a PD is done, they spend like really good mathematical ability in actually doing reductions. Okay. Even if they're not doing reduction, if they want to kind of code it up in a particular sort of software, that is also not trivial, because you have to configure it, and that changes the results. So all of this is actually scientific creative workflows, and we've been kind of doing work and supporting this in many ways. Some of the work is not published, I can't talk about it over here, but I think this is another space we need to really invest on. I have slides where I speak a little about it, but I'm gonna kind of, because we're short of time, I'm gonna jump, where we have actually gone through like heat exchanger papers, and we look at those heat exchangers papers and we sort of auto codify them, and then if they're not coded correctly, then somebody will come and correct it. The corrections themselves become a database which can be applied. So future codification of papers becomes easy. And then all of this put together, when I see a new problem, can I ideate on top of it? These are kind of things we are doing. But I think with the newer models, this is going to get even more crazier. And this is a direction we definitely want to bet on. Cloud 3.5, we tried to generate code for numerical softwares. We didn't have a great success, but now 3 generations have passed. I think things may change. But this remains an area of tremendous interest, both from sort of automation perspective and actually co-creating with the human being, exactly what to model and what not to model. All right. The third sort of thing that I wanted to talk about. One of the reasons, I mean, there are two more reasons I'm going to cover. One of the reasons that a lot of these people have historically worked with plants and all, they have been a little uncomfortable with deploying the solutions that come through pins or things like that, is that they don't have the same level of confidence in the solution that they will have with finite element method approaches and stuff like that, okay? And we've been thinking how to make this trustworthy, all right? There's a lot of research that has happened in making neural networks themselves more trustable. You can actually predict whether, you know, Ramya does calibration here, for example, or there are, whether they can they go out of any dynamic range and stuff like that, okay? One of the things that we thought of doing is that, can we sort of do symbolic regression for PDEs, okay? So either learn a neural network which is a solution to the PDE and distill it to a symbolic solution, okay? Or instead of setting up a neural network as a solution, sort of set up like, you know, a symbolic expression itself, and then through gradient based approaches learn the expressions. And we've not able to recover the exact expressions in simple use cases, but for situations like that air preheater where there was no analytical solution at all, we are able to get some expressions. So we are going somewhere. The issue over here is that like these were early days, and sort of the feedback we got that, look, you don't have to solve this problem as if nothing is known, okay? Even in problems where like the air preheater or rotary kiln, those who work in the domain have some sense of what the solution would look like, okay? So we are in the midst of sort of putting together a pipeline where we look at historical papers, we use LLMs, and the LLMs generate candidates of what the symbolic solution would be. But then we take a very pins-like, you know, approach. We plug that in the PD and see is the residual getting reduced. And you kind of get the LLMs to give hints on what should be the next candidate solution. We kind of iterate on top of this, and we're trying to get somewhere with this, okay? So this is what we're trying to do on the trust side. Overall, I think if I'm to summarize our experience of working together with computational physicists for the last 3 years, I think there's definitely a need for foundation models which are beyond just neural operators, but a lot more like what was spoken in the last talk. I think AI for math is a green spot which can really, really help in many places. Code generation, though solved everywhere, I think for numerical softwares and all, still is something that needs to get figured. We work on very complex systems, okay? So composability is an important problem for us, all right? Now, when you compose things, it's not just PD-based modeling. I mean, an entire plant may have a if condition or a for loop. So I would almost imagine that you have to really embrace this shift from PDs to differentiable programs and then see how everything can be differentiable, okay? And then finally, for it to get deployed, solutions have to be trusted. And this seems far more interesting than maybe everybody is imagining. So I'll borrow it from my media world right now. So suppose you're really trying to put together a data set, okay, on which foundation models can be built, like, you know, just like the internet scale data set. Now this data is going to come from everywhere. People may volunteer for this data, okay? Some guy who runs a plant volunteers his data so that you can train on it. If you do build a foundation model and I can sort of leak the data of that plant, then there's a massive, you know, security issue over there. So right up front, if you are planning on building large models, how can I actually solve these kind of trust issues? These problems I anticipate also are going to become important even in scientific machine learning. Okay.
Thank you.
Happy to take questions.
Yeah, questions. If there is question, you can raise hand. If not, I have a question, but I was hoping from the audience. Yeah, so maybe I'll ask the question that I was going to ask you later. Hyper network, right? I mean, did you see any overfitting because the network size goes weak, training the hyper network? Because it is predicting the weights, right, of the original network.
Correct. So without it might have happened, and we might have just seen it as poor generalization. we had to introduce the physics laws while training the hyper network also.
Okay.
Got it? So it's you understood, right? You have prediction laws plus the physics laws,
right?
And then it seemed to be okay. However, our density of sampling, correct, at one point made us suspicious that if we just interpolated, would it beat us? So no, we were doing better than that. So at least for this air preheater, we seem okay.
If there is no question, let us thank the speaker once more, and in fact, let us thank all the 3 speakers of this session. Let me give you the memento.
Set.
Thank you once again. So we move on to the next session, which is the flash talk, and then there will be tea break. We are running late, but we should still be able to finish by 6.
A very good afternoon to all. I hope we all have enjoyed the inspiring sessions from our distinguished professors. So these session, it has told us how far AI has come, and apart from that, it has also shown us how much opportunity lies ahead. So with this, let's move ahead with our next session, which is the student flash presentation sessions. So first, I would like to welcome our first presenter, Vimod Kumar, who is a PhD student in the Sense Department of IIT Delhi. He will be giving a presentation on residual GAN with spectral normalization for image dehazing. So Vimod, can you please come to the dais?
There's a folder. This is not my PPT. Okay, so we'll keep track of time. That's fine.
So I need to mention that the flash presentations will be of 5 minutes each, followed by a 1 minute of Q&A round. And I would request all the participants to please adhere to the timing so that everybody gets a fair opportunity.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Vimod. I am pursuing PhD in the Center for Sensors, Instrumentation and Cyber Physical System Engineering with Professor Manish Kumar. I am going to today talk about an important optical problem which was first introduced in the year 1933. But there was no AI solution present. So there was a hardware solution present, but hardware component itself need money, extra component, and plus the optical alignment. So if you have ever used a camera, mirror, lens or anything, you must be aware of the alignment issue in the optical system. So to overcome this optical system, why not use AI? So I have used a conditional GAN to solve this problem. In the schematic, you can see a concave mirror, and this system is a Schlerin imaging system. If you have not heard about this system, it is a system to visualize the invisible flows. So currently heat is coming out of my hand, which is not visible to you, but it can be visible with this simple setup, like a concave mirror and just a camera, and of course a knife edge, which cost ₹1 only. So with this we can I have visualized here the candle flame. Not the candle flame, the heat coming out of the candle I have visualized, which is not visible through our naked eye. But there is a dual, you can see the two images because of the overlapping path. See, there's a single image, there's a, here's a camera, here's a light source, and the knife edge. So when the light passes through the candle heat and then strikes mirror and goes back. So it is traveling through the medium twice, so it is making two images of the same object. That is a problem. That is an interruption in the signal. So how I removed it? I have removed my conditional GAN I have trained, and for that I need to have an image pair. To have an image pair of an computational image, an image which is captured from a camera is a problem, because we need to be stick to the science, because if we are our data is not science validated, our model may not work properly. So I have it is a multiplicative superposition we can call. So I have created this pipeline, created the double image and single image pairs, and I have trained the model. Two famous models I have trained, Pix2Pix and Pix2Pix HD, and also I have changed the architecture a bit, and I have come up with this result. So here's the input image, double image. Here's the result from Pix2Pix and Pix2Pix HD. So we can see that not only on the synthetic data, but on the real data, I am getting the images which are not double image. So this setup is giving us a double image. I have taken a single image from a trained model. So without using a extra optical component, of course extra optical component here can remove it, but I'm not using it to reduce the cost, footprint, and the alignment issue. So here's I have compared the numbers, and there's a clear trade-off between the perception and the distortion parameters, like between the Pix2Pix and Pix2Pix XD. And this is the work I wanted to present here. Thank you.
Hello. Nobody? So, okay, thank you, Vimod. Next, I would like to call Indrajit Mandal upon the stage for his presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Indrajit Mandal. So I am a PhD student in School of Interdisciplinary Research. So I'm going to present on the topic ILA, enabling autonomous AFM experiments via LLM-based agents. So we have developed ILA framework. So the main purpose of this framework is to conduct real-time experiments using the atomic Fook microscope. So here you can see the full framework. So here a user have to give any type of experiments. This type of experiment can be autonomously conducted through the this framework. So for example, you can see in the top there is a user interface. So in the user interface, we usually give any type of experiments. For example, here you can see that we just give an instruction that capture an AFM image of size 100 cos 100 nanometer with a file name. And then we just give instruction that measure the roughness and the friction value. So that after giving this type of instruction to this AI framework, so usually it go to the next ILA. So ILA is Artificial Intelligence Lab Assistant. They actually split this type of experiment into two parts. One is the real-time experiments, and then after that the data analysis part. So to conduct the real-time experiments, so we have designed two different agents. So one agent is AFM handler agent. So that AFM this AFM handler agent is connected to the real AFM machine. So whatever experiment is there, so that can be done with this AFM handler agents. And one more is there agents, that is a data handler to analyze the data. So after taking this instruction from the user, it usually divided into two parts. First part is to conduct the real-time experiments. That's why it is calling the AFM handler agents. And AFM handler agents also connected with the different two tools. So one is the document retrieval tools and one is the code executor tool. To conduct any type of real-time experiments and to use any type of instruments, so we need a manual. So here the LLM models has no knowledge of the manuals. So that's why we have created the documentations. So in this documentation, everything related to the AFMs, how to means handle the AFM, all related information is in the documentation. So right now it can see that this AFM handler is calling the document retriever with a simple query that it want to measure. Means it want to scan an image with size 100 nanometer across 100 nanometer. Then it is retrieve some document from the document retriever, and finally, these agents, AFM handler agents, is rewriting the full scripts to conduct the experiments. And after that, it is executing this code, and the real-time experiment is done. After doing the experiments, the next step is to analyze the data. So to do that, there is one different agents, that is our data handler agents we have. So this AFM handler agent don't know how to do that particular analysis part. That's why it is calling need help. And then this document retriever agents, right now it's working, and it is calling different agents like image optimizers and image analyzer to analyze that particular data. Now you can see it is just given instruction to open that raw image, and finally you can see the final answers. So this framework actually can do from experiment to data analysis in one simple English prompt. So to understand whether our framework is working well or not, so we have choose different types of LLM models. Here we choose total 4 LLM models like GPT 3.5, Llama, and Claude. And we have designed total 11 different evaluation metrics to understand whether whether there is a problem with LLM models or with frameworks. So we can see that the different LLM models has a different success rate. So we have created total 100 questions. So the success rate is calculated with respect to these 100 questions. So you can see the success rate if you see the success rate. So it is more or less the success rate is around 70%. And for the case of GPT-4o, the success rate is very high, and GPT 3.5, the success rate is very low. So there is other also matrices like total number of tokens is required. For example, to conduct any type of experiments, we have to also measure how much money it is means consuming in each LLM models. So that's why we have also write the every like prompt tokens, compilation token, and number of steps there. And number of steps is required to conduct a full experiment. So that is also there. And you can see here also the results of like different models GPT-4o. So in the case of GPT-4o, the most of the success is with this model. And you can see that if any questions is related to the analysis and calculation part, so GPT-4o success rate is very high, 43 point some percentage. And for other models, this is not good. So we have also done some real experiments. You can see we have do the manual experiments as well as with the GPT-4o. All the experiments are more or similar. And for example, we have also done one experiment where it has to find a graphene flake, then it has to measure the number of graphene layer there. So it is also able to do that. And one was the optimization of the image. So that is also done here. So thank you. If there is any question, so feel free to ask me.
Thank you, Indrajit, for your talk. So I would like to ask the audience if anybody has a question for Indrajit. If not, then we can thank our speaker, Mr. Indrajit Mandal. Next, I would like to call upon Dipali Pawar, who is a PhD student in the School of Public Policy, and she will be giving a talk on the topic, The Invisible Footprint of Intelligence, Estimating the Environmental Cost of Everyday AI Queries.
Can you help me? Last one. Good evening, everyone. I am Dipali Pawar from School of Public Policy, and today we will be discussing about the invisible footprints of intelligence, estimating the environmental cost of everyday AI queries. So we all studied about greenhouse gases when we were in school, and I know this workshop is all about AI models. I am not going to talk about that here. All I'm going to talk about is how the generative AI tools which we are using on daily basis these days, almost like every hour we are using it. So what is the environmental cost of those queries? And here I'm only talking about a single query. And I have considered two scenarios. The first scenario is a very small prompt which consists of only 20 words, and the other one which is around 50 words. Okay. So I have considered various factors like prompt length, server energy per prompt, device power for laptops and mobiles, daily usage, and emission factors. And this activity-based emission accounting method I have used to calculate the CO2e, which is CO2 equivalent, and I have used the discussed factors and this formula to estimate our CO2e. But the fact is we can't practically calculate the carbon footprint of a single query because there are different parameters involved, and we can't really think of all those parameters when we try to do this work manually. And since I am here to give message to use little less Gen AI tools, so I was trying to do most of the things manually, and so I have tried to keep the calculation simple and considered very few factors. So the thing is, when we give a very small query, so this is the amount of CO2e produced per minute, which is very small. Like you can see for mobile it's 0.429 grams. For laptop it's 0.736 gram, which is very small. But when we convert it into our daily estimation, this goes to 2.82 grams, 5.89. So it's still very small. But we are around 15,000 students in this institute, and if we only consider a very small, like around 10,000 users and only single query I am considering here, then this number of carbon emissions goes this high. It goes in, it is now we are talking in terms of tons. So the thing is, we can clearly see that how it is going from grams to kgs to tons. And we are using it daily, even for the easiest task we are now using the Gen AI tools. So my message here is to not stop people from using it. I'm trying to say that for the task which can be done manually, like writing emails or the assignment which is meant to write by our own self, we should not rely on them because there is a very heavy environmental cost of it. Like annually, ICT is responsible for 2 to 4% carbon footprint worldwide, which is equals to the carbon footprint by the aviation industry. So this is a very big number, and as we are going to move forward with these technologies, this number is only going to increase. So we should really try to minimize the use of AI where it is not required. This is my message for today, and that's it for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipali, for your nice presentation. So do we have a question for Dipali here? Nobody? So next, I would like to call upon Jayendran Iyer, who is a PhD student in the UK UQ IITD Research Academy from IIT Delhi, and today he will be giving a presentation on machine learning potentials to guide reaction mechanisms at the metal-water interface. So let's hear from Jandran.
Hello. Yeah, so I'll be talking about more on the CCUS aspect. So we have heard a lot about carbon capture, utilization, and storage. So this would be more on the utilization aspect of carbon. So we know a lot of CO2 out there, pollution, we have been hearing from the morning today. Now, how do we actually utilize that for actual purpose, like for fuel? That is the idea. So converting CO2 to fuel. Now, this seems to be easy, but it's not that easy. For this, usually electrocatalytic operations have been used. So electrocatalysis is where you have a catalyst surface. It will be a metal. And on top of it, you have an electrolyte. So that would be solution, that would be water, there will be ions, and there will be reaction happening at the interface. Now, modeling such an interface is very complex. So as you can see from these images, so these are actually configurations that we use it for our modeling purpose. And it's quite complex. You have water. Water is quite dynamic. So in real conditions, the water continuously change their configurations. You have ions. They also change their configurations continuously. And all these affect the reaction. That is very important. Also, you have the reaction events are happening on the surface. So that's also continuously changing. The coverage is continuously changing. The intermediates are continuously changing. And on top of it, even the metals are continuously restructuring. So, for example, in this case, we studied about palladium copper catalyst. What is the role of palladium copper in doing these, in converting the CO2 to higher alcohols, for example? Now, for that also, we also have to consider the different restructuring configurations of palladium and copper. So, the role of palladium, role of iron, role of water, role of coverage, everything. This is very tough in terms of quantum mechanical calculations. It will be very tough to get the reaction mechanism, pinpoint why it is happening, what is happening. For that, we did a lot of quantum mechanical calculations already on such surfaces. Of course, that doesn't give the complete picture. So we took all those structures. It was about 100,000 data points, for example. We used graph neural network architecture to build our own machine learning potential. This is an interatomic potential that was discussed today also in one of the talks. So using these interatomic potentials, now you'll be able to get energies, you'll be able to get forces per atom basis, and that you can use it to get the ground state structure and the transition state structure. So these two are very important for any activation energy calculation. For any reaction mechanism that you want to find out, you need ground state structure, you need transition state structure, and that's what is the idea of using these machine learning potentials. Now, these machine learning potentials are just I'll just give and highlight what we did with these machine learning potentials. It tried to get us the mechanism, what is the real mechanism between, for example, if two carbon atoms are coupling, why they are coupling, what would be the mechanism? That's something we tried to find out. I'll just break down this particular graph a little bit. So this is giving us an idea as to how palladium is affecting the reaction. Now, in all these ensemble effect, everything is happening, water, iron, that I talked about. In this case, we got to know that if palladium is on the surface, that affects the reactivity quite differently as compared to what is palladium doing in the subsurface. And probably this you couldn't have examined from the simple some of the quantum mechanical calculations. So if you want to know more about it, so you can come to my poster today, not tomorrow. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Jandran, for your interesting talk. And as you said, all of us will be interested to come and know more about your research topic at the poster presentation. So for now, does anybody has a question for Jandran?
Yeah, so I have a questions related to your training data. Like you said, like you generated 100,000 some data point.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to know, is that the SCF calculations? What did you do? Like how, it's just the minimizations, or you did actually AIMD and then you generated the data?
Not AIMD. AIMD for these systems would have been even much more complicated. So we started with about, imagine about 500 random configurations, did SCF cycles, did optimization. And as we got all those, the images in those optimization. We took all of them for building these machine learning potentials.
Thank you.
So let's thank our speaker,
Thank you so much.
Jayendran. And let's invite our next speaker, who is Kaushik Hira. And he is a PhD student in the Yardi School of AI at IIT Delhi. And today he'll give a presentation on MathsCraft, a framework for large-scale materials knowledge extraction from scientific tables.
Hi, good afternoon everyone. I am Kaushik Hira, working under Professor Anup Krishnan and Professor Mosam for information extraction from material science literature. And today I will present our framework, MathsCraft. So why do we need to extract information? That's the first question. Suppose we need a material for a particular application. Let's take it for augmented reality or virtual reality. We need low density and high refractive index. Now, where are these materials studied? They have been studied in research papers. Now, it's not manually possible to go and search for them. Therefore, if you have a database of materials matching those properties, it would become much easier. Secondly, also in the era of machine learning, we need databases in order to make our models more accurate, which is why I think creating database is one of the new hot topics right now, and the order in which the publications have increased since 2000 is exponential. Therefore, it's no more possible that we'll manually create databases, and we need some automated mechanisms to do it. We recently have come up with an architecture which extracts data from material science tables. We are looking at the compositions and properties. We have considered 18 properties till now. I will go through the architecture very briefly. So at first we prepared our data. For the validation test, we did manual annotation. But for the training data, we used automated pipeline consisting of distant supervision on interglad, followed by our own developed annotation algorithms, because we found out there was a lot of missing points in interglad. And in the end, we added data augmentation, as properties like density are very well studied and well reported. However, there are some rarely studied properties like Abbe values and others, which you will find in much low amount. Almost like if you find 100 data points for density, you will find only 2 to 3 data points for Abbe value. Now, machine learning models don't do very well on disbalanced data set, which is why we needed to add the data augmentation pipeline too. Now, we used our own GNN models. For property extraction, we had one GNN, and for composition extraction, we needed 2 GNNs. And finally, after extracting the properties and compositions, we merged them. During merging, we merged for intra-table, that is from a single table, and also from cases where composition and properties are referred in different tables of the same paper, matched with their material IDs. And finally, on getting the database, we showed some important and interesting applications. Now, as you can see, there are a lot of components here. Well, it is really necessary? The answer is yes. From the ablation studies, you can see that our final score is 88.68 and 71.35. But as I keep on removing one component, we can see that there is a gradual decrease, or in some cases, there is a drastic decrease, which is why every component has a value and have added to our architecture. Now, comparing our performance with others, although we started this work around in 2023, but we have compared with the current models, and we are doing much better than the current LLMs, as you can see. In terms of extraction accuracy, we are at least 17 points ahead, and if you look into individual properties also, for most of the properties, our models are doing better. and the speed is far higher, speed and cost is far lower. Other than that, I would like to show that the database that we have created does consist of a lot of materials. You can see the periodic table that almost all the elements have been covered, from rare earth materials to transition elements to the well-known elements. And we have covered a lot of data points for the properties. And when we compared our database values with the other databases, we saw that we have, for example, if you see density, like we have covered a whole range of values. Like for density, we have covered from 1 to I think 10, but for the other database, it's far more less, which indicates that our database contains materials of various kinds. And in the end, I would like to share some interesting applications. For example, in the above, there are some material selection charts, which allows us to study how the elemental change affects the properties. For example, as you can see in figure B, a change in Cu and Co does bring a change in the glass transition temperature and also in the activation energy. And other than that, I would like to point out to the last applications that we showed is we looked into materials which have several properties reported. Now, why this is important? For example, if you in the document, there was a paper in 2014 by Professor John C. Moruto, and he asked for materials having advanced safety with high fracture toughness, high hardness, and high Poisson ratio. Luckily, we have quite a lot of materials which satisfies this criteria. And so this is our work, and I thank you everyone and to all my team. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaushik, for your engaging presentation. And do we have a question for Kaushik? If no, I think we can thank our speaker, Kaushik, for his nice presentation. And let's call upon our next speaker, who is Sajid Manan. And he is a PhD student in the Civil Engineering Department at IIT Delhi. And today he will give a presentation on the topic UNIF Bench, evaluating the universal force field for real-world minerals.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be presenting my work, UNIF Bench. So basically, from the morning session to till now, we have seen multiple times like the GNN force field is quite useful for the application, but that has been actually explored. Actually, this field has been exploded in just 2 years. So the first questions people ask, like which force field you are going to use for your applications. Somebody is training the same GNN using their own data, like one of the talk. You can generate the data from the DFT and then train the model. Some people are using like universal model and then fine tune it for their own applications. So the challenge is which force field that you are going to use for your own work. And being applied researchers, this is a tricky questions because you don't have the background of all the architectures and all. So here, basically in this work, we benchmark extensively on almost 1500 minerals, and we have seen that none of the potential is transferable across different materials. For example, if you have trained the model for glass, and if you want to do simulations of a catalysis, it surely will fail. And why it fails, we have this lot of conclusion in the paper. So just because of the time constraint, I cannot show all the results, but these are the bullet points that we have observed. Like although these are uniform, like universal model, but it's not transferable and it's not truly universal. Second is, if you want to do some new material discovery, you need a accurate force field, high fidelity force field. Third is, GNN is, of course, there are other force fields like gap potentials and other neural network based potentials, which are good, but GNN is more intuitive choice because atoms you can represent as a node, and the bond between the atoms you can represent as a S, and you can do the message passing whatever you want to learn it. So in the broader field, out of 20 and 30 GNN force field, there are two broader field. One is invariant and other is equivariant. When I'm saying invariant force field, those force field in which you are not taking care of directionality. For example, force is a vector quantity. If your molecules get changed, force direction will change, but energy of the system will be same. So based on those constraints, how you are implementing in your architectures, there are two broader family, and both has their own pros and cons. So for example, if you are not enforcing too many constraints in your architecture, it will be fast enough to do the simulations, and it's called data inefficient. So for example, equivariant you can learn from small data, but for invariant architecture you need a more data. So they have their data efficiency and scalability issue is there. So this is the framework that we have proposed. So in the left you can see out of the 20 or more, we have benchmark almost 6. I don't know if the cursor is visible or, yeah. So this is the block where we have benchmarked 6 different architectures. These all are the latest state-of-art universal force field. And we have curated different CIF files, experimental data, because all this data has been generated from the DFT, which is basically synthetic data, and you have trained the model on the synthetic data. So it's a really requirement of evaluating those models on experimental data. So we have released this data, and this framework allows you to to load any of this model, universal model, and do downstream tasks. Like if you want to do simulations and calculate the lattice energy, you can calculate. If you want to do density, you can calculate the density, bond error, RDF, and many other properties. So we have observed that although these are the universal force field which has been trained on millions of data, but even replicating the density, it is far beyond the true applications. So the density error is more than what we are expecting, more than 2.5%, which is not acceptable for any practical application. So this, yeah, so that's all which I wanted to show. And if anybody interested to explore this work, you can just search this on a Google. You will get this paper and you can go through this. And I'd like to thank my supervisor and the teammates. Thank you.
Thank you, Sajid, for your nice presentation. So do we have a question for Sajid? Anybody? Okay. So let's thank our speaker and invite our next speaker, who is Mintu Kumar. So he is a PhD student at the Center for Applied Research in Electronics at IIT Delhi. And he will be giving a presentation on hybrid CNN builds STM framework with quantum-inspired attention mechanism for underwater acoustic signal classification.
So, hello everyone, I am Mintu Kumar. I am going to present my work like hybrid CNN bi-STM framework with quantum-inspired attention for underwater acoustic signal classification. This work has been done under supervision of my professor Nilkant Kundu. So, what is the application of underwater acoustic signal classification? So underwater acoustic signal classification can be used for underwater ship detection, marine monitoring, or maritime security, or autonomous underwater vehicles. So there are a lot of challenges for detecting the ships in underwaters, like underwater signals are noisy and complex. Also, underwater signals has a multipath, means if we have a receiver, so in receiver there are, receiver contains different multipath signals. So that type of signals are very complex. So for training that type of signals by normal artificial intelligence models, they require a lot of high computational data and high computational complexity. So in this, to mitigate these challenges, we develop a hybrid CNN bi-STM with a quantum-inspired model for underwater acoustic signal application. We got improved accuracy compared to baseline models like ResNet 18, and also our model is very lightweight, like we have just 0.47 million per trainable parameters and like 0.18 G flops. So this is my models. So in my models, we have raw data, means underwater acoustic signal data. So first, this raw underwater acoustic signal data goes to feature extraction techniques. So we have used 3 feature extraction techniques like Mel spectrogram, CQT, and gamma tonogram. After extracting the features from these 3 extraction techniques, we concatenate to get the shape of the data like 3 cross 95 plus 126. After getting a feature extraction, features from features in the form of time frequency representation, we pass this to a CNN layer. So in this work, we have used 3 CNN layers. So in first CNN layer, we have convolution 2D and batch normalization. In second CNN layer, we have used CNN 2D batch normalization and then max pooling. And then after that, we have used dropout layers. So after getting the spatial features from CNN layer, we pass this to spatial features to temporal temporal feature extraction techniques by BiLSTM layers. So BiLSTM layer process sequential data in forward and backward in both direction to capture the future and past temporal dependency from the sequences. After getting the temporal features, we pass this into a quantum attention layer. So basically, in classical attention layer, we generate the attention score from the neural network, but in place of generating the attention score from the neural networks, we have used a quantum neural network. So quantum neural network contain 3 parts: angle encoding, variational quantum circuits, and entangled parts. And then after that, we use measurement techniques. So angle encoding is just like converting the classical data into quantum states. After converting classical data into quantum state, we have a variational quantum circuit. So variational quantum circuit contain the quantum gates which are trainable, means just like a neural network based on weight and biases. So that's like we have a quantum gates. So quantum gates has a angle. So during training, that angle updates such that our cost function get minimized. So after passing the variational quantum circuit, we have a measurement. So we measure just only 1 qubit, such that because we need 1 attention score for each sequence data. After getting the attention score, we pass this into softmax layer, and then for normal context vector. After context vector, our output shape is batch B cross 128. So since we have a 5 class classification, so we need to convert this into 5 classes by fully connected layer. So we got a 5 predicted value, and since we have output at we need means at output we just have a 5 classes like background, cargo, passenger, and tug and tanker. So depending upon predicted value, we can predict which type of the ship signals is this. So we have this result. So in my dataset, there are 4 types. There are 3 types of dataset, like 2 to 4 kilometer range, 3 to 5 kilometer range, and 4 to 6 kilometer range. So in all dataset, our model get accuracy of, like in first scenario, we got 98.2%, 97%. We also compare our model with state-of-art models. So compared to all state-of-art models, our model is give better result compared to other state-of-art models. So this is all about my work. So thank you.
Have a question for our speaker Mintu for his presentation? No? Okay. Thank you, Mintu, for your nice presentation. Next, I would like to call upon our next speaker, Mr. Suresh Bishnoi. Suresh is a PhD student in the department of in the School of Interdisciplinary Research at IIT Delhi, and today he will give us a presentation on reproducing phase diagrams of colloidal systems using Brownian differentiable simulation. So the stage is yours, Suresh.
Okay. Hi, so I will quickly go through one of work which I did. So in this work, what our objective is to learn the dynamics from the real experimental data. So we saw a lot of presentation, we learned from the quantum mechanical data, like we generate some data using DFT, then learn the train a potential which will trend on that DFT data. So here we learn the potential from the real microscopy data. So this is the experimental setup in the left side. So basically there is silica particle, they are dispersed in the water. Particle are sedimenting at the bottom of the surface. So these particles are charged also, and there is some attraction and repulsion kind of force, and a number of so the microscope is installed at the bottom of the surface. So number of particle is increasing as the sedimentation is happening. So this video is not running because this is in PDF. So basically initially there is very few silica particle is there, and as time increase, number of particle will increase. As you can see from this plot, number of particle with time is increasing, and as number of particle is increasing, we saw that there is ordering, which is hexagonal ordering is happening. So initially there is no order if you see this frame at time step 100, and as number of particle is increasing, there is well order structure is happening. So our goal, and when we saw this video, basically each particle is having some interaction with neighboring particle, and also each particle is doing the random walk kind of motion also. So this is basically deterministic force field as well as stochastic force field. To learn this kind of dynamics, we propose a differentiable simulation approach. So this is the architecture of differentiable simulation. Here we take the snapshot at t equals to 0. And assume a force field which can be a neural network force field. Here we assume classical force field for the initial validation. So we assume a classical force field with 3 parameter. Then we unroll this system using Langevin dynamics. So this Langevin equation of motion take care deterministic as well as stochastic term. So this is the forces due to the deterministic force field, which is interatomic forces, and this is the force due to the random walk, which is due to the liquid, the particle inside. So using this equation of motion, we can unroll the trajectory at next time step. So we know this trajectory will not be good because this potential is not good. So but with this next trajectory, we can compute some property like radial distribution function and other material property, and these property we can also extract from the experiment. So we can this predicted radial distribution function and actual radial distribution function we can fit and learn this parameter of the potential. So currently we have used classical force field and optimize its parameter, but one can replace this with neural network based potential also. So this is how the experimental RDF is changing. So initially there is no ordering, so you can see random RDF is there, and as time is increasing, so the well ordering structure is happening. So there is first peak which is towards the diameter, and then second and third peak which is 2D and so on. So this shows the hexagonal ordering, basically the second and third peak. So our goal is basically to learn the dynamics as well as the ordering, hexagonal ordering from this experimental data using differentiable simulation. So this is some of the results. So we have used 3 classical potential, and one is Moore's potential, which is having 3 parameter, giving more flexibility, and then Lennard zone kind of potential and WCA kind of potential. And we were successfully able to optimize its parameter to reproduce the phase diagram of it. So this is the phase diagram of the system. So the green is the experimental data, and then this continuous line is the simulated data. So as we saw that if we allow this experimental point to settle for 10 seconds, they will go close to the simulated results. So these are the some of the conclusions. So the interesting thing about this, due to the differentiable nature of the work, we were able to learn the dynamics only from 10 snapshots. So if there is no differentiability, directly neural network based learning, we might need more data. So that is the goal. Can we learn the dynamics from only few experimental data? Thank you.
Thank you, Suresh, for your presentation. And do we have a question for Suresh here? If not, maybe I can ask a small question. And since you are telling that there's some interesting aspect of your presentation, so I would like to know, is there any drawback as well of this research, and how could you rectify it in your further works?
Currently we have used classical force field, which learn the dynamics from 10 data points, but we want to learn from a purely neural network based force field. In that case, I assume more snapshot will be required because number of parameters is higher, so more number of data point will be needed. So those are some of the things, but this differentiable simulation needs lot of compute, so that is also one of the thing which we need to keep in mind. Because this will take the parameter will be differentiable with respect to property, so you have to do this computation graph, which is taking a lot of memory.
Okay. Thank you, Suresh. Let's thank our speaker. And with this, let's call our next speaker, who is Tapas Tripura. He is a PhD student in the Applied Mechanics department, and he will be giving a talk today on the topic Predictive Temporal Difference Learning using sparse Bayesian dynamics models for control with unknown physics.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tapas Tripura. Okay, so in engineering, we seek to design systems that remain stable, reliable in real world. However, in real world, systems rarely operate under ideal conditions, so they are continuously challenged by external disturbances like turbulence and strong wind. So for example, just consider a tall skyscraper which is subjected to strong winds, and those winds introduces wind-induced vibrations which not only threatens the structural integrity but also causes discomfort to the occupants. Similarly, you can consider another example like airflow around a aircraft wing, where again the vortices near the aircraft wing can give rise to vortices that can reduce the increase the drag. Okay, so now so this highlights the issue that to maintain the reliable performance under real world dynamics, we need certain performance certain tools that keep the system reliable under real time operating conditions. So active control is such an domain. So however, existing physics based algorithms often stem from simplifying assumptions, so which often seem to be struggling under the unmodeled dynamics. Now, if you go to purely data-driven approaches like deep reinforcement learning, so they are fast, they adapt, but they tend to have high sample complexity and poor generation over long horizons. So now, in this context, what we proposed is a physics-aware predictive learning pipeline, which culminated into a framework named model agnostic predictive temporal difference algorithm, or in short the MAPTD. So it is not possible to discuss all the details of the framework here, but I will walk you through the 4 phases. So in the phase 1, we use sparse Bayesian learning to identify the governing structure of the physics directly from data without relying on simplifying assumptions. So rather than relying on black box approximations, so this framework allows us to identify the governing structure in its interpretable form while identifying uncertainty. Now in phase 2, we translate this model into a wavelet neural operator based first surrogate, which enables us to predict forecast in real time without high fidelity simulations. Then in phase 3, we generalize these surrogates using a scientific foundation model to make it robust under diverse operating conditions. Finally, we harness this first surrogate along with this discovered physics in deep reinforcement learning framework using temporal difference updates. So now this entire pipeline allows us to derive actionable decisions from raw data. So we have validated it some complex problems from structural vibration control and drag reduction problems in this fluid mechanics. So one such example is this involves this drag reduction around a cylinder in a flow pass problem. So here in these results demonstrated that compared to the existing model-based deep reinforcement learning frameworks with online model updates, our proposed MapTD achieves long horizon stability, robustness to disturbances, and generalization to previously unseen configurations. And if you want more exciting, if you want to know about us, so you can follow these links. Thank you.
Thank you, Tapas, for your interesting talk. Do we have a question for Tapas? Yes.
Can you talk a little bit more about the phase one regarding the physics discovery part?
Okay. Yeah, so basically we assume that we have some data, so possibly noisy version of the data. So it could be sparse data or can be the full field data. So basically we use a single trajectory. The advantage we have over the existing algorithm is we use single trajectory, not the multiple trajectory of the data. So we use that. Then we use simple Bayesian inference. So where we try to we basically now try to express this data in terms of certain interpretable basis functions. So like harmonic basis or polynomial or mixture of them. You can include partial derivatives. Now we try to identify only a parsimonious set, basically only a few set as possible, maybe 3-4 terms using this Bayesian regression. Now how do we invoke the sparsity in the in the identification of this basis using something called sparsity promoting priors. Like there are student tree distribution and some advanced are the spike and slab distributions. So which tends to shrinkage the parameters near 0 to the like 0. And only like few weights which have the high like large value to escape the shrinkage. So using that we identify only a parsimonious set of terms, basically those interpretable functions which represent the data.
Okay. Also, regarding the model-based RL,
yeah.
How exactly are you, like, is it a learned model or is it something that you're defining, as in how exactly are you learning the model?
Okay, so it is simply a TD learning framework, one-step TD learning framework, where instead of like directly interacting with the environment, that is the structures, which is not possible considering their high fidelity simulation. So we use that identified physics to internally plan for some future, like some other step, like some horizon, some predictive horizon, and based on that predictive horizon, we try to estimate our reward and values, and then we update the TD policy, the temporal difference policy.
Okay.
So basically, effectively, we have only one interaction with the real world, and based on the interaction, we predict internally. Based on that, we update, and then we directly apply the action to the world.
Is there any particular reason why it's kept single step and not multi-step TD?
So we we took the motivation from like some safety critical systems. So if it is a nuclear, we cannot expect it to explore random actions and lead it to some catastrophic failure. So we wanted some only possibly one like real world sample from the environment, and that's what. And with that one sample, we were able to. If it didn't work, maybe we would have gone.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tapas. So let us all thank our speaker, Tapas, for his presentation. With this, we come to the last but not the least presentation of today's student flash talk presentations. So I would like to call upon Ramneek Kaur. So she is a postdoc here at IIT Delhi from the Computer Science and Engineering Department. And today she will be giving a talk on the topic Assessing the Differential Impacts of Farm Ponds on Agricultural Landscapes in India. So let's hear from Ramneek.
Yeah, hi everyone. I am Ramneek Kaur, and I am a postdoc fellow here at in the CSE department at IIT Delhi. And I have been working on impact assessment of water harvesting structures using data-driven models backed by remotely sensed satellite data and other secondary data sources. And today I'll be talking about our piece of work on impact assessment of MG-Narega farm ponds. So at the outset, I'd like to talk about the need for impact assessment of farm ponds. So over the years, as some of you might know, there have been several evidences of both positive impacts of farm ponds, and at the same time, there have been many questions around efficient utilization of funds that get allocated every year as part of the budget for NRM assets under MG-Narega. And from the personal field observations of our research group, we've come across both kinds of structures. We've seen successful structures, we've seen failed structures, we've seen very less effective structures. So it's important to scientifically investigate the impact of NRM structures and also understand as to what are the drivers driving the impact. So the research questions that we investigate in this study is to study the impact of farm ponds on agricultural productivity and resilience to droughts, both in general and that during drought years. And we also delve deeper to understand the impact of farm ponds on sensitivity to droughts. So we do this assessment at the agroecological zone level, the zoning for which is done based on biophysical characteristics such as soil groups, rainfall, temperature, length of growing period, and so on. And we did this assessment for 9 AEZs of India, which are highlighted in red here. For the methodology, we followed the difference and differences approach with propensity score matching. So essentially what we do is that for each farm pond location, we attempt to find a location, a cropping location that does not have a farm pond. It is a control location, but it is very similar in characteristic features to the treated location. And then we compute the difference and differences for these two sites, which is essentially the difference between the post-intervention year and pre-intervention year at the treated site minus the same corresponding difference at the control site. So such control sites are also known as counterfactuals. And to do this, we build a propensity score model, which is basically a logistic regression model that predicts the propensity score for each site. So as far as the results are concerned, I'll only share the broad observations from the study. So firstly, the first observation was that farm ponds do have a positive and significant average treatment effect during the monsoon season or Kharif season in general. The impact in the Rabi season or the post-monsoon season is lower, and the impact in the summer season or the Zaid season is almost zero, the observed impact. And this seasonal variation in impacts matched with what the farmers reported to us during our field visits. And intuitively, this basically arises, the nature of the seasonal variation is because of the water availability. So as the water diminishes, water presence, the impact also diminishes. The second observation was that although the impact during drought years is positive, but it is lower in magnitude as compared to non-drought years. And intuitively, this is also something that we were expecting because the water availability or the water that can be harvested in farm ponds is lower during drought years as compared to non-drought years. The third and the most important observation of this work was that AEZs with high borewell densities with prevalence of plastic-lined farm ponds exhibited stronger ATs. Now what this indicates is that In such AEZs, the harvested rainfall runoff is supplemented by groundwater, which, as many studies indicate, may cause negative socio-hydrological impacts. And therefore, this raises questions on the sustainability of such practices. So the broader message of this work is to promote allocation of farm ponds where they are needed the most, but at the same time, the intensification of agri through farm ponds should be done such that it does not stress the existing water systems and it strengthens the existing water systems by way of sustainable agricultural practices. So that's all for today's talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramneek, for your interesting talk. Do we have a question for Ramneek here? Yeah.
Hi, so you mentioned that you use logistic regression here, but for this kind of problem, how is it possible to use logistic regression?
That is the solution to a very small sub-problem of the complete pipeline. So in one step of the complete framework, the objective is to build a model that can predict the probability of getting a farm pond given the characteristic features. For example, if we have the elevation of a location, its slope, how much rainfall it gets, the temperature, and so on, what are the soil groups in that location, how likely is that site to be allocated for a farm pond. So that is all we need. And once we have such a model in place, then if I predict the propensity score for a location, and the propensity score is very similar to a location that has a farm pond, that means the characteristic features of this location and the control location are very similar. So that was the objective of that very small, one of the steps in the complete pipeline.
Thank you.
It's a very huge, I couldn't mention it because of the timeline, yeah. Thanks.
Any other question? Okay. So let us thank our speaker Ramneek for one more time. And this concludes the student flash talk presentations. And I can say that initially we were hearing the talks from our leading pioneers of this field. Now, after hearing to all the presentation in the student talk, I can say that the future of our society is in good hands. So let us all clap for all of us here who have been working and have shown such good presentations. So with this, we conclude the session today, and next we have to go ahead for the tea and coffee break, which will be followed, or we can say it will be simultaneous with the poster sessions outside. Thank you all for your attention.
हाँ लाइव स्ट्रीम बंद करा